It's a new day here in the Mythic Dungeon International, and today our teams are hoping it won't be their last day in the competition. This weekend we are heading into day 2 of Group A, and our teams will be fighting it out to secure their place in the finals, or risking it all to get eliminated in the lower brackets, or progress forward, hopefully, we hope. I'm your host, Rook, and I'm on desk here with Makes, Tuttles, Dratnus, and Zyronic. We are very excited to come in for day 2, and I mean, day 1 already kicked things off with a huge bang. We had some newcomers hitting the scene that really showed their stuff, and some of our veteran teams showing that here without the pressure of Echo, they are climbing the ranks ever higher, or perhaps not performing as well as they hoped. Really quickly here at the start, Makes, for anybody who might be joining us here on day 2, would you like to catch everybody up on the day 1 action?
Oh, I would love nothing more than that, because let me tell you, yesterday was an absolute treat. Let's get into it and roll the clips, and I'll show you all of the great big MDI style pulls that we're just always looking forward to. Once production stops trolling me, I'm sure we can get that onto the screen. But we do have a couple of pulls prepared for you guys, starting us off with Perplexed here in their Grim Battle run yesterday. Yes, getting those double lava benders in there. A lot of these pulls in the MDI, if you're not familiar with the format, will rely on getting a lot of enemies grouped together and then being very smart on how to control the casts that need to be interrupted and how to CC the pack to be able to do more damage without needing to heal extra or tank any additional damage. So that is something we always love seeing from the teams here. Another massive pull was done by the Direwolves, our O's team, coming into the Mists of Tirna site. They pulled 3 packs onto Tradova. Now, unfortunately, that didn't bring them to 100% enemy forces count, but in the end, they still took that series. And something that we've been also seeing from our teams is actually holding onto that bloodlust. Due to the runs being that fast, we sometimes only get 1 bloodlust and they want to make it count, so massive pulls like the one you're seeing right here with the extra pack onto the boss will always be a good target if you can only get 1 value lust, as opposed to 2 that are not that great. We also saw a great comp variety. We'll get into that just a little bit later, but I did want to show it off. Red class good. We've seen a couple of Frosty Ks, but we've also seen this one, Unholy DK, just absolutely slam the damage, peaking at over 12 million damage. It's just so good to see that this class can put that damage out if it wants to. I love it. And, you know, we also saw a very ballsy pull, I would say, at the very end of the Arakara here from Polish Mountain, pulling everything into the boss. Tuttles and I were talking about whether or not this would even be a possibility. They very smartly used the tailoring stun to deal with this pack here. It's just so great to see all of the tech from the team, so we're looking forward to more for today.
We absolutely are. I mean, some of those big pulls yesterday, like that one there at the end of the Polish Mountain, or my gosh, that missed count Skarmorak was incredible, really showing that unholy DK off and, proven titles right with that class being a good one here in this MDI. Double thumbs up. I mean, the thing is, though, that we actually have had a lot of classes showcase themselves in really different ways and flexible ways, right? In speedrunning and MDI, what you're kind of picking for your classes have some slightly different considerations than if you're pushing keys live, right? And Tettles, we've had a lot of this. We'll get into it a little bit later here after we talk about the dungeons, but we've had a lot of this kind of shake-up with the meta classes. And of course, this is also kind of dictated by the dungeons themselves, right? The dungeons bring different things, whether it's tech that you want to skip, whether you want to go through, do those big pulls, whether you've got a lot of kicks, poisons, dispels, etc. So we asked the teams which dungeons they thought would be the hardest and the easiest. And looking at the dungeons that we have in the pool this weekend and how everybody fared yesterday, Dratnos, do you think they were correct?
Yeah, so in that survey, the responses we got back, we saw 2 dungeons that weren't played yesterday. Those were Siege and Necrotic Wake, and those were our second and third most common answers from the teams of the most difficult dungeons. So I'm going to be interested to see both of those are in today's map pools, and they're not bannable in a couple of matches today. So we will be seeing a Siege and Necrotic Wake today. I'm curious to see whether those end up being as difficult as the teams have expected and as their bans have suggested they think. But there's also been Grim Batol. Grim Batol was actually answered most commonly as the most difficult dungeon by our teams, and after seeing it yesterday, that does ring true to me. It looked like a very tough dungeon. Seeing those different pulls that Perplexed put together to obviously made it look pretty easy, but I think that place has a lot of difficulty. The Voidbound affix that we have active on that key as well, I think, is often one of the harder Xalatat's Bargain affixes to deal with, especially because it adds a damage reduction component to the enemies rather than just increasing their damage, which can make it so that you have a little bit of you have a more of a dilemma when it spawns of what you should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, those affixes, right? We have these seasonal affixes that have come in. We'll go into them more throughout the day as well as we see them pop up, but these really can be that kiss or curse, right? And pairing that with the dungeons, the keystone levels, each of these allow the teams to either pull really big, do different strats, or see how fast they can make these runs. So very excited to see how it goes, to see, if that Grim Batol continues to just be a difficult one for the teams, and if some of those dungeons we haven't seen yet, like Borealis, pose a unique challenge for them as they encounter. Now, we mentioned a little bit throughout about the metas that have been going on here in the MDI. So Tettles, would you like to give us a little bit of info about the kind of unique classes that we've seen popping up here this time around?
Yeah, sure. So I think we're in a little bit of discovery period with what's actually going to be shaping up with this meta. So yesterday we ended up seeing 16 unique specializations of the 39 possible specs. That's pretty high from MDI standards. Typically you have metas consolidate down into a couple of different specializations, but we saw 2 different tanks, we saw 2 different healers, which is pretty unprecedented. So we saw Prot Warrior and Vengeance Demon Hunter, both of them seemed very good at different things. We saw the Disc Priest and the Resto Druid, which again, I think that healers were swapping up which dungeons they were playing those different healers in, and I think that's phenomenal. From a DPS perspective, it seemed like things like the DPS Death Knight, both Frost and Unholy, were good. Assassination Rogue and Enhance, those are probably like the big stars of the show, but we've also seen some other niche picks pop up, like Aug Evoker I thought was pretty good. I thought the Balance Druid was pretty good. I thought the Destro Warlock, particularly for Mist of Tyranid Scythe, those were all very valuable picks in their own right. And then, we saw a couple of different other DPS pop up here and there, which I think are going to be less represented. But I think that the fact that we saw something that looked like a pretty stagnant meta whenever we were looking at time trials really open itself up come this anniversary patch on 11.0.5, I think is promising for the future. I do suspect that maybe the meta is going to consolidate over the next couple of weeks, but this first week right now, I feel like this is a huge discovery period for what comps are really going to be doing for the MDI.
Definitely. Honestly, it's so exciting to see too, right? Because with the MDI, you kind of have different things you're taking into account. Each dungeon, you might have a specific strategy or skip, and even just seeing some of the teams experiment with things. I think we even saw like Arms Warrior pop up yesterday and stuff, which is just kind of...
It was okay.
It was okay. It was okay, but it's fun to actually see the teams experiment with that and to have this moment where we get to see some classes shine because of some of the recent changes and, big things that have maybe given some classes some unique abilities or some unique, kind of buffs to kind of bring them in here for this MDI. So we'll see how it shakes out, but it's been very good so far. Now, what we have to also see how it's going to shake out is our bracket itself. Our teams yesterday competed against one another, sending some to the upper and lowers, and today they're going to be fighting for those spots in the finals tomorrow and looking ahead to Global Finals. Yesterday, we saw Group A go up against splitting this, but, Zyro, what's up for our teams today? How is this looking for them?
Yeah, big things to point out for the day here. Starting off the day, we have our 2 upper bracket matches. Both of those matches are winning, you're into the global final matches. It's a huge implication for the teams. Don't have to worry about matches for the rest of the weekend, unless, of course, you're trying to win for that grand prize total. And, of course, winning the cup would be nice as well. But qualifying for global finals is the main theme of the weekend here. Down in the lower bracket, though, after our first 2 matches, every single one of those matches is an elimination match. It's an elimination gauntlet, some would say. But, of course, the big difference this season is with China coming back into the series, into their own, they have their own global tournament where their top 2 teams will qualify. We only get to qualify 3 teams from each cup. So, you don't just have to make it to the final day to qualify. Now you have to make it to the final day and win in that first lower bracket match, that semifinals lower bracket match. So, the lower bracket, it's a gauntlet today, but you still have to win another match tomorrow in order to qualify. So we'll have to see which of our teams are going to come out of the lower bracket to potentially get a chance to qualify tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to the wire as all of these teams are somewhat fighting for their survival. Of course, we're going to be starting with an absolute banger of a series. I cannot phrase it any other way. Perplexed and Direwolves, 2 veteran MDI and TGP style teams going up against each other, is going to be a treat to watch. And then in the next series, we have Mist Count and Team Name. Now, Team Name surprised everybody yesterday, taking that 2-0 when no one expected them to win. Neither Chad nor the casters on desk. We were all just kind of expecting Polish Mountain to take this one based on time trials. Team Name showed up, and I talked a little bit to them, not to take too much away from their series once we get there, but they're pretty confident on taking Mist Counts on as well, so I'm looking forward to that one. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, the Elimination Station, we're looking forward 2 teams really giving it their everything to stay in this tournament.
And I mean, you know that they are, especially too, because a lot of these teams, it's their first time in the MDI, but they have performed so well. I mean, whether or not, Polish Mountain, they had some mistakes, things like that, right? We anticipated they would be really strong, but even down there, I mean, Brain really put out a good performance yesterday. KASP'S hung in there. It was tough for them being against the top seed right off the bat, but all of these teams, I really think, have put it out there, are really fighting hard, and we've been really impressed, or at least I have, with a lot of their performances. So we'll see how it all shakes out, but we're going to be kicking things off today with a really fantastic matchup here with Perplexed versus Direwolves. Chat, we are not just putting forward our sort of, predictions this time around. We want yours too. So get yours in the chat if you haven't yet. And we're going to intro in here with Perplexed versus Direwolves and recap a little bit of what happened for them yesterday. Perplexed, right? Really strong team, but they've been said to overcook their strategies a little bit here, and they need to kind of focus on some of that execution, right, as they look ahead. So, Dratnos, I mean, what do you think Perplexed is kind of keeping in mind today as they go up against Direwolves, also a powerhouse?
Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful if you're Perplexed, because this is a team that has come in for the past 5 years into our MDI weekends, and they've often been first seed. They've looked super good. They've looked super strong. And then there's been a few weekends where kind of just the wheels have fallen off the bus for them, and they've ended up getting out early, day 1 of Global Finals, day 2 of Global Finals in the past. So I think that they are certainly the favorites in this series. I think Perplexed need to just execute their strategies safely, cleanly, avoid those 15-second death timers that we've got this expansion. Those are, I think, the main way that they're in danger of losing would be accumulating a couple of deaths, because in theory, they should be faster than Direwolves. Looking at the time trials, looking at the runs yesterday, they are on that pace, but this is a team that, they've got to make sure that the best version of them shows up today.
I think that, just like Dratnos said, I think that Challenger's Peril is incredibly punishing to teams. If you end up having, 1 mistake or 2 mistakes, not only do you lose the time that you lose from, the damage lost or whatever, but the 15 seconds is, a huge swing for these MDI level teams. But at the same point, Perplexed, whenever you look at their time trial times, they were 1 minute 20 seconds ahead of the second seed, so they looked very dominant in their time trial performance.
And it is a little bit of a surprise too, looking at our footage of the Direwolves here. They're playing in basically a whole new team comp. Two of these players, Chas and Ryu, as well as Jack. Ryu only played a little bit with the team before, are returning players, and then Lucid and Stay Poor are new players to the MDI style format. So we're really seeing what this team can actually do. They have a little bit of support from the former Direwolves players. I was talking to 40 a little bit yesterday, and he was really confident in this team, so I'm curious on how it turns out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, you know? Perplexed, like we said, sometimes their consistency has tripped them up, but if they can really kind of hone in on that, I think they're going to have a strong advantage. And Direwolves, you know, we saw them do some things yesterday. They went 2-1, so it wasn't, you know, a sweep for them. And some of their skips, like things like shadow melding with after the Skarmorak kind of in that hall and things, didn't seem to really buy them too much time per se, but they still performed really solidly. So maybe this time around we'll see them kind of come in, really have solidified or honed in on what they're doing, and kind of give Perplex, I think, a strong run for their money. Now we have our predictions that we're going to put down below for all of you to see how it lines up with all of you in chat. Chat, you know, got us on a couple of them yesterday, and oh, I see. Okay, all right. Makes, you know, you've got good taste, I think.
Ah, thank you. Much obliged. Same to you.
Thank you, yeah. I mean, Makes, why do you think this is going to be a little bit more even this time around, but you're still favoring Perplexed in this matchup?
Yeah, so, you know, I'm always rooting for the OS team, but I think Perplexed in the state that we saw them yesterday might just be a little bit too much for them. I think they can still fight their way back into qualification tomorrow, but I think in this series it's going to swing in Perplexed's favor. I don't think it will be a clean 2-0 though.
Okay, all right, we'll have to see. I mean, a lot of the rest of the desk thought 2-0 was going to happen here, so all of you might be proven right, but we're going to take a look first at the map bans that have gone through. Surprising no one, Borealis is getting no love yet again today. But, I mean, Zyro, looking at what we have here, you know, how do you think this looks for the teams? Arakara starting things off right away, that plus 11.
I'm not at all surprised by the Siege of Borealis bans. Like we were talking about at the beginning of the show, I think Dranos was mentioning it, all the teams pretty much said Siege was going to be one of the most difficult dungeons, that and Necrotic Wake if I'm not mistaken, so yeah, the bans make sense. We'll probably just see it the one time that it's the first match of the series today, and then it'll be banned out every other time it shows up. It's a difficult dungeon. I mean, there's a lot of pretty much unmitigatable damage. You can line aside a lot of the AoE damage, but in the speedrunning format of the MDI, line aside in cast doesn't really feel too good, right? You're wasting a lot of time by doing that, so not going to see Siege, but like you said, Arakara, pretty quick-paced dungeon. You can go for some massive balls. We saw some interesting strats in this dungeon yesterday from Polish Mountain. I wonder if potentially either of these two teams have picked up on that and maybe added those pulls to their route.
We'll have to check it out as they go through. I mean, they're routing through this, figuring out how you're going to handle these 3 ads. Oh, we'll have to see. Tettles, go ahead, take us into the match.
Dude, look at this. Zisevi and Swag are both going off to the right side, Dratnus. They're separating their group into 2 separate groups, popping the lust. Can Zisevi and Swag solo this ad?
Wow, they're sending over a team of a little 2-person team to go and take out the ad over there. So Swag is going to have to be tanking this. But that's okay, right? This boss doesn't actually, or this mini boss doesn't auto all that hard, and then it does those casts, but of course, that is entirely healable. You've got a healer there with you. So, Cloak of Shadows being committed here against that poison. Wow, Cheat Death committed too.
Cheated.
But it's okay. They are going to be able to get through there.
We won.
All right. So that's one of the 3 mini bosses taken care of by the 2-person team. One by the 3-person team with a little bit more trash. Obviously, you have the Enhancement Shaman and Frost DK cooldowns, along with a tank that lets you pull a little bit bigger there as long as everybody can live. And now you're grouping up for this 3rd mini boss, which does do some raid damage.
Stun.
Ooh, yeah, beautiful tailoring stun here on these. And that works even on the normally stun immune mini boss. So that should help prevent the quite nasty party damage that it does. But here comes that hit now. Call of the Brood. Big damage. Actually going to take out Sevi. And Shine
down. Oh my god, that's minus 30 seconds. That's a huge deal. I think that they lost all the advantage that they made up by the fact that they sent those 2 players over.
Maybe. I mean, 30 seconds is a lot. Killing one of those for free is also a lot. You can see Direwolves now walking over there. This is a little bit more of kind of the, you know, a fast live key strat, right? Of just pull left, middle, right. But Perplexed already getting underway on the boss. So they got underway at the boss when their timer was at about the 2:15 marker. So Direwolves are still going to be slower than that, even with the death time, right? Even factoring that death timer and bring it up to 2:15.
They also have to wait for RP for the boss to actually spawn. So even after this mini boss dies, the boss isn't going to immediately be actionable. I wonder what the count differential is going to look like between these two teams, because I think the teams that had the fastest, Harakari yesterday had a lot more count coming out of this area.
Yeah, there's a lot of really annoying count in the next part of the dungeon, right? The less of that you have to do, the better. Oh my God! We do have a death now for Direwolves. The explosion of one of the engorged crawlers taking him out. That's an unfortunate way for it to go.
Well,
they are going to be setting up a big trash onto boss pull here. Although it looks like Perplexed have also been grabbing trash during boss a little bit.
Ooh, in the hectic beginning of this dungeon, we didn't even point out the fact that Direwolves didn't even pop their Bloodlust. They still have it available.
Interesting. Maybe you're setting it right now on this pull, or maybe you're holding it for something crazy in the next area.
They played this dungeon yesterday. I think they sent it towards the end of the dungeon.
That makes sense. Yeah. And with these timers, often you're kind of in this position of either getting one good lust, or you have to just press it twice, but right on cooldown.
Okay, so let's look a little bit forward for Perplexed here. Perplexed is going to be killing off the first boss. They have 35% enemy forces. They're going into the second area. I feel like the second area of this dungeon has been the one that teams have done a bunch of different stuff in. There is this mob, it's called the Hulking Bloodguard. It puts an AoE DR on mobs surrounding it. It is very slow for MDI-style teams to be able to deal with. That is basically the big priority mob that the Assassination Rogue and the Enhancement Shaman are going to be funneling the entire time. How big do we think that they're going to go here, Dratnos?
It looks like they're planning to go quite big. We've got one of those blood guards already in this pull, and they're heading over to the side here. They've also now got to watch out for those alarm shrill casts from the stag shells. Those have to be stunned until they are killed. Can't have any of those go off.
Double cap.
Yeah, nice work there. They've got the stuns into that grip. Everything now nicely stacked together. And yeah, they're not going too crazy here. This is bigger than the pull we'd see usually on live, but it's not a double blood guard pull or anything.
Yeah, exactly. So they end up doing a decent amount of trash, but notably that trash that they had on top of that blood guard was their health wasn't moving at all. Again, that 50% DR on all those mobs means that you basically have to like single target that mob down. Looks like they're posturing to maybe even go right out of this.
Yeah.
I feel like you would go left here because there's fewer blood guards to the left. So in theory, it's a little bit faster. The downside of going left is that there's a lot of those web mage caster mobs, and those are particularly annoying.
They don't want that blood guard.
Away.
Yeah, they don't want to get that blood guard in combat either yet or maybe at all. There are some skips you could execute in this area, as Direwolves actually are going to be running through with a Shroud. They're going to be skipping the first few on the bridge. We already have 2 blood guards in combat now. Potentially posturing towards a third? No. Surely not.
Here's the lust. Here's the lust for Direwolves, which makes sense. It's double blood guard here. You need to really make sure that you get this killed off because this trash that's standing underneath these blood guards basically is going to take no damage. Perplexed on the left side, kind of playing like a live route more or less, where they're gonna like 3-pull this area. It's a little bit bigger than live pulls, but it's not that much bigger.
Yeah, it's recognizable, right? Whereas Direwolf's strategy of having 2 blood guards in combat is something you'd very rarely see on the live servers, and we're gonna see a web bolt come out, take out Direwolves' rogue. That's going to equalize the death timers now between the two teams, which means Perplexed are about a minute 15 ahead of Direwolves right now going into this area. But of course, Direwolves had the lust pull here. They're going to be doing this entire area in at least 1 fewer pull than Perplexed, so this may be an opportunity for them. Yeah.
I mean, look, they're kind of catching up a little bit. They're going to be going into the boss area.
Ooh.
After they finish off these assistants.
Perplexed are spawning a Void Emissary. This could be an annoying spot for it, depending on where it is.
Dude, it's on the wall.
This could be bad.
It's actually stuck on the wall.
And it is charging up the boss here. Yeah, they spawned it. It looks like it spawned right as Divine was leaping over here. So they're going to have to pull the boss over and kill it on the side. And the boss is not taking any damage right now, which is, it's taking some, but it's got a 60% damage reduction. You need to kill that Emissary before its cast finishes. If that Emissary's cast finishes, that damage reduction does not get removed from the boss.
Wait, does it really not?
Yeah, it looks like it's not going to die, so that damage reduction is just going to be there for 30 seconds now, I believe. That's not good at all, Tettles. Oh,
wait
no.
a second.
Yeah.
Once
you kill the Void Emissary, the damage reduction goes away. But if you don't, I believe it stays on the mobs.
Dude,
so you can see.
Anub'Saket's health isn't even moving.
Oh no, that thing is. It's got a 90% DR.
This is huge for Direwolves, though. On the other side, dude, Direwolves have actually pulled Anub'Saket. I mean, I think that's a huge equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, they basically added like 100 million health to a Noobsect, maybe more. As a result of that, you can see the boss at 70% right now, whereas Direwolves at 90. Both teams having equal death timers, but actually Direwolves have the edge on the enemy forces count. But Perplexed are going to get another Lust in this dungeon, and Direwolves won't.
I actually like what Direwolves does at the end of this dungeon. So what Direwolves is going to be looking to do moving forward here is they're going to grab that tailoring stun, they're going to stun an Overseer, and Jack is then going to meld off that Overseer. The Overseer does have True Sight, but he's going to be the only person that's in combat with the stunned Overseer, and then they're going to shroud the rest of their group through past that Overseer. They also, I think, run down mid from memory there, and then pull that big hauler. And I think that this is actually looking pretty good for Direwolves, considering the fact that Perplexed is going to have a lot more count towards the end of the dungeon, and the count at the end of this dungeon isn't the most efficient thing, but I think it comes down to how much can you pull with the last boss.
Yeah, exactly, which is something that those mobs in that area are pretty lethal as well. Remember, this is a plus 11 keystone. That's the highest keystone we're seeing this weekend, and that is starting to get to the level where, you know, two abilities combining in a bad way can just kill you if you're not careful, even just the unavoidable damage of some of those mobs in that area. So they've got to start
is
being
up soon for Perplexed
very
too.
careful, yeah. So boss is going to go down still first for Perplexed, despite the damage reduction incident.
That was really bad.
These things happen. Sometimes there's not much you can do as well. It spawned at really probably the absolute worst possible time for them.
Look at this. Perplex is also going to be meld skipping that first Overseer. Seeing that mob is pretty inefficient. Divine is grabbing some
looks like the Overseer is still running at them.
Is it?
Yes,
it is. Oh, Divine melded too. I think that they're just going to have a bonus Overseer.
Oh.
They didn't know. They didn't know that it was still in combat. Oh my god, they got debuffed. A Shine might die here. Look at, oh my god, the entire party dropped so low. Zesevi was barely able to keep everybody alive. And now they see this Overseer here, which is fine. The fact that they have the Overseer isn't the end of the world. They just need to make sure that they're getting a kick on it next time. But there's weird overlaps with this massive slam. If you end up having the ground effect happen at the same time that the massive slam goes out with those webs from that Overseer, you can actually die.
It looks like those erupting webs are not too badly timed here, but that might change as we get later into the cast sequence. I think this is the last massive slam they're going to see, though. There's that stun, and it's okay. Now we have an affix spawning, and probably we need to kill off this affix and then go into the boss, is my guess here for Perplexed, because Direwolves are posturing. They are about to get this boss pulled first here, actually, and they have all the count they need in this pull, too.
This is so good. Yep. Dude,
buffing all those mobs for Perplexed, but they are going to get it killed, so now they have the buff.
Direwolves have pulled the boss first. I mean, look at this. The last boss is pulled. They do have that hauler on top of it, but I think that this proves why Direwolves' strategy of using that tailoring stun and using it on top of that Overseer at the top and then just like shrouding by and not having to worry about that weird meld is superior, because that Overseer with the True Sight can get a bit weird. And Perplexed, dude, they've had some mistakes. They're the 1 seed by minutes over Direwolves.
They do have Lust, though. That is going to be potentially the great equalizer
That's
here.
huge.
Perplexed are sitting on Bloodlust in 8 seconds, whereas Direwolves will not get another Lust this dungeon.
Oh my god, Chaz died! Chaz died! Reed died!
No.
Oh my god!
This is a catastrophe for the Direwolves. They do have 1 battle res. They're going to have another coming up shortly here, but that's 30 seconds of death timer now, and it looks like this is actually going to end up just being a full-on wipe for Direwolves. So the opportunity that they had now fading away, all eyes shift back over to Perplexed. If Perplexed can just avoid wiping on this boss, they will certainly win at this point, despite giving Direwolves an opportunity to take this map in what would have been a pretty big upset here.
That's why it just like shows so much why you need to have like the most consistent strategies. Deaths are so punishing in this MDI format, and you can't afford just like 1 or 2 mistakes. A full wipe is basically just completely over. Your run is basically done. Even 1 or 2 deaths we're looking at is a huge penalty compared to how fast some of these dungeons are. Because look, Perplexed, they had so many mistakes. They're going to be popping their Lust here whenever their offensive CDs come up. I think it's going to be after this Cosmic Singularity, and this boss is going to melt. They're still going to have a 13-ish minute run, even with all the mistakes that we saw from them.
Yeah, I mean, the boss is going to die very quickly from here. Look at how fast it's going down. They've got an affix on them as well, right? They've got that cooldown reduction, that versatility from the Voidbound affix. Yeah, so that is a lot of extra damage, multiplies well with the Bloodlust. You can see the boss just absolutely getting destroyed here. Breath of Syndragosa does look like has expired now. Oh, wait, no. I'm trying to watch that Runic Power bar.
He's in a Remorseless Winter, I think.
Yeah, okay, the Runic Power looks like it's still going down. Yeah? Boss is dead as well. That's going to be it for Perplexed. A 12-18 with 2 deaths on the board as Direwolves were in such a close position, but just barely not going to be able, as that wipe on the last boss seals their fate. Perplexed to take game 1 in the series.
Perplexed coming in to claim the first victory of day 2. But it was a victory that they won at great cost. I mean, a lot of things went wrong there. I think there were a lot of interesting things, from the Void Emissary spawning on the wall to having to deal with the unexpected Overseer. I mean, as we look at both of the teams here, this was not their cleanest run, and yet they continually adapted as they went through. Tuttles, what stood out to you from this particular map?
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I felt like this was a match of mistakes. There was a lot of really cool stuff from Perplex. Like, right off the rip, that pulling that mini-boss with that 2-person hit squad of that Rogue and that Resto Druid is phenomenal. But I think you have to, like, lower the amount of mistakes on both sides. I think that this MDI is going to come down to who ends up making the fewer mistakes, who ends up having the fewer deaths. And if you can guarantee 0 deaths in every single run, even if you have slightly slower strategies, you would pay that every single time, I think.
I mean, absolutely, right? To try and figure out how you just get the cleanest run possible. Both the teams had some unexpected deaths, and with those adjustments, that timer, it really is punishing. But we're going to take a look in more detail at what happened here in the match. So, Zyro, would you like to give us a little recap?
Yeah, of course. So, of course, starting off the dungeon, this was a pretty interesting strategy from Perplex. First time we've seen this, sending a 2-man squad to that far right ad, like you were mentioning, Titles. And, of course, on the other side, they have, I think, a Shine just pretty much popping AG and doing all the healing they need with this Bloodlust in his cooldowns to make sure they keep themselves alive. And they're able to kill off both of these mini-bosses at the exact same time. This is just a huge time save. But the other thing that this actually gains them is when they go back to the middle to finish off this second mini-boss, they can just sit there, cleave down the trash, wait for the boss to spawn, and then just pull the boss on top of all of the trash that they have there. It saves them so much time to just be able to cleave that down during the boss. In the meanwhile, we saw Direwolves go for a much more similar strat, but they saved the Bloodlust going for the more standard routing. But they used it on this double Bloodguard pull, which is a bit of a question mark, right? You're sending your major damage cooldown that buffs the entire group into a pack where there's a big damage reduction on the group. Little bit of a questionable decision, but it ended up working out for them. Even though they had a death here, they were able to get through the poll relatively cleanly and keep it close to Perplexed. And let's talk about what happened here. This is something we almost saw happen to Polish Mountain yesterday. When you go for this boss skip, if the emissary spawns upstairs, it can stay out of range and be in an untargetable spot. And this ended up costing Perplexed easily about 30 seconds on their key. This emissary is just going to sit here and channel its damage reduction on top of the boss, which means you don't really get to progress on the boss at all.
This is so bad.
This is worst case scenario. And to add insult to injury, I'm pretty sure it might be evade bugging out there, which is
I think they just can't reach it
for
because
them.
it's up vertical, right? Like, how are you going to get up there? You're a full melee comp, right? No,
Either way, it just costs them so much time, they can't get it done. Something I think you guys might have missed on the broadcast, or might have had other things to talk about, is this skip from Direwolves, which actually got them back in. We have the tailoring stun being used by Jack on the Overseer into the Shroud skip, and then Jack melds off the aggro from the Overseer, so they don't have to worry about that first Overseer at all. And that was one of the things that actually got them back into the match. They were able to get this pull into the final boss with more trash count than Perplexed, although poor Chaz just not able to get to the puddle against the pull of the Cosmic Singularity. And that was all she wrote. You know, I don't think this was probably going to be a comeback from them. Perplex did have the second Lust available on the boss, which would have propelled them ahead, but there were a lot of interesting choices from both Perplexed and Direwolves here, and I think the thing that's really exciting about early MDIs and an expansion is the fact that we get to see these differing strategy ideas from the teams, and I think it would have been really close if both of the teams had a clean run, but Perplex maybe just a little bit faster with the split spider strategy.
I like Perplexed strat a little bit more. I will say the fact that they ended up having swag proc his cheat death. I wonder like what the success rate of that like split squad is actually going to end up being, because I think that there's a world where swag dies there and they are in grave peril.
There definitely is a world where it happens. I mean, difficult to tell with the two of them there, with some of the additional times that were added in, just how close it would have been, but it seems like with their strats, they would have been a little more neck and neck. I mean, Dawnbreaker is a fast one coming up. So figuring out how they're going to use these lusts, where they're going to put them, how they're going to just blast through this, I think is going to be kind of the thing here as they try to get a clean run on either side. I mean, Dratnos for these teams going in, coming out of this perhaps a bit of a stumble of a first one, how do you think Dawnbreaker is going to shake out for them?
Yeah, Dawnbreaker's an interesting one, because on live, it's often one of the kind of quicker dungeons already, which there's not actually a whole lot of, like, MDI-sized pulls options available to you, right? What are you going to do on the first pull? You've got, every mob, and a lot of them, it's just going to come down to how well you execute the pulls that you kind of have in front of you. Looks like we're going to see it getting straight underway here as well. We actually have a Warlock for Direwolves, the Destruction Warlock. Quite a few comp differences as well. We've got the Prot Warrior versus Vengeance Demon Hunter as well between the two teams. The affix that's active in this dungeon as well is Ascendant. Xalatat's Bargain Ascendant as well, which is the one where the orbs rain down from the sky and need to be CC'd or dispelled or something like that before they go off. So both of these comps have quite a few tools for dealing with that.
Right out the rip, just a major difference between the two teams is that Direwolves ended up popping their lust on that first pull of the dungeon, where Perplexed ends up saving it. I think
it actually rolled into this pull for Direwolves a little bit, but for like 10 seconds they were running with Bloodlust, which is never a good feeling.
Lust is kind of an interesting tool in this dungeon, kind of like you were talking about earlier, because there are so many required pulls to do. There's actually a decent amount of boat trash that's required. There's a decent amount of forced mini-bosses that you also have to do. And so I want to say like 60 or 70% of your count is actually forced in here. So then there's a question as to, like, are you supposed to actually use it on any of that 30% count in that courtyard area, or are you supposed to maybe posture for like a second lust? Because I think that both of those things are valid options, but it's more of a question of like where you're supposed to be using it. But Direwolves are getting a little bit of a lead here, but I think most of it's off the back of that Bloodlust on the first pull.
Yeah, so Perplexed are going to be playing for one lust in this dungeon, whereas Direwolves are hoping to get two, right? That's the reason you just press it on the first pull, is because you're thinking, okay, if we don't press it now, we aren't getting a second one this dungeon. But your second one now, if you're Direwolves, is just going to be on the last boss, right? Whereas Perplexed are going to get a lust wherever they want it in this dungeon.
Dude, Ascended, I think, is probably my favorite affix.
It's sweet, yeah. It's a great one.
Oh my gosh. Dude, Staple, bad dragon riding.
The buff that it grants players, what is it?
It's 20% haste. It's 2% haste per orb, and it stacks up to 10.
Awesome, yeah.
Or the alternative, the downside is obviously spell haste on the mobs.
Right, we don't like that.
Spell haste is really weird because it doesn't work the exact same for every single mob. Of course, for casters, it can just do something like increase the web bolt cast speed. But for some mobs, it can also just increase their like CDR of some of their abilities, and can be really weird.
Yeah. That's something you definitely don't like to see on some mobs, and other mobs it just don't do anything, right?
Yep, Direwolves, they're actually able to get the second boat trash dealt with a little bit faster than Perplexed. They're about 2 or 3 seconds ahead of them. But again, notably, that Bloodlust difference. Also, what do you think about the Warlock here? Why do we think that we're playing Warlock over Frost Death Knight? So Stapor is a Warlock main, I guess, just to put that out there. Stapor is a Warlock main, so that could be one of the major reasons.
Yeah, depending on the pulls as well that you're setting up in this dungeon, you may have pulls with like 2 important targets, which Destruction Warlock works pretty well against, right, with the Havoc ability. They also just do a lot of damage. I'm not convinced that it's just it might just be they think it's just a high overall damage class as well. I'm not sure if there's any good gateways or anything like that in this dungeon. Like, I'm not sure if there's any Warlock utility moments in this dungeon to speak of.
I think they're also playing that Mayhem talent instead of
Havoc.
Now.
Okay, yeah, so just full AoE.
They got the auto Havoc on. I'm pretty sure that's the Destro build from this season.
All right, we do have Perplexed actually are going to be the first team to break that 50% threshold on this boss. So despite the fact that Direwolves lusted the first pull of this dungeon, Perplexed have actually accelerated, caught up, and overtaken them by a few percent on this boss. It's not a huge lead, but when you factor in that Perplexed are going to get a better lust than Direwolves in the rest of this dungeon, I think Perplexed have definitely got a medium advantage now.
I think this next pull for both of these teams is probably going to end up being the make or break. What I have suspicion is going to happen is it's going to be like one of those large chapel pulls with the Fear mini-boss. You have 3 mini-bosses that are forced here. In theory, they could go to the Orb mini-boss, but I think that that's unlikely relative to how many offensive CDs you have. Because more often than not, with the RP that happens after this first boss and the time that it takes to have the trash spawning, you're going to end up having like most of your offensive CDs up. Like looking at Perplexed here, they're going to have the Ascendants, they're going to have the Breath of Syndragosa here, just coming up in a couple of seconds. And like I was talking about, they are moving their way into that Fear mob house. How much trash are they going to be grabbing here is the real question. Is Direwolves on the right side of your screen looking to do something maybe a little bit different as to where they're posturing, but similar style strategy with, they're going to get similar-ish mobs.
Yeah, so Perplexed are grabbing like all of the outer front steps courtyard, whereas Direwolves are starting in the back of the priory or back of the chapel and are going to be grabbing all of these manifested shadow pulls. So they're going to have a lot of swirlies to dodge. Also some tacticians here. I'm a little bit worried for Jack for his health here, because those tacticians auto very hard when they have that enrage.
Divine is also a little bit scared here without that cheat death. He does look like he's going to have it come back up here in a couple of seconds, but the fact that he's tanking this entire pack without that massive cheat death for Prot Warrior is very scary.
Yeah, Battlescarred Veteran, very powerful effect this season.
that ability is OP, by the way.
It's very, very good, yeah. So is Last Resort for Vengeance. It's definitely a huge, margin of error that both specs get access to.
Okay, Perplexed is done with their pull.
Yep,
they're moving to Grandma's house. It's Grandma's house next.
So Direwolves got a little bit more count out of this exchange, but not an awful lot more. And Perplexed, of course, still sitting on that Lust. That might allow them to get some more count from the pull after this. So the AMZ is going to come down from Wolf Disco to keep everybody alive through that mini-boss AoE.
Just talking a little bit here, I think that Perplexed, the way that they're gathering these mobs, is probably about a 5 to 6 second time gain over how Direwolves was pathing through here. Direwolves basically just like landed inside the safe zone and then used Silent Sigil to get the Dark Casters and those Tacticians on top of this mini-boss, where Perplexed just landed on top of the mini-boss and they used double DK grip to grab the Dark Casters up, and the Tacticians just followed them.
Yeah, that Death Grip is a huge time save in a spot like that, something that, of course, Direwolves don't have access to, not playing that Death Knight in this dungeon. As Perplexed now setting up what should be their Lust pull, if we are correct about the theory here for their strat. A lot of enemies coming into this. They've got that mini-boss now.
Where's
it
the
looks
Lust?
like they're holding the Lust, though, so maybe we're going to Lust the boss with the rest of the trash here?
I think it's the remainder of the courtyard trash into the boss with the Lust.
That also sounds good to me.
They're waiting for their Ascendants and their Breath of Syndragosa to come up as well. I think that's part
that
of
makes
it.
sense, yeah. You don't want to use Bloodlust without those. We do have Breath available for Wolf Disco, but Pillar still 25 on that. And of course, Ascendance is available.
Oh, you died!
With Death for Direwolves. It's going to be an Ankh, but that's still minus 15 seconds. And actually, still quite low health here.
The orb is going to be going off here in a couple seconds, but it does look like Chaz is able to get Ryu-topped off. Yeah.
Okay, here comes the Perplexed Lust pull for sure this time. Yep, there it is. The Bloodlust activated 7 minutes and 25 seconds into the dungeon. But, if you think the dungeon's only going to be 10, 11, 12 minutes, you can wait as long as you want for that Lust if you're only going to get one good one.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. Perplexed is actually melting the boss, and the trash is already dead.
Wow.
Man. Like, this was incredibly fast, and I think that it makes sense. They line it up with the
10 million DPS out of a
CDs,
shine
basically.
here, and this pull didn't have that many enemies in it as well. A lot of that is boss damage. That is crazy amounts of DPS. All of those CDs being stacked together, really powerful. So we have another death for Direwolves. Rogue down, B-Res committed. Looks like they're going to be able to recover from this, but that's another 15 seconds that they very much could not afford to lose right now. As another death now.
Chaz out of the Tactician ground effect.
And another death as well as a result of a healer being dead. The raid damage from the boss is going to take out another player for Direwolves. So that's 4 deaths for them. They might be able to still finish this boss. I think they're probably going to end up wiping. At this point, it is on Perplexed. If Perplexed can just complete this dungeon, there is very little that Direwolves will be able to do to catch back up here. They are going to try and reset this boss. The Shadow Meld comes out, but it looks like it's going to not work for Direwolves, and they are going to fully die, but the Affix is now spawning as well for them. It's just catastrophe for the Direwolves.
0-7 to the Direwolves, as it looks like Perplexed is going to be able to take this one.
Yep, that Dark Architect summoning the boss now. Last boss of the dungeon. This thing has a lot of health, but you do get those fire bombs to deal most of that damage here in Phase 1.
I wish we had decimals for this boss, by the way. Just because the boss phases and gets sent to the raid at 60% health, but the remainder of the fight that we're going to fight in phase 2 after we throw those 6 bombs at the boss is basically going to be 64% down to 60. And so that 4%, it's a long 4%.
Yeah, you can see the boss just getting hit for like 6% by each of these bombs getting thrown in. Actually, a pretty sketchy time here. If you're carrying one of those bombs, you do have a dot while you're carrying it. Zevi, you're going to have to take care of all of those, of course. Oh, that might be one of the reasons for the Warlock, actually, is the Warlock can maybe help lighten the load rather than just having your healer do all 3 of them, because they are ranged as well. Although, you know, probably the healer's just going to do all 3 for every team in this dungeon. That is healer work, if I've ever seen it. Yeah, Zevi grabbing another bomb. Oh, and actually it looks like Swag is going to run out and help grab one of the bombs too, so Zevi only forced to do 2 of the 3 on this set.
The hardest part about playing a full melee comp on this dungeon is finding somebody who is willing to have less than 100% melee DPS uptime.
Yeah. Oh, Swag nearly jumps off the edge there trying to get one last auto on the boss. Does manage to get caught on the rim of the boat there. Able to get onto the mount. And it looks like Perplexed are actually landing and killing a webbed victim here.
Well, they're just building Tempest stacks.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to keep their...
and combo points.
Exactly. They're keeping all of their resources. So this is just a resource pull while the boss is flying. Because, of course, you can't mount during combat. They're still in combat this whole time.
In addition to that, he's a victim. He needed help.
Exactly, yeah. They had to free an extra civilian from the webs there. As Direwolf's also working on this part of the dungeon. But are in the same geographical location of the dungeon, but a full boss behind, unfortunately.
Dude, Perplexed having the boss at 62% going into this phase is actually pretty low on the boss.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage here. They shouldn't need too much more. They're going to delay that kick for as long as possible, and then land it at the last second, because otherwise it just keeps the boss from doing nothing for a while, which is nice.
You normally feed that kick to a Shine in this situation, too. Shamans have a talent called Season Wins this season, where they get spell DR from the from damage
against
sources.
The school of the kick, right? So
exactly.
like you kick a nature spell, you get a nature DR for damage reduction
Insane
for a little
talent,
while.
by the way.
Yeah,
just
very nice effect.
You want to
it looks like there's going to be,
wow,
60% already for Perplexed. That's going to stop the clock for them. 11:27 in here, 0 death run, flawless execution in the Dawnbreaker.
Our predictions, they're alive.
In this, but all of you celebrate the victory alongside Perplexed. If you thought they might go 2-0, as they did. Well done to Perplexed here in this first series that we got to see. I mean, these 2 maps really did present some hurdles, and Direwolves ultimately just racked up more deaths, it seems like, overall. But I'm curious, you know, Tuttles, what do you think made Perplexed more successful, even with a lot of the things they were up against here in this initial series?
I think that a lot of it comes down to just like, whenever we were talking about that second mini boss pull, just how concise they were at like actually getting the pull started. I think that's what really makes some of these like top end MDI teams a little bit different than some of the other teams. Of course, Direwolves had that full wipe. That full wipe was catastrophic. Even the Ryu death, I felt like it was getting close to like sealing the deal. If you're going to have 1 death, I think a team like Perplexed is going to be able to exploit that just long term. But I think that Perplexed, this was the bounce back game that we needed to see after the Arakara. The Arakara, we had a couple of fumbles. I think that we lost probably a minute and a half to that dungeon, what we could have had. But I think that Perplexed, that Dawnbreaker was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, they had it planned out. They knew exactly where they wanted to pace that, holding that lust as well. Great to see them coming back here from that huge kind of disaster Arakara initially, which they still made it through, and they still gave it their all. They took that victory. But we'll have more in-depth here to discuss with both of these as we look at this Dawnbreaker run. Zyronic, would you like to give us some more details from your perspective?
Yeah, of course. So, first off, I think the Warlock pick here is actually quite an interesting idea from Direwolves. I think it was actually a great pick for the dungeon. I think where they went wrong, though, was probably lusting the first pull. I like the idea of getting 2 less in the dungeon, but when you have a pull as difficult as that second boss pull that both of the teams ended up going for, having the lust for a little extra safety really is going to help them out there. But back to the Destrolock pick, after the buffs, Hellcaller Destro has some of the highest AoE damage potential in the game, and it kind of... goes quadratically, right? The more mobs you pull, the more the AoE it does is, which is not the same as other classes, right? Unholy DK is another class that also benefits from that, and they made good use of it here with this first pull after the first boss here. This pull was actually about 6% count more than what Perplexed did, and with the aid of the Warlock cooldowns here, they were able to just blast through this pull and really pull themselves back into the dungeon. But unfortunately, without the Bloodlust when they got to that second boss room area, they kind of just faltered on the trash pack. That was where that Ryu death came in, died to one of the many Shadow Bolts in that particular section of the dungeon, and because they knew that they were going to chain pull into the boss afterwards, they didn't pop their cooldowns on the initial mini-boss pull, so they were in combat with that mini-boss for probably about 45 seconds, and that ended up costing them a ton of time. Whereas for Perplexed, they were able to just go straight into the boss with the Bloodlust with the cooldowns and just burn through everything quickly. It wasn't too much of an issue for them. Perplexed really have this run down super clean. I mean, the burst from the Enhanced Shaman here, obviously insane. Bursting for over 12 million damage with a lot of that going into the boss is extremely impressive, but as you can see, for Dire Wolves here, didn't really pan out as well for them, unfortunately. They were so far behind at this point, they just didn't have the time to catch back up. And of course, the death, just to add insult to injury, just really cost them. Perplexed were even doing simple things like, did you guys see during the RP, while Roshanon was flying down to his platform, they took a little break, stopped off in the middle of the city and hit webbed victims to generate a little extra charges to generate some Maelstrom stacks, generate some energy, get some combo points for the boss. Like, they have this min-maxed to the absolute maximum, and
this is good.
That right here. This is really good. I mean, Perplexed were just lights out in this dungeon, in this series, in this tournament so far. Perplexed has been really good, and aside from like a weird emissary spawn in that Arakara, they've been on point. This is what we want to see from this team.
Getting a free Tempest stack there was actually just like something that's really low key, but I think again that's why you see Perplexed as maybe even the favorite to win the entire MDI this season. That team is really good.
They are qualified now through the Global Finals, right? This win has brought them into the spot in the bracket where they're guaranteed to be top 3 this weekend at least, which is a Global Finals, ticket for them. So huge congratulations for Perplexed. They are our first of 8 teams that we know we will be seeing in the Global Finals. But of course, the weekend is not over for them, but the day is. They are done for today as a result of their triumph.
Good problem.
Yes.
They are. They've solidified it. They've moved on. They can relax a little bit. And they've moved on to that next upper bracket, which we will see tomorrow. Dire Wolves, though, they're going to have to prove that they can claw their way back up. I mean, they are a strong team, but of course, they need to clean some things up. Had a lot of deaths that just added a lot of time on the clock. So as they move down to the lower bracket, we'll be looking ahead to see who between This Is Almost Fine and Polish Mountain is going to be facing off with them later. But of course, up next, we'll have Missed Count and Team Name. A very exciting matchup here, given that Missed Count is so incredibly strong. I mean, we saw some performances from them yesterday that I think were some of the most exciting, but Team Name has kind of brought this curveball in where we weren't expecting them to go forward, and I mean, I'm curious what we all think, Tettles, Team Name, do you think they're going to be able to stand up to Missed Count here?
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. No, I don't. But that's what makes the MDI so exciting, right? The fact that you can watch the MDI and you can expect a team to win, and then if you run the results back, 10 times, there's probably 1 or 2 of those that Team Name ends up winning it, and it comes off of being able to take advantage of mistakes from the other team. I think that Direwolves is a great example of this. They could have won that Arakara if they didn't have any mistakes over a first seed like Perplexed in a very dominant first seed fashion from the time trials. Missed Count, I think, are a heavy favorite in this next series, but I don't think it's to really discredit the fact that Team Name already upset a very highly seeded team to make it to this point. So I think that it's not something that you should just overlook them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Name is out to get a name for themselves, make their name, if you will. Who knows what it'll become, but right now, Team Name is trying to define where they stand in this competition, for sure. I mean, Missed Count is a huge one to go up against, and like we said, they had some really strong performances yesterday, but we'll see what happens with Team Name and Missed Count after the break. Everybody sit tight for a few minutes. We'll be back with our next map shortly. the break is over and we are back for our next matchup here. It's gonna be an interesting one, you know? We've got Missed Count versus Team Name, and while it looks like it's gonna go in Missed Count's favor, we have to see if Team Name might be able to really, you know, pull something off here. And I know, Makes, you actually were chatting a little bit with Team Name, so we'll get some more details here in a second, but chat, before that, get your predictions in about who's going to take it here. Don't let us influence you, you know, listen to your hearts, pick what you think is gonna be the one. But while you all make your decisions, we'll chat a little bit more about the teams and maybe that can help weigh in. So Makes, tell us a little bit about Team Name coming into this, because we haven't known as much about them in this MDI as we do Missed Count.
So it's interesting because we were talking about this yesterday, whether or not this is the same team name that we had before. I reached out to them and it's actually not. They did qualify to Season 1 and Season 2 of Dragonflight WoW Esports, but they didn't get to play. So both times they had to drop out before actually getting to play in the Cups. This time around, they're here to actually show off what they can do, and thus far it has been looking really good. Not necessarily the biggest, most flashiest MDI style pulls, but a clean run, especially with Challenger's Peril on the menu, is worth so much in some of these dungeons, and that is going to be their approach going forward into today. If they can have a 0 death run like they had yesterday, and then maybe the other team has a mishap happen to them, then they might just take yet another map or even another series.
They might, and we hope that they can, you know, get that in, show what they're made of, and after all these attempts trying to get into the MDI, really have a good run here. But of course, Missed Count have really already not missed the mark. They've hit the mark. They've done an amazing job so far. We had some big dynamic runs with them yesterday where even deaths didn't seem to slow them down whatsoever. So, I mean, Nagura, looking at Missed Count, what do you think are kind of their strengths? And, I mean, do you think there's any chance that they fall here to Team Name?
So Missed Count did look incredible yesterday, and, I mean, they always do. They are just an incredible team. I do want to say, though, that obviously because of Challenger's Peril, I do think that's, I mean, it's new to everyone, but especially for this MDI, it's possible that they maybe are going a bit too, like, doing a bit too crazy pulls on their side and end up having some deaths here and there or some wipes, and that's exactly what makes sad about Team Name. They're playing a little bit safer on their side, and they're there to capitalize off of another team's mistakes. I do think if Missed Count has overcooked some of their strategies and maybe it's going a little bit too big, then Team Name could potentially get one map off of them, but I don't think they will be winning the series.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, slow and steady wins the race is a phrase that we hear a lot, but in MDI, that obviously is not the case whatsoever. And I mean, as we look at this kind of strategy between more conservative steady pulls or bigger pulls at the cost of deaths, I mean, Tuttles, do you think, is there a significant advantage, or in MDI, is it really just go big or go home?
Well, so, you know, a team like Team Name might be looking to go slower but more consistent. A team like Missed Count is going to be going faster and consistent. And so, like, whenever you look at just like the experience of this team. So Missed Count was Eclipse in the last MDI. They were Global Finals qualifiers. They were Missed Count in the last TGP. They got 3rd place in the last TGP. Prior to this MDI season starting up, they were the 3rd place team on live for key pushing. I think that this is just a team that has a lot of experience playing together with one another, and they have a lot of synergy that's built up over a couple of tiers and a couple of years. And I also think that they've now learned the process a little bit better of how to be a cohesive unit. And I think that for Missed Count, it's like, sure, they had a little bit of a couple of deaths in Stone Vault yesterday, but I think that the strategies that they're deploying are those that are of like championship caliber teams, and I think that Missed Count is just probably going to continue to put their foot on the gas, and they're looking like they could potentially win this weekend with how fast they're going.
Yeah, and as you can see, our predictions down below, except for Makes. Makes this time, you know, we had a bit of differing taste on this one, but I mean, we can see that everybody, at least here on our side, for the most part, does think that likely this is going to be a sweep. Yeah, Makes, you're the only one.
I love an underdog story. I love an underdog story, Makes.
That's it. Thank you, Tuttles. So, you know, sometimes you just have to root for maybe the team that is not necessarily favored to at least take a map, okay? Wouldn't that be so great? If they came into this tournament, we undervalued them in the first series. They finished out 2-0, and now they play against Missed Count, notably a massive team with lots of competitive history, as Tuttles was just saying. and they take a map off of them. Wouldn't that be so great?
Okay.
I personally would be here for it, but we are going to be seeing our bans here, Tettles.
I'm not in love with the fact that team name bans Mist of Tyranid Scythe instead of Stone Vault. I feel like the Stone Vault, from what we've seen from Mist Count, is one that is like just like a win con. That's like a win now type of situation.
Yeah, they were so strong yesterday. I mean, that's one that I would have taken off the table immediately, but it looks like they're going to leave it on there, and we are going to be getting into our first game here. Mist Count versus
Unholy
team
DK.
name as they go into
Unholy,
Necrotic Wake.
yes!
Unholy!
There it is.
So this is actually something
DKs!
Tels and I were talking
right.
about earlier on. We were thinking on what dungeons could be like Unholy DK flavored, and we were both in agreement that Necrotic Wake, if it came to show, that Unholy DK definitely would do well, and both teams actually deciding to do that, but team name puts one on
Can
top
we-
as Kako actually goes down and says, we played both DK specs.
Can we quickly look at how much they're pulling onto this boss? They pulled the whole
Everything.
area onto Blightbone. They pull literally everything. And we do have that death on a team name, but didn't manage to recover as most of the trash has already been dead as this happened. And this is just absolutely insane. I think this is the reason why we've seen so many teams ban out Necrotic Wake, because this is just such a volatile dungeon on a +9 that we're seeing here. And they're just going in, pulling everything onto Blightbone. And just nuking it all down. This is just so incredibly volatile. So many things you have to watch out for. We do see the double disc priest coming in as well. Priest is going to play a major role in this dungeon later on that we're going to be seeing in just a second. But yeah, double DK. This, of course, being a time trial dungeon, and we've seen this double DK as well in the time trials played. So it's really cool to see it back. Thunder also playing Unholy. So Miscount only playing the 1 DK, but playing the Unholy as well.
So maybe to just explain why we're expecting Unholy DK to do well here, and for example on Snowbolt, or maybe even Arakara, Unholy DK does great at funnel damage. So if you have one big HP target and then lots of smaller ones, it's just going to be doing so great, and that's exactly why you're seeing these style pulls with everything onto boss. But for team name, the tragedy just doesn't want to stop. More chaos as Blightborn finally does go down. Another death on the menu. That was not their plan going into this series. They were saying, we just want to play clean, we want to play with 0 deaths, and that's exactly not what's working out here. However, with seeing that they're very comfortable on playing that Unholy DK, we now also know why they didn't ban that Stone Vault out.
Yeah, so it definitely looks like Team Name having some issues here to start. Still managing to finish off the run, the pull though, which is crucial, right? Obviously having a full wipe there on that boss pull would be insane. Unfortunately, Fassi also goes down here, DK death on Team Name as they gathering up another pull. Miscount though, they did finish off their second pull of the dungeon, where they pulled the mini boss. They also pulled 2 of the Marauders that were on top of the bridge, and now AJ is moving forward to potentially start the event, is I believe what he's going to be doing here. As he's walking up, there's a little bit of an RP event that you trigger when you walk in here. There we go. AJ is going to be starting this. Tara does go down for Team Name. They're tanked. They don't have a Battle Rest available, so this is going to be a full team wipe for Team Name, unfortunately.
Yeah, this series is not going in their favor, so let's just focus in on what Miscount is doing, because if you thought that first pull of the dungeon was crazy, get ready for what they're doing next. We're just gonna run that again. Everything onto this boss is what they're planning to do here, and in come the mobs. Kira has them gathered up already. We're just waiting for them to group up at the door here, and then a Marth is also going to be dragged into it. It's a lot that is happening here. This pull is absolutely insane. You have the Monstrosity, you have the Marauder, you are going to get the extra adds from a Math as well, and it's just a lot of control, and you're just hoping for your Unholy DK, for your Rogue, for your Enhanced, to handle all of that extra damage. But the Rogue and the Enhanced, similar to the Unholy, are so happy about that extra funnel, so I'm really excited to see how they do with this pull.
Very cool tech coming in from Miscount as well previously to this boss pull, as AJ did walk all the way over to grip Thanner up on the other side, while the other 3 members used a passenger mount to move over on this side to be able to skip some of the trash. So really, really cool tech coming in by Miscount, and it's just so quick. We're only 4 minutes into the dungeon. They're already about to finish off Amarth. Tara does go down for team name again on the right side of your screen. That means they don't have a battle rest. So Tara had to release. They're trying to recover here, but they're just having such a hard time with this pull. You can see how volatile this is when you have to pull so much in these dungeons. This is just absolute insanity, and they're running out of these defensive and offensive cooldowns as well that they're committing whenever some of those players do go down.
Yeah, and that maybe comes a little bit back to what Fazzy was telling me yesterday. This is actually the first time ever that Tara is playing tank. There used to be a main healer for eons, basically, a top world raider as well on healer. So trying to figure out the niche mechanics of doing these massive pulls as a tank might have been lacking for them here, as maybe that experience is not all the way where they would have liked it to be. A lot of tragedy happening there with now already 15 deaths. We are going to be zoning in onto missed count. And now, of course, this part of the dungeon is a little bit less, well, big pull happy than some of the other parts. You have to wait for the extra packs to spawn once that first settlement is through. And so we're going to be a little bit slower here than what we saw in the previous two massive pulls.
Yeah, definitely a little bit slower here. They could go pretty big here at the start and just pull all of these trash packs together, but it looks like they're just doing one and one. So they're doing one side of the room and then the other side of the room. You can see them engaging it right now. So this is where the priest is going to come into play, right? We did see one of these, the cleavers. I forgot the name of them up, but they throw the cleavers. You can see Thanner has one of them on him. And there we go, the flash collector. Flash crafter, there we go. They are going to be using that one to move forward because it does friendly fire damage to the mobs whenever a cleaver is being thrown. If no one intercepts it, it's going to be thrown onto the player that is targeted, does a lot of damage. A player can intercept it as well, or a mob can intercept it. So you can use it to do extra damage to the mobs, but also to the boss. Now, the reason why you need the priest is because as Megs just mentioned, this is an event, so you have to finish off the previous trash pack for the next pack to spawn and for the boss to ultimately spawn. So you technically have to finish off the Flash Crafter before you can move on, and you cannot take it along with you to utilize these throw cleavers. But with a mind control on the priest, the game thinks that you finish off the pack and the next pack will spawn. So you can mind control the Flash Crafter and spawn the next pack, and then you can just carry it through to the rest of the dungeon, utilize it for boss damage as well. It has been nerfed, so it's not as good anymore as it used to be in the past, but it's still very much free damage that they're going to be utilizing this dungeon.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? If you were allowed to have just a little bit of extra damage, after all, why shouldn't you take it? So that's exactly why it's going to be played. And then, of course, once we're actually in the boss fight, it will also be an additional health bar target for all of our classes that like having extra targets next to their main damage target. So that will be also used there. And we are seeing them just move through the event here, one by one. Once again, that mind control coming in, waiting for the right side pack to spawn. And then, of course, this boss fight in the War Within has caused a lot of groups a little bit of agony, I would say. It seems to have been scaling very hardly, especially at the beginning of the expansion. Now I feel it's more in line with what we were expecting to, so I'm not too worried about the team finishing this boss strongly.
I don't think so either. Now, of course, the Flash Crafter does give extra damage, but it also makes it slightly more difficult because you have to look out for its position. You have to throw in the mind control and the hex once in a while. They're hard to see to make sure that it's in the correct spot. And on top of that, of course, you also have to position yourself properly to make sure the throw cleaver does go onto the enemies and not on anyone in your team. So a little bit more complex to play with it, but of course no problem for a miscount as they're now engaging Stitch Flash, and this is the boss, as you mentioned, that has been causing issues for many groups, as of course this boss did a lot of damage, has been nerfed a few times ever since, because these creations, they just do, yes, they are doing a lot of AoE damage to a group that is increasing the longer the creation is alive, and that causes some issues for sure. The longer the boss fight does go on, but we've seen Miscount saving up on some of these weapons that they've been picking up throughout the dungeon, some of these spears that they now have been throwing onto Stitch Flash. Fenner actually holding on to one of the spear for the last boss, it seems, because it looks like they don't need all of them to finish up this boss. With the cleaver damage coming in as well, did you see it actually was a pretty big chunk of damage onto the boss there? So really well done. Looks like they have to get the... No, never mind.
Clean.
They got it.
Very clean.
Nicely
One
done.
phase and down for Miscount. And now you can see that the crafter is still here. Ideally, we would like to take that one up as well. We'll see whether or not that works out for them here. Kira getting in fight, being ported up. And now we're going to get that zoned up as well as we are into Nalthor. And actually, something that I never knew about this boss is that it has crazy voice lines, because I don't play with boss voice lines, but this boss, when you listen to what he actually says, he's like end boss level, trying to say like, oh, like I am the dominant. He's a little bit, yeah, maybe not very realistic.
Oh, let's see. We skipped the Exile. Gonna cast one more time. Oh, unfortunately, Fenner did get the Exile casted on him twice. You can see the Shadow Melt is on cooldown. So he did skip the first cast with that Shadow Melt, but then he recast it again. And unfortunately, if it goes to the same person again, and he does not have any kind of displacement or anything to get to skip the cast, you actually have to go down and deal with the Siphoner here, which is not ideal. They would have liked for that cast to go maybe on Yargi. They can use his Shadow Melt and his Vanish to completely skip that Exile cast, because even though you are getting an extra damage buff whenever you come back up, it's not really worth the time in a key level like this in the MDI. They would be much quicker if Thenner would just be DPSing up here. But you can see the Flash Crafter now has snapped up to them. They're going to be using some more cleavers to damage the boss, but they also need to finish it off for the last couple of percentage that they needed for the enemy forces. And now they are at 100%, and Nalthor is about to die. And what a run by Miscount. This looked so incredibly clean. 0 deaths on the board. 11 minutes 29 clear, winning that first Necrotic Wake against Team Name.
A
Beautiful,
huge victory.
really.
Yeah, beautiful, gorgeous run, right? I mean, this victory going to missed count here, well earned, and of course, you know, Team Name, you hung in there, you kept going, and honestly, I consider that a victory in and of itself. But missed count taking the real victory here, and as we kind of think about this, as we hope that Team Name is able to kind of rally themselves and reset, how do you think that this run actually showcased Miscount's strengths, right? We won't worry too much about Team Name. It was not ideal. Obviously, 22-something deaths, a rough time. But Miscount, their strengths in this, what do you think showcases what makes them a strong competitor, Nagura?
So, I mean, Miscount just did all of these insane runs and somehow had 0 deaths. Like, I'm just so amazed how clean it looked. And still, I think they did like maybe, before they went up to Necropolis, I think they did like 3 pulls in total, or 4 at most, which is just insanity. Like, that was just incredibly clean by them. And it's going to be hard for another team to even match this, I think, in my opinion. This was just super, super clean.
Yeah, this definitely sets the bar, I think. Missed Count has been pulling this off even yesterday, but setting the bar here in how you just consolidate those pulls, how you navigate them gracefully, and how you just manage to deal with anything that puts on you. Now, we'll take a look in more detail here and examine what went right, what went wrong. So, Tuttles, how do you think this map shook out?
I felt like this was like almost like a time trial run from Missed Count. So, for context, Missed Count, during their time trial run, they were 18 seconds faster on a key level lower on a 10 than they were in this 11. So I felt like this was almost their perfect run. And so whenever you're looking at from like an other team's perspective, I feel like you have to be scared of Miscount here. Just like even right off the bat here, this first pull, they bust out that Unholy Death Knight, and Thanner just full sends this trash pack. They take the mobs around, they get all of the gatekeepers, they get most of the trash that they're going to need for the rest of the dungeon. Like you guys were talking about, they 3-pull this first area. In a way that's pretty unprecedented. Like, they're even grabbing all the Marauders here. This is probably the point at which tank deaths are going to be the most common. Kira's HP here is very scary. They're even dropping that power word barrier as like a tank defensive. So right here, Kira is in a lot of danger. And whenever we looked at team name, this is where we saw the run kind of unravel a little bit from them, as they had some tank deaths. You know, they had a full wipe. I think they full wiped to that pack twice. I don't think it's necessarily something that you need to talk about too much, because I felt like missed count, whenever they're playing like this, they absolutely cannot lose. They're even doing like very interesting skips where you see AJ here is fading past the entire world, and then he just like grips his team up into the boss area. They take the remainder of the trash that they need from this section into the boss. And like I was talking about, you know, team name they had some deaths. They ended up having a full wipe on this pull, and once you have a full wipe in the MDI, it's pretty much over. But that didn't stop Miscount. Miscount really just put their foot on the gas here, and I think that one of the most interesting things that Miscount ended up continuing to do was their management of that Fleshcrafter. So the Fleshcrafter is a very interesting mob. It does friendly fire damage to other targets, and whenever you use that throw cleaver cast, it can actually hit mobs for like 50 million health. And so they have to make sure that they're using Void Tendrils. They're making sure that they use Hex. They're making sure that they're using Cage. You know, Sigil of Misery is even being used on it. And then they'll break the mob out of the CC whenever they need, or whenever that Fleshcrafter's Cleaver is on CD. And utilizing it in manners like this, right? You're breaking out of the Hex. Surgeon Stitchflesh was so close to not being one-phased, but you had things like Yargi sitting in stealth for his Master Assassin buff permanently, making sure that you also get that Fleshcrafter Cleaver on the mob. They barely pushed Stitchflesh to the 5% threshold to not have him do that escape, and I think that saved them an insane amount of time. And in my opinion, if Miscount plays like this, I don't think Team Name has a chance. And straight up as well, if I'm Perplexed and I saw Miscount do this Necrotic Wake, I would be scared. I think that they are posturing like a team that could win the entire weekend.
Yeah, there's a strong energy from Missed Count. They are just here and there like, you know, we've had in the past some stumbles, but in this one, we are going to bring it, and we are going to bring it hard, and they really are. I mean, that was an exceptional run from them. Even just seeing all of that, going back over at Tettles, I mean, I was over here just like, oh my gosh, yeah, they did that. Oh yeah, and that skip. I mean, it's so cool to see how well they pulled this off and the strategies that they had perfected ahead of time.
I think the team was really good, and then, like, it was either last season or it was 2 seasons ago, they added Thanner, and I felt like he was that variable that this team was missing, and they've really just accelerated their gameplay since adding Thanner to their team. I think that maybe he ends up adding a shot calling element that they didn't have in the past. Maybe he just gives them a little bit of better group cohesion, but since adding him onto their roster, that team has looked insanely good.
They made a good choice. They made a good choice, and we can only hope that Team Name is going to make some good choices in this next one. We have City of Threads coming up, and I mean, makes Team Name, they've got to shake this off. You know, that was not, I'm sure, what they hoped, especially with their kind of motto of aiming for perfect runs or just clean runs, right? What do you think that they're kind of trying to do right now to just reset and get ready for City of Threads?
I think that's one of the big things you have to have when you want to play in the MDI, or generally in competitive esports. You need to be able to shake it off and focus on what's ahead of you. You cannot be looking back if you're going into the next map. There's no benefit to that. You're not going that way, so look forward, look at what you're doing right now. And that City of Threats is a dungeon we've seen twice already. One time out of missed count, they locked in 12 minutes, 31 seconds with 0 deaths. So we can maybe check on whether or not they're even faster than themselves, because we know it is possible. Perplexed clocked in 12 minutes and 11 seconds. So I'm curious on how that is going to compare and whether or not Team Name does come close at all.
They're going to have to try to at least, you know, get through this one a bit more closely. Missed count, of course, it's hard when you have a team that is so powerful that you know is just going to be going so hard. But Team Name is going to have to bring it as well here if they want to stay in the competition or get one map on the board. We're diving into it now, so Nagura, take it away.
And there we go. We are in that City of Threats here, as we do see both teams using that Shroud, as we've seen all of the teams do so far. Skipping ahead to get this buff here, a damage, healing, and movement speed buff that they can get from the Rogue in the group, or the Priest, or an Engineer, really. And then they're going to be moving on and gathering up all of this. It looks like Miscount even looking like they don't need this buff. They're just going to move on. And I think the time that they need to get the buff is not worth it, as they're already gathering up all of the mobs to the first boss. This one can be pretty tricky at the start because, of course, there is not much room that you can use because of the boss mechanic of keeping you inside that ring. And then on top of that, you have that frontal to deal with, plus all of the orbs coming out and all of the extra damage coming through from the trash mobs as well, and another set of orbs coming through from the mobs as well. So you just have so much going on, but it looks like Miscount did execute it properly, did finish up all of the trash, and Team Name is about to follow as well. Both teams executing this very nicely.
Yeah, both teams also using that Bloodlust. I was just speaking about what the expected dungeon timer is, so you can nicely get both of them in there. But now for Miscount comes the part that usually costs a lot of time, that mini game, right? You want to try and get it done as quickly as possible. And we've even been seeing teams kind of split up, make sure that one person is already ahead at the very end of it to trigger that last mob to walk upwards while the rest of the team finishes out one of the eyes. So I'm curious on how Team Name is going to approach it. We've seen it from Miscount already, of course, but we're going to get another look here as they are preparing to take down that first spy as well as the next one, I would think.
Yeah, we are splitting up now. You can see AJ walking to one side, while Yargi did walk to the other side, and maybe the rest of the team is going to be gathering up that third spy. Looks like there we go. Kira. Actually, Kira's also alone, so I wonder if they're going to be even doing some Quadra spy thing. I doubt it, but we'll see how many spies, how many eyes they're gathering up. Now, of course, Kira, okay, just waiting around here. So Kira just waiting for all the spies, for all of the eyes of the queen to arrive, which is the main problem with this strategy, right? You can see that they are triggering the eyes, but then they have to carry the eyes, or the eyes have to move into the middle and have to gather up somewhere. So even though you can pull them, you still have to gather them up. It looked like they do have 3 eyes already here. Yargi did purposely walk into one of these detection areas to be able to get back to the entrance, because that's where they're gathering the mobs. So really nicely done by Yargi, being able to come back to the group quicker.
Well, don't underestimate how difficult this is, despite it maybe not looking like many mobs. There's a lot of damage that's going out from these spies, so you saw it there for a while on the HP bars that they were ticking really low, but AJ is already on the route to get the next one set up for them as he's pathing away from the group, saying, "You're on your own." Tragedy is striking. Team Name as Fazzy and Kaku both go down. Apex really low. That is going to be a couple of deaths that are now racking up, unfortunately, for Team Name once again. Oh, we're getting word from production.
It seems as though there may have been a bit of a mistake with the affixes here on the dungeon, so there is a purposeful reset that's going to be happening here. But, you know, this does give us a good opportunity here as they reset to actually talk about the unique seasonal affixes. We've seen some of them play a large role already here today and yesterday as well. So we'll touch on them a little bit as we get into this reset here. Makes, what are the affixes that should be on this one, and what are the teams going to be contending with?
So if I'm not mistaken, it should be Oblivion. It did show in our UI, but maybe one of the teams messed that up. And Oblivion is the one where there's a lot of orbs that spawn, and then you want to collect them. Once you collect them, you get Mastery and Leech for 30 seconds. However, if the orbs hit the mobs, instead, they get a 10% damage buff per orb, and it stacks up. So ideally, you want to soak them all up, get that nice little buff. You want to make sure that none of the enemy mobs soak any of these up, because then your healer will probably yell at you very angrily.
Yes, as a healer, I can confirm. Yeah, I will. You know, Nagura, is there anything else you wanted to add about the affixes, or even just what we got to see there from the first take of City of Threads?
I just wanted to mention that this is also our lowest key level of this map pool. It's a +9, which means that there's only tyrannical on this key and not both tyrannical and fortified like we see on 10 and above. So that of course means that the trash does have a little bit less HP, and that's why we can see some of these bigger pulls where they pull so much trash onto the bosses, which to be fair they do with fortified as well in these MDI. But on this one the trash does die a little bit quicker in comparison to the bosses because of that tyrannical only affix.
So just to explain what went wrong here, because I'm seeing a lot of confusion on that, the way it works on the tournament realm is that each team has basically a blank keystone and they have to put the correct affixes onto the keystone. So it is in the team's hands to make sure that they have the right affixes onto the right dungeon. In the past, that is something that happens every now and then. And they have to actually make sure they have the right keys and then get ready.
It was actually me. I actually put the wrong affixes on the keystones. Yeah, my
Tuttles did
bad.
it.
Wow, Tuttles.
Yeah, we put Tuttles in charge of it, and you had one job.
I'm really bad at juggling
Tuttles.
multiple things. Right. Moon can AUG player. I'm like the worst of both worlds.
Yeah. It seems like perhaps there were admin that actually were involved in the process as well. But look, either way, sometimes things like this happen as we coordinate groups from around the world to participate in the Mythic Dungeon International. And taking a second here just to kind of regroup, get things going, and get things set up. Thank you, chat, for being patient as we take a look. But City of Threads, yes, it's a little bit of a lower keystone, so we're dealing with less affixes. But this one does have some kind of unique moments, right? We have these eyes that get pulled. We've seen how they can kind of be grouped. And I'm curious, we've seen 3. Is there any world in which, Tuttles, is there any world in which you can maybe get all 4 of them on each other? Or is it just that the distance, you just can't make it work?
Well, I mean, what we saw, like, I don't know if you guys caught it whenever you were casting. I was sitting there watching it in replay. But Yargi was actually snapping one with Tricks of the Trade to the rest of the group. I think that there's a world where you maybe can get all 4 at the same time. It looked like maybe Miscount was going to be able to do it. I couldn't tell exactly what it was going to end up looking like. I do think there's a world where you can get 4. Now, there is a question as to whether or not, are you overcooking? Like are you overcooking your strat a little bit?
It's not worth it. Okay, so I think it's not worth it because basically once they deal with the last eye, the healer is moving on and waiting for that NPC to be talked to so he can open the door, right? But if you have 4 eyes, then the healer cannot go away. Like you're gonna need your healer if you're fighting 4 eyes. So I do think you're not actually saving time for doing all 4, and that's why I think maybe we're not going to be seeing that. But I'd like to be surprised by these teams, but we are now back in the dungeon, and let's see if we can do it this time around again, as both teams are moving in. But Kaku did, unfortunately, get in combat. Did he use Shadow Melt?
Yeah, so Shadow Melt has been used.
Reset. Yeah, they're not reset. They're gonna have to full wipe possibly, or they're trying to deal with this. But this is definitely not what Team Name has intended to do here at the start.
So, there's this kind of argument of, we'll have it go again, maybe it'll go a little bit cleaner than what happened. We also heard from production that the deaths we saw at the end of the previous run were intentional. They were already being told to remake. So they had a pretty good run before, and now it seems like it's again not working out. We're seeing similar imagery to that Necrotic Wake that we had before, whereas Miscount, they're already nearly through the boss. They have finished off all of that trash. You're just waiting for that boss to die off here while that Bloodlust is still running, and we'll be on our merry way to once again set up the eyes, and Team Name is now significantly behind.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be... Miscount, as you said, already did look really good beforehand, and they had a little bit of a faster strategy on their side. Mainly for not taking this buff, by the way, which is also something that I think is really cool to see, that Miscount... It's right there, right? It's like, we just walk up here, we click on this NPC, and we get a buff. Why would you not want to do that? But of course, just the time that you need to go there and take that buff, it's not worth it. Like, it's the extra damage that you get from it is not making up for the time that you lose. And Miscount certainly did do the math on that, tried it both ways, and figured out, what, this is not worth it. We're just going to run past. And to see that it actually is quicker is very cool, and we probably are going to be seeing the other teams adapting to that as well, which of course also means that the trash is going to die a little bit slower on that big first pull, which means that you might have to deal with more mechanics of the trash, which can make it more dangerous. So that is also something that you have to practice a couple of times for sure.
So the interesting thing about getting that buff is that you have to stand there and basically receive it for a couple of seconds, and you have to sit that out. If you want to get into the shroud and then group up the next big pull, then you cannot do that while that buff is still being applied. So that is probably why they think, oh, this time where we'll just have to stand around and wait for this mob to like channel onto us, we don't want to wait that out, and instead they're just going, and that's exactly what's happening here once again. Now on the left hand side we saw this before, but I think it's just nice to call it out one more time, using these detectors to get you ported back, to save you a little bit of running time, make sure you're not going to get, pathway blocked by some of these detectors as well, and having to wait to get everything ported in really quickly is a nice little tag that we've been seeing from teams as well, as they have stacked out your eyes one more time, and this is where AJ is going to run off like we saw in the previous tries. Now, Team Name has finished off their boss, but they still need to deal with this mini mob here before they can actually get the rest of the eyes zoned in.
The two cool things to mention here about miscount strategy. So first of all, Yargi, of course, using Tricks of the Trade on Kira before walking off to trigger that eye, then using Shadow Melt to drop combat so the Tricks actually, or the aggro on the tank is actually the main aggro, and for them to actually snap. Then, of course, walking into the detection area to get back to the team. Then AJ moving away, Shadow Melting off the aggro as well from the trash, so he can then mount up and move to that NPC, like I mentioned before, that he is going to be talking to as soon as the fourth eye has been dealt with by the rest of the team. So really nice coordinated spy game here by Miscount, and no problems whatsoever. Everything went very smoothly. Now, unfortunately for the next boss to spawn, there's nothing they can really do here efficiently, at least I know of nothing. We'll see if there's maybe a team that figures out some way to step trash or pull trash on top of this event here so they can get some extra count. But for now, they're just going to have to wait around for this boss to spawn, and there it is.
Yeah, so that's a big thing in the MDI, if you're not that familiar with the format, is that because it is a speedrunning competition, teams just try anything in their power to not just stand around and not do damage. They will do anything to skip RP, which is why you saw what AJ was doing, to make sure that they don't have to run into the wall and wait. However, sometimes there's just not much they can do, like right here, where they had to sit around and wait for the rest of the bosses to spawn. And now this is the second part that teams usually want to avoid, is to play bosses by just themselves. However, once again, here no team has shown any tech just yet. I could maybe see that a team would figure out how to pull behind the wall, right? That's something that we know from dungeons like Mist of Tyrna Scythe, where there's a way to sometimes surpass these fake walls that can open up. So maybe there is a way to actually grab the trash that is waiting after this boss into it. I'd be really, really happy to see that if it is possible.
Or trash from the very start that they skipped, right? Just play an Auguevoker, use a Wernstone. There's things you can do.
Ah, yes. Yep. Love to see the Auguevoker. Can we go back to Necrotic Wake?
Alright, Miscount did now manage to finish off the boss. Again, they're gonna have to wait for a little bit of RP here for that web to open so they can move on to the next trash area. Team Name, on the other hand, if you look at Team Names, of course, they are behind because of the issue they had at the very start. You might be thinking, okay, what issues did they have? They have 0 deaths. Well, yeah, they do have 0 deaths, but they actually missed their shroud, or basically their healer got in combat while in the shroud, which then caused them to have to deal with trash that they didn't want to deal with. That's why they're also 6% ahead in enemy forces. So technically, if they're ahead in enemy forces, it could mean that they're going to be somehow skipping a trash pack later on, but maybe they are not going to be able to because it's not something that they practiced.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how they do and whether or not they can maybe catch up some of the timer. Of course, 0 deaths is always still good, but look at what Miscount is doing. So they used Shroud to get up there, and then they had to wait a couple of seconds, I would assume, for a cooldown to get ready, maybe for the tank to actually be ready to take this pull face on, because it is very, very difficult. There's a lot of damage going out, a lot of interrupts. You can see the Whizzing Webs in the background casting on some of the players as well as they're finishing out this pull and looking just absolutely good while doing so. Look at that Rogue just pumping damage.
Yeah, this is an insane run by Miscount so far. They're 7 minutes in. They're already on their way to that third boss. You can see they already moved on as soon as they finished off that war shell. And some of the casters, I think they might have they did finish off all of the casters, but they definitely focused those priority targets, and then they instantly moved on. They didn't deal with the rest of the mobs here. You can see some of the affixes are actually reaching the mobs here because they've been moving on. So the mobs are going to have some of these buffs here. And it looks like they didn't actually finish off the webmasters.
No, they're taking
so
everything.
This is actually really scary. You can see some of these heals go through from the casters, right? You can see them heal back up, but they don't care. They're like, okay, why do we have to finish off the healers? We can just let them heal up and then deal with this trash onto the next boss. So they finish off the blobs to spawn the next boss, and now they're going to be just nuking it down while the boss spawns, and there it is.
So the way that ideally I think they want to have it is to have some of the mobs still here once the boss has spawned. So they're just running, then killing the smallies to spawn the boss. There's another RP there that they were trying to skip. And of course, with the classes that they're playing, especially Enhance and Rogue, they benefit a lot of having like a funnel target, which is also why when you're playing Frosty K, you don't want to nuke everything, so they have more value out of the extra HP bars. It didn't work out 100% here, so maybe the healing up is even intentional to delay the killing off of this pack just a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see that, but in the end, they only had like 3 mobs going into the boss here, and that would be enough to just finish it off. Looking good on enemy forces as well, as they're now chewing through that boss fight. Keep in mind, the timer that they locked in yesterday was like 12:30. We saw 12:11 from Perplexed. They're looking pretty good here to maybe beat their own timer and maybe also Perplexed's.
Yeah, I think so. I think they are actually looking incredibly strong here. As the only thing that happened here, I think the boss spawned a little bit slow for them, so I'm not sure if they finished off the blobs a little bit too late. But other than that, this run was really, really clean. Team Name now also managed to finish off the war shell as well, and they're on their way to spawn that third boss as well on their side. They're also just moving through, making sure they go into the middle of the room, finish off the blobs, making the boss spawn. But yeah, of course, Miscount very much in the lead as they're now moving into the last boss's area. They do have to wait again for some RP for the mini bosses to spawn here, which is something they cannot really speed up. They can deal with these test subjects first and focus them down a little bit, gather the rest of the trash that they need on top of this. But still, the mini bosses have the highest amount of HP, and they have to die for the boss to actually spawn. So all of their priority target damage is going to go into these mini bosses.
Yeah, you even have to wait for the second one, like you're seeing right here, a little bit until it actually spawns. Then the test subject is now coming in, so you now have it grouped up while the Shade Weaver is being killed off. They still need to deal with the big bad bug, and that's exactly what they're going to do before that boss can be pulled. Should be good on enemy forces, just rounding out the last kind of percent. On the right-hand side, still 0 deaths, so that's great. Team Name trying to catch up, but it is looking quite harsh for them to do so, as they're basically a full boss behind.
Yeah, they are. We do see Miscount now gets their Bloodlust back up as well. You can see they actually are missing a little bit of trash here. They're gonna have to go back, pull some more trash in. That's why we saw the grip from AJ onto Kira, as he did engage the last trash pack that they needed. Which is nice. I think they're doing this on purpose to get some extra funnel damage onto the boss here. Really, really nicely done. And Iso is dropping. Bloodlust is being popped as well. Yargi drops really low, getting hit by something there on top of the debuff, the dot that the boss does apply to the whole group, which can do an insane amount of damage, especially on this tyrannical affix. But yeah, Miscount looking very strong. Again, the fastest time we've seen so far is 12 minutes and 11 seconds by Perplexed. Let's see if Miscount can beat this. Looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, I would say they can. Look at the boss percent and or timer in the dungeon here, 11:30, and the boss is sub 20%. Now, the damage you saw on Yargi, I'm very familiar with that. These orbs are a little bit of a menace if you're a melee player, so sometimes they just be trucking into you. But this is the last part. This is the last stretch, and we're actually getting that cheap death proc on Yargi. Tanner dropping really low, but this is going to be the stop of the clock with 11 minutes and 44 seconds, the fastest City of Threats we've seen so far from this count.
Victory goes to Miscount, and with that, that will take them 2-0 over Team Name, allowing them to continue onwards in the upper bracket. You know, Team Name managed to rally. They managed to get themselves together to kind of go through this dungeon much more cleanly than we saw in the first map. But when you're up against Miscount and they are just absolutely powering through, let alone setting a new record here in the competition with that 11 minutes 44 seconds, it is hard to measure up. I mean, as we kind of look at this and we see this run compared alongside Perplexed, Nagura, do you think Perplexed is going to be, you think they're feeling a little heat now? You think they're going, oh wait, hold on, we need to streamline ourselves?
I don't know. I do think when Perplex had their best run, I think they also, I don't want to say they held back, but I do almost want to say that, actually. I think that they saw that I think that they saw that they were pretty far ahead in their run, and I think they played a little bit safer at the very end, especially on that War Shell pull, the one that we just saw Miscount carry all of the mobs along, the casters and everything. I think Perplex played a little bit safer there and just finished off the casters when they probably know that they could be moving them along as well. It's just a little bit less safe. And I do think that Perplex can go a little bit quicker. Not sure if they can go as quick as Miscount, but I think they do have the potential to.
I mean, it's part of the competition, right? You don't want to show off all your best strats right at the start because other teams will copy them, especially if you've got some cool tech. And you don't want to completely show all of your cards that you have, whether that's, you know, every single route you've done, all that kind of stuff. So I can see Perplexed, you know, having left a little wiggle room there, kind of knowing, hey, we don't want to show everything, but we will be keeping an eye on the competition. And while Miscount had a fantastic run here, I mean, Team Name, we have to give them some props coming in here, giving it their best. They're not out of the competition yet, so they're going to be moving down. And as we look at that, I mean, what do you think Team Name needs to kind of be focusing on from these as they look ahead?
So I talked to them yesterday, like I said, and they told me coming into this tournament, they only prepared for lower bracket because that was kind of their estimation of how their path to qualification would look like. With winning against Polish Mountain yesterday, of course, that plan was uprooted. Maybe they just weren't prepared enough for the series that was ahead of them. I'm curious to see how they're going to fare in that lower bracket. We've seen them do well yesterday, and today it just seems like maybe the nerves have gotten to them.
I mean, it happens, right? And especially when you don't have as much experience. You know, they've been fighting to get into the MDI. They finally made it, and this is sort of their breakthrough moment. So learning as much as they can from it is something that should be a huge opportunity for them, even as, you know, you realize, hey, maybe we made some mistakes. Maybe there are some things we could have done better. Now, we'll take a look here at this map. I mean, Miscount had some big, huge plays in here, and Tettles, I'd love to hear what you saw as you went through.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Miscount there, they were about 30 seconds ahead of Perplexed's fastest run in this dungeon, and it's just crazy. I feel like Miscount looked absolutely phenomenal in the series. This map didn't start off super strong for Team Name. I think that, like, we've seen this happen a couple of times where somebody accidentally falls out of the shroud, and then they end up having to do some trash that they otherwise wouldn't have done. It's not a situation that ended up wiping Team Name, but it's a situation that it ends up basically making them lose the series. This trash that's at the very beginning of this dungeon is incredibly inefficient, especially for these MDI teams. And so the fact that they weren't able to do that is very unfortunate. The big thing that I actually wanted to point out from Miscount here, right there, if you blinked, you kind of missed it. Yargi tricks his Kira. Kira ends up walking with Yargi for an extended period of time to make sure that Tricks of the Trade isn't going to fall off. Yargi then tricks the tank, and it tags this Eye of the Queen pack, making it snap all the way to the tank. The mobs in City of Threads do this weird thing where a bunch of them actually will snap to you, especially if they were out of range, and then Yargi gets webbed and ported back to the very beginning. I think that we kind of question as to whether or not is this the best strategy, or is this a little bit of an overcook? The only reason that this would ever be an overcook is because they're fighting that first mob that's after the first boss solo, and then they're waiting to do all four of the Eyes of the Queen together. That kind of reduces the amount of time that you're going to be, that increases the amount of time that you're going to be in this area. But I think that we're going to have to see two like world-class caliber teams really go up against one another to be able to actually tell, is that a better strat or not? Miscount here, you know, you see Kira just gathering the entire world here. He's got the entire world worth of trash. These mobs do a lot of damage to the tank. The conscripts do an insane amount of damage, and this is largely the reason that they're going to be playing warrior in this dungeon. Is shield block is just so effective versus all of these conscripts on this pull. And then once they were able to deal with this, they end up pulling a bunch of trash into the Globgrog boss that looks like Globgrog, but he's not him. The Coagulation, I think might be his name.
Coagulation?
Yeah, that guy, Globgrog Jr. They pull all the trash into that, and I think that, Miscount had basically no mistakes. Whenever we were talking about the path to victory for Team Name, it involved Miscount having a bunch of deaths. Miscount had 0 deaths in this entire series, and I thought that was spectacular. For Team Name, I think that they need to continue with their game plan, kind of like Mix was talking about earlier, making sure that they stay deathless. They only had 1 death in the entirety of yesterday coming into this series, and they had a bunch of deaths today, and they really just need to make sure that they are not dying, not losing a bunch of time to that Challenger's peril. But for Missed Count, you have to give them their credit where it's due. They're making it to the global finals, and they look like a very fierce team that could possibly win this weekend.
They are so strong, and I mean, for all the Team Name was coming in with that no-death mindset, Missed Count really were the ones that were able to pull that off here with their strats. Incredible to see, and they will be facing off tomorrow against Perplexed. So both of those teams can rest easy, knowing that they've done their work for today. Meanwhile, down in our lower bracket, we have our elimination rounds coming up here after the break. We will have KASP'S Angels versus Brain on cooldown. This is Almost Fine versus Polish Mountain. And then, of course, we'll see the matchups that result leading out of that. Gives the other teams a little time to take a breather, reset, and bring their all here as they try to stay in the competition and fight their way towards finals. Now, we will be taking a break, as I mentioned. We'll get things set up and ready for the next map. We will have coming up here our first with KASP'S Angels and Brain on cooldown. Both of these teams showed their stuff yesterday, and I think surprised us with a lot of what they were able to do, even though they ended up in the lower bracket. So we're looking forward to see more, and we hope you are too. We'll see you again soon when the MDI returns.
No matter who you are or where you're from, we all share a common need for human connection.
When you have this online world, it's more than a game. It's a community. It's where your friends are.
Mats Sten, known to many as Evelyn, faced immense adversity in his life. Yet he never allowed it to crush his indomitable spirit or his compassionate heart.
Interacting with Mats online showed me somebody who cared, somebody who always had time for others.
He was a key contact and often the first person that you spoke to when you logged on, because he was always very welcoming and interested in what other people were doing and, how they were feeling and so forth.
Mats was born with this severe muscle disease. He got his diagnosis when he was 4 years old. We as parents were told that he would have a very limited life. Gradually, he would lose all of his strength in his muscles, and in the end, the heart is also a muscle.
Despite his limitations, he found freedom and adventure in Azeroth. Through the game, he lived a rich life and made a significant impact on countless people.
Mats could almost only move his fingers, and he sat in Norway and he helped people all over Europe.
Mats chose to present himself as Evelyn, an eager and charismatic detective. World of Warcraft has a unique power when it comes to connecting people. We are forming online communities like this. You're meeting in a way where what you look like, your age, your gender, your nationality isn't the first thing people see. What matters are the connections we are making.
Mats was very central in connecting everybody, so he was very good at holding the guild together and communicating with all of us. We had somebody whose house burned down, and they were saying that they got care packages from the guild, that the guild was the only people that they could talk to about it.
A guy from Denmark who's on the spectrum, He hadn't been to school for 3 years. He had locked himself inside, and Mats helped him back to school again. So like over 50 stories like this. He made a huge impression around the world and changed the lives of so many people.
I know these connections have helped me through tough times. Without it, my life would have looked so very much different.
Now, after learning and reading the story about Mats, we understand that there is much more to this gaming community, because it is not games. These are real social interrelations that you have with other people. 10 days after his passing, we had his burial, and to that funeral, people came from all over Europe.
Mats's journey is a testament to the human spirit, showing us that no matter the obstacles life presents, we have the strength to overcome them. In honor of Mats and the positive impact he made on so many players' lives in World of Warcraft, we are happy to introduce the Revan Pack in support of Cure Duchenne, a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving and extending the lives of those affected by Duchenne muscular dystrophy. By purchasing this pack benefiting Cure Duchenne, you will receive Revan, an adorable little fox themed after Ebelin's detective persona, along with a special backpack. This enchanting duo brings a touch of warmth, letting players carry the essence of Mats's adventurous spirit on all their journeys.
We want to renew and confirm our commitment to making sure whoever wants to play our game can. And that's doing research, talking to communities with accessibility needs and wants, and making sure that we're committed to allowing anyone who wants to play World of Warcraft to have that opportunity.
Support Cure Duchenne today with the Revan Pack, inspired by the remarkable life of Ibelin. The Revan Pack will benefit Cure Duchenne, the global nonprofit leader in research, patient care, and innovation for improving and extending the lives of those with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Available now until January 7th in the Battle.net shop and WoW in-game store. Welcome back, everyone. You know, Ibelin's story honestly just always reminds me that it's incredible, the journeys that we take together in-game and otherwise. If you haven't yet, check out that documentary and, you know, say hey to your guildies, send some love their way, and remember that it's pretty amazing that we get to not only play this game together, but also do big events like this with the MDI together in World of Warcraft. We're going to continue on as we head into the lower brackets here, and I mean, this is where stuff starts to really heat up. This is where eliminations start to happen, and where we have to see these teams really fight to stay in it here. I mean, Nagura, as we come into the lowers here, what do you think? We've got our starting teams. How do you think it's looking with a lot of these newcomers on the scene?
Alright, so I personally think that Raid and COOLDOWN is going to be the favorite to win here. Of course, they are the number 5 seed coming into this weekend, while KASP'S Angel is the number 8 seed. But again, I do think that we do have a chance. Like, I think KASP'S Angels does have a chance because the new affixes are so volatile. The 15 seconds death penalty. We've seen teams like that necrotic wake we saw earlier. Like, that was absolutely crazy. And things like that can happen so quickly, right? Whenever you do those insane pulls on these lower key levels, you miss one interrupt, one assignment, something goes wrong, one of the affixes doesn't go right, maybe it evades somewhere and you can't hit it, who knows? And then all of a sudden the other team can catch up. So we'll see how it's going to turn out. But I do think Raid and COOLDOWN is the favorite to win this one.
Yeah, we'll see. And chat, I mean, Nagura's got some opinions over here, some thoughts about who's going to take it, Brain on COOLDOWN, but what do you all think? Don't forget that you can hop in and make your voice heard as well in the predictions. We have ours down below, so check it out. I mean, it looks like most of us thought Brain was going to
Makes.
Why am I getting flagged? I said the same thing you said.
Even KASP'S Angel winning one game. Whoa.
What about that underdog love, huh? Where's that appreciation?
They're both in the lower bracket, so they're both underdogs. You cannot tell me anything.
Oh, so there's no love anymore if they're both underdogs. I see. Okay.
Yeah. You know, we've got double underdogs here, so really you can vote either way and still support underdogs, according to Makes. But, I mean, obviously, I think we're leaning a little bit more towards Brain, and Brain actually has really shown us some kind of interesting compositional choices. So, Dratnos, I was curious, can you fill us in a little bit on some of the things they've been doing with their comp?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of different exciting moves out of the whole weekend here, which I'm now going to pull up the Brain on Cooldown comps. So they were running the Resto Shaman in a couple of their keys, and also the Disc Priest in a few of them. But the big difference is that they were on the Balanced Druid. This is a team that's been running Balanced Druid, and then sometimes pairing it with the Augmentation Evoker as well. This is something that we see a lot in live keys right now, on high keys on the live servers. This sort of composition works out really nicely for that. But it's maybe not something that's perfectly suited to the faster speedrun style keys of the MDI, or maybe it is. Maybe the yesterday was, they came up against Direwolves, they took a game off of them. They were definitely very close in the others as well, so it could be they're basically the only team that's doing that from the ones we've seen so far, right? Playing that Balanced Druid, playing the Aug Evoker a bunch of times, so I'm curious to see if it works out for them. I suspect they'll probably do it in these games as well. I think that Balanced Druid is just part of their comp, it's part of their strat.
Yeah, I mean, when you are used to working with something and you know that you can kind of use it to great effect, it makes sense that you're going to try and bring it in. But of course, in MDI, the considerations for speedrunning can be of great importance. And as we take a look here now at the maps, we can see which ones they've decided to ban out. So Necrotic Wake and Stone Vault actually banned out of this group. I mean, Makes, looking at this, they'll start off in that City of Threads, which we just saw. What do you feel looking at which ones they chose to leave out of the mix?
So I'm actually upset because both Necrotic Wake and Stone Vault are dungeons where we've seen the bestest red class, which is Unholy DK, and unfortunately both of these dungeons have been banned here by our teams. So personally, I'm upset. Professionally, of course, I'm looking forward to the series with City of Threats and Grim Battle.
I love this, yeah, the personal and professional split, you know? I mean, I agree, I understand. It would have been great to see it. Some more Unholy DK action would have been really exciting, but, you know, I guess we'll just have to suffer through City of Threat. No, I'm kidding. It's gonna be great. And as we've seen, there's a lot of really great strats that can happen in City of Threads as the teams look to really optimize as much as possible. So, you know, looking ahead to this one, we're going to have KASP'S Angels versus Brain on Cooldown. Double underdogs in here who are really trying to prove that they deserve to be in this MDI and that they worked hard to get here. They'll be tackling City of Threads, where they'll have to play a bit of a spy game and see if they can even put something up a little bit close to what we just witnessed between the teams. But, of course, both of them just need to get through. KASP'S Angels versus Brain on Cooldown. Nagura, it's all you.
I feel like I've just seen this dungeon.
Strange, isn't it?
Brain on Cooldown is shrouding through that first area. Now, of course, Brain on Cooldown not having that rogue, which means they have to get a little bit creative with their skip on their side. KASP'S Angels already did pick up that buff, did not adapt to miscount strategy and skipping it. They just went ahead and pulled and waited for that buff to happen, and then pulled the rest of the trash onto the boss. Of course, also using that Bloodlust to make sure they can deal with the trash here, while Brain on Cooldown a little bit slower on their side because of that lack of shroud that they had.
Yeah, so some primer maybe to KASP'S Angels. They said in our team questionnaire that we sent out that Reawaked is actually a Havoc-only player. Something, well, I'm sure some people will respect and others won't, but that is why they're not playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter. That is why we're seeing the Prot Warrior a lot from them, and that's why we're seeing the Havoc Demon Hunter as well, whereas Brain on Cooldown is showing us a little bit more of what we saw yesterday. We have that Moonkin back in play, we have that Augmentation Evoker back in play, and I would say they did pretty well with that yesterday against the Direwolves. They took one serious, which was the Stone Vault, and then unfortunately the Mists and the Arakara didn't go their way. There was a little bit of dying involved with that too, but they weren't slow, so I'm really looking to see how their pathing works out. For now, it looks like KASP'S Angels are taking the lead.
Yeah, and did just want to point out that the Moonkin is getting out DPS by the tank and also almost by the Disc Priest, but that's just because Moonkin is, like, it was all single target damage, yeah? I'm telling you, it was full single target. That boss is melting because the Moonkin is hitting it. No petting on the Moonkin side here. Everyone else petting in a group. Very unfortunate. But,
how dare they?
How dare they? As Cast Angel is now getting to the spy gate. We'll see what kind of split they're doing. We've seen a Rogue go on the other side. Like, oh, there we go. We do see a Shadow Mount actually coming out already by Ludus there preemptively. So making sure that he's not going to be in combat anymore with that mini boss that they were fighting to be able to get to the eye quicker. And now we see if the tricks has been casted by Ludus already preemptively. See if he walks through.
Oh.
Doesn't look like it. So Ludus is walking
Looks
back.
like we're carrying this one
that
traditionally. Yeah. A
I
little
do
bit
think
of
that's
a
something
longer
that we see
walk,
other
but it
teams.
is
Yeah, I just
working
want to say I
out.
do think that we're going to be seeing other teams adapting to this strategy very soon. But maybe like it was a little bit too quick for them to adapt to this, as we've just seen Miscount do this just now, right? So I don't think that CASP Angels is going to be adapting it to the next game. But maybe tomorrow we see all of the teams doing that as well, because it does seem quicker.
Yeah, so interesting tech there that's not being used by Cast Angels. Of course, Brain on Cooldown cannot use it. They don't have that rogue available, but to kind of justify your, unsatisfaction with the Moonkin damage, I believe there was a death. So maybe that damage wasn't all just straight single target clean, but maybe it was also a little bit of unfortunate events happening for them there. But they're now rounding up the eyes as well on both sides. You can see them play it out, but it looks like once again Casp's Angels a little bit ahead. The rest of the team is going to kill off the last eye, whereas Blitzo is lining up to start that RP as soon as a team can finish it. We've of course seen this just now, but Zaladragi does go down for Brain on Cooldown.
Yeah, unfortunate for Brain on Cooldown, they don't have a Battle Rust available because of the death, as you mentioned before. I can't believe you told them about the death. I just wanted to get Moonkin buffs, but it's not gonna happen now. Thanks, Makes.
See, as we are casting, I'm pretty sure Tettles is writing up a new video for his YouTube saying they should nerf Unholy, so I gotta take everyone else down with me. It's just how it works.
And you're right, based and true, as Cast Angels is dealing with the next eyes. Of course, the spy game, a little bit of a, like, it's going to slow them down a little bit if you can, but we do see that the Blitzer is not with the group. Blitzer is going to be waiting at that NPC, going to be talking to that one as soon as possible to be able to carry it up, while Casp, the prod warrior, is getting that last trash up there as well, getting a little bit of efficiency onto that pool here while they wait for that executor, that's the name of that NPC, to open up that web and let them attack that second boss in just a moment. But the web is open and they haven't dealt with this mob just yet, so they're actually not as efficient as they could be with this trash here, with this area.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Normally you want to drag up this retired lord and then on the staircase you just kind of finish it out. You could have even dragged it up and finish it while you're waiting for the RP on the bosses to start. Notably, it does move a little bit slower, so I understand why it maybe wasn't possible. The pad was maybe not in the spot where they wanted it to be, but still I would have liked to see them try to set this up just a little bit faster. Now, speaking of fast, that is something that Brain on Cooldown doesn't really have a lot of access to anymore. 4 deaths against them right now means another minute on the clock that they will have to overcome, which seems impossible, but we are in the MDI and never say never, you know. There's a lot that could still happen on the side of Casp's Angels as well, so they're going to try their hardest to finish out this as quickly as possible. I think we should have our last eye in combat from what I've seen, and then we should be able to also start that RP.
Yeah, so Nulo did go down their discrease on Brain and Cooldown's side and did release and walk all the way back. The good news is that you can deal with some of these eyes without your healer there. So Salah did walk back on the Augurevoker, did help Nulo to get there, and the rest of the team did manage to finish off some of these eyes. So they didn't lose as much time, but still, of course, pretty big time loss. Not only the deaths on the board, they already have 4 deaths, but on top of that, all of that run back time that Nulo had to do, and the Augurevoker as well going back to help. So definitely behind, as Casp's Angels already finishing off NX and VX. And we talked about Brain on Cooldown being the favorites to win this as the 5th seed, while Casp's Angels is the 8th seed in the series. But because of the deaths and because of some of the mistakes that Brain on Cooldown is doing, KASP'S Angels firmly in the lead now, even with their slightly slower strategy at the very start. So KASP'S Angels actually looking really strong in this studio of threats here.
Yeah, it's super interesting to see how well they're actually doing, even before, more tragedy came for Brain on Cooldown on the first boss DPS. They already looked very good, but let's see whether or not they can keep it up here. While Brain on Cooldown is waiting for that boss spawn, KASP'S Angels will try to pull off the same pull we've seen before from Missed Count. It is a very, very big pull, and it's a lot of damage that will be hitting KASP'S there quickly. Now, notably, he does have 4 Angels to take care of him. That should be plenty of healing to maybe protect him in this pull here, and they're doing really good so far. Big important thing, these mobs can cast a heal that heals other mobs back to full health, so you want to try and use as much CC as possible. You can see a lot of it has already been used. Blinding Sleet would still be available out of DK, and that is probably the last one that will be utilized here, as well as the sigils, of course, that Reawakened has access to as a Havoc as well. But it looks like we are going to be on the move and try to add more trash into that, as most of these are leftover Marauders and Pursuers here, and those don't cast. But Blitzo on a mission, trying to grab some more trash.
Yeah, I'd like to see what Blitz is pulling here. It looks like they did not... Oh, there we go. All right, so they did not pull all of the Marauders there. Not sure if that was a mistake and that's why Blitz is pulling it now, or if they planned on doing this all along. That's something that we're going to have to look at next time as they're doing this. KASP'S Angels now dealing with the test subject and already pulled the blobs in the middle area as well, which of course they have to deal with to spawn the boss. And it looks like all of the blobs are dead. They're now moving in, getting all of the rest of the trash to gather up onto this boss. They're line of sighting it as well on the side, making sure that it all gathers up nicely, because that boss is going to be engaged in just a moment. And yeah, looking really good on their side.
Quick note there, coming into this dungeon, we were kind of like, same as we've seen from Brain on Cooldown. Zaladragi is actually not an augmentation evoker. We're seeing devastation on the playing field in the MDI for the first time this weekend, which is once again another spec I did not have on my bingo card.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I saw the evoker and immediately just assumed it would have been the Aug evoker. But yeah, you are right. It is that Dev evoker coming in. Very interesting choice for Brain on Cooldown. We'll see how well it's going to be. Yeah, now thinking back, yeah, I looked at the damage meter earlier. I didn't even think about the fact that the Aug evoker being so high up would be strange. But I get the deer pointing it out.
Well, I tend to also ignore that colored class, so I understand.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it doesn't even exist. KASP'S Angels now already close to halfway through on that boss fight. Did finish off most of that trash. One Soul Pursuer left. And there we go. They are looking really strong. Enemy forces are looking good. They should be able to deal with the rest of the trash with those mini bosses. Tobek having some issues as they also gathered up that Venom Shell pull. But I think they might have recovered here. They only have to finish off those caster mobs and then they can move on. But yeah, one of the things I always we never talk about is whenever they do this big pull, we're like, oh, they finished off the Venom Shell, they finished off the casters. Oh, they can just move on. None of these mobs do anything. They do something to the tank. Poor tanks never being considered.
Well, you see, their job is to actually take that damage and not die. So I think they're doing great at that. I will give them all the compliments, but they're going to have to suck it up. And that's exactly what they're doing. KASP'S Angels finishing out that next boss and are on their way to the final part of the dungeon. And I just want to point out their dungeon timer, because we just saw a very, very quick run from Missed Count. KASP'S Angels notably a little bit slower. They still have the mini bosses to deal with, but nonetheless, they are putting in a pretty good time here for a team that people underestimated, undervalued coming into this weekend. 0 deaths on their timer as well. And if they can keep this up, they can maybe take yet another map as they are finishing out these mini bosses now. Brain on Cooldown, of course, now also arrived at the boss, but this extra minute that they have is going to be basically insurmountable at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be super, super difficult for Brain on Cooldown to come back into this game unless KASP'S Angels does have a full wipe onto the boss, which can happen, but they're going to be unlikely from the performance we've seen from KASP'S Angels so far. They're looking very strong, very clean. They are dealing with that last mini boss that's still alive. They have to finish off to spawn the boss. And then, of course, that last boss can be dangerous. It is tyrannical. So, of course, that the dot on the group in combination with all of these other AoE damage abilities that are happening can be pretty dangerous. We also see KASP jumping back, pulling some more trash in, which they're going to be dealing with on the last boss. So that can cause some more complications here. But they have Bloodlust available, which they are very likely going to be using very soon, as soon as they have all of those cooldowns running. And then they can deal with these ads and the orbs as well. They still have a lot of defensives left too. So in case something does go wrong here, they have some cheat deaths available and some defensives in case somebody gets hit by an orb maybe.
Yeah, so this orbs, despite being the lowest key level that we have in this weekend, a +9, they can still hurt. We've seen that cheat death being procced earlier from the other rogue on Yargi, but that Bloodlust is now pumping and they're doing great here on the damage on to ISO, sub 50% already. Final boss timer is going to be around that 14-minute mark, I would expect. So the slowest City of Threats we have seen so far, especially with 0 deaths, but nonetheless a good time to take this map, as Brain on Cooldown have arrived in that same part of the dungeon, but it's all going to be too little too late for Brain on Cooldown in that first map of this series. One more time, we're going to be dealing with the orbs here for KASP'S Angels. Bloodlust has run out, but we are into the single digits, and with that it should be a safe win in the hands of our lowest seeded team here in our elimination bracket, which makes this series very interesting.
There it is, victory officially given to KASP'S Angels. I mean, KASP and those Angels really putting in some work and looking out for one another as they progressed through. I mean, KASP'S yesterday had the unfortunate start of being matched up right against Perplexed, but seeing them now in this lower bracket, in this context, it is great to see them perform. Now, of course, they did this one yesterday, so it's a little fresh for them, but even so, I mean, Brain was pretty favored to win. And, you know, makes looking at them here, seeing their performance here with KASP'S Angels, does this sort of change your opinion on the team? What do you think they did well this go around?
So I think they did well that they didn't die, right? With Challenger's Peril, that is always the one thing you want to avoid. And for Brain on Cooldown, these problems started rather early and then probably put their entire plan behind. Now, I don't want to say that one death derailing your entire dungeon time or dungeon plan is fair, but it can happen. So hopefully they can just shake it off, and we're going to be looking towards that next dungeon to see whether or not they're able to do that. But before that, of course, we want to know everything about this City of Threats, right?
We do, and we're going to dive into it. Dratnos has the insights as we take a look at our replays.
So right off the bat, the thing that strikes me as a difference is you don't have this rogue in this composition, so you can't do the shroud and skip through this first area quickly. You're having to wait for all these mine suits, run around the side, do all these jumps, all this parkour to get past all these mobs, and like this just feels awful to me watching the side by side of the other team just running through with the shroud. So that is the first big thing that kind of jumped out to me as a problem. And then this, of course, is just an awful combo of the Earth Shatter going right into the boss's safe zone. That is a recipe for deaths every time you see something like that happening. So tough to dodge, something that I'm sure they've run into a lot as well. That's something that I think a lot of teams ran into during practice, was figuring out how to handle that. And then another issue that we had was the spy area being kind of slow in general. It looked like they were kind of struggling to find that fourth spy as well, which can be a huge time loss. I did love that Dev Evoker, though, that they were playing. I mean, I don't love it as much as probably the Assassination Rogue with the shrouds and the general assassination-iness of it, but the Dev Evoker was cool here as well. It was a cool spec to deploy for this dungeon, and that's unique spec number 17 out of 39 for anybody keeping track so far in our MDI, which is always very cool to see. But yeah, this is an impressive run, and this is definitely going to show us. I mean, already my prediction is broken. Many predictions of ours are broken. Only people who voted a 2-1 in favor of Brain on Cooldown, or people who voted, of course, in favor of the Angels can still win here.
You know, I mean, all of you that voted for them, you are also KASP'S Angels now. All of you have been given honorary halos, some wings, please enjoy. But, I mean, I love to see these kinds of change-ups, right? Because this is what it's all about. When you get an unexpected twist, and KASP'S Angels, I mean, they performed so solidly there. Now, we touched a little bit on the choice of class, right? So we saw that Devastation Evoker. And, I mean, Nagura, do you have any thoughts on maybe why they picked the Dev? Is it, you think it worked well for them? Do you think Brain is gonna maybe avoid that in the future?
I don't know, I wonder if it was just a key level, like the fact that it's such a low key level. Evoker, of course, shines with the survivability that it's giving, but the damage that they provide can be like on the lower side, especially in such a low key level when it's mainly just single target damage that is very important. So maybe that's why they were thinking the Devastation Evoker is going to be stronger, but I'm not 100% certain. Yeah,
that strikes me as something you do on live, where it's like, oh yeah, I don't want to play AUG in this low key, I'll just play Dev instead. But you know, in MDI, you could just play a different class instead, right? Like you could play the Rogue or something too, right? Like you're not locked into that character, which I don't know. Maybe it's a familiarity with the Dev Evoker. It does have some places where it shines as well. And even though it doesn't AUG, some of the damage that they're doing is attributed to other people through those bombardments on the details as well. So they are doing a little bit more damage than it looks like just from the details damage meter.
They are. I mean, I love seeing it, right? We love adding more with the specs into the mix of everything that we've seen so far in the MDI. And, you know, whether it was a comfort choice or they thought, hey, we could bring something to the table with this, it was great to see that Devastation show up kind of unexpectedly, as we all expected it would be augmentation. But next up, we have Grim Batal, which is a significantly challenging dungeon in what it offers, and one that we've seen a lot of our teams struggle to navigate or rise to conquer. This will be an important one here, because if KASP'S takes it, they will be moving on, and if Brain on Cooldown can't get themselves off cooldown and into action, they're going to be, unfortunately, eliminated. So let's see how this goes. KASP'S Angels versus Brain on Cooldown here in Grim Batal. Makes, it's all you.
It's actually interesting because we've been seeing KASP'S Angels in that Grim Batal in the very first map yesterday against Perplexed, and they were not looking too clean or too fast, but maybe they looked back on it and said, okay, this is what we need to change, this is what we need to improve to maybe win this map here, as they did leave it open, they didn't ban it out. And Brain on Cooldown, of course, first time we're seeing that Grim Batal. I'm curious on what they have planned, as Hunto actually does go down for them right out of the gate. Talel is going to follow here. Tragedy once again striking Brain on Cooldown, Nagura.
This is so unfortunate. Nulo and Han go down again. They're lost a lot of damage here with the Bloodlust running, of course. Stella following as well on that AUG Evoker. Looks like Tobak is jumping down, resetting this pool. They're gonna have to go again. And the mobs were so low too. It looked like they were about to finish up this pack, but they're gonna have to go again, and they're gonna have to go slower, because that pool, they're not gonna be able to do this again without any of their offensive cooldowns available. No cooldowns left whatsoever. Stella Dargi also have to go down one more time because he presumably was still incumbent with some of these mobs here. So yeah, they're gonna have to go slow and steady with nothing left on the board, unfortunately. Already 7 deaths, a huge time loss for Brain on Cooldown.
I mean, at this point, if your previous map went like that City of Threats, and you're going into the Grim Batal with high hopes, you know, maybe a little bit of a heavy heart, saying, we really need to shake it off, we need to do well in this dungeon to take this serious. It is a best of 3, and this happens in the first couple of seconds of the dungeon. You are going to be devastated, and for Brain on Cooldown, it's all going to be on basically trying to finish out this dungeon and hoping that something happens to the Angels on the left-hand side. They're in fight with General Umbris now. Now, Grim Batal is a rather long dungeon. There's a lot that can happen here. So we'll see how it goes as they're now dealing with that first boss and a little bit of extra trash. Big damage coming in on their Rogue.
Yeah, for KASP'S Angels here. Now, of course, they are allowed to watch the broadcast, and even though it's only a very slight delay on it, so they would be they would probably know if they're watching that Brain on Cooldown did have that major wipe, and that KASP'S Angels are firmly in the lead, which may or may not cause them to go a little bit slower. Now, usually with these MDI routes, they have everything fully like mapped out beforehand, which also means that if they go slower, that would mean that some of their offensive cooldowns don't line up anymore to the pulls that they have practiced. So it's possible that they still do the same strategy that they practiced. Or, you know, if they feel like, oh, we're really just going to do pack by pack. Now, at some point, you're going to be in danger of getting caught on by Brain cooldown if they do some insane pulls on their side to catch up again, right? So you can't go too slow either. So we'll see what kind of decision KASP'S Angels makes. But some teams don't watch the broadcast at all, right? Like some teams don't even know if their team did struggle because they feel like, okay, we just have our plan. We can't really deviate from it no matter what happens. So we're just going to go and do our thing. So not sure what kind of team KASP'S Angels is.
Well, we are going to be seeing what they plan to do, at least when we don't know what they're doing right now. They're finishing out that first boss and are on their way to clear off the area to play the second one. I'm curious on how much they decide to actually add into it to deal with at the same time, whereas Brain on cooldown, we are seeing them move forward to try and engage that first boss fight as well. Just at the dragon event, we were kind of speculating a little bit before yesterday on whether or not teams would maybe group up a bunch of packs and then try to bombard them down with the dragons. Thus far, I haven't seen it, but I feel like there is still a world where that happens eventually.
Well, one thing we definitely did see in the MDI is that a lot of teams don't use too many of those like major abilities from the dragons on this pack that is standing next to General Umbris. So there's this big pack, usually on live service when you do this key, a lot of people focus their huge shot onto these mobs here because it's a big pack and it seems very efficient. But for the MDI, they're like, oh, we shouldn't be wasting our damage on this pack because we can actually pull this pack during the boss and kill it very efficiently by just passively cleaving it down. So we should be using our dragon onto the previous packs, the ones that are going to be much harder for us to pull onto the boss, which is an adaptation I really like to see in the MDI. And maybe we see that on some of the live server keys as well. You should try it tomorrow, honestly. Like, just go in there, don't tell your team, and just pull that trash back.
Yeah, especially if you're not a tank. Like just add it in. You're like, trust me, bro. I've seen this on the MDI. It's great tech. That is usually the thing people love reading when they join a pug. If you just go like MDI route, and then they expect everybody to know. So you're doing it correctly, chat. You're here watching, so congratulations. You can be the ones to actually do that to your teams. I hope you enjoy it. But at the same time, KASP'S Angels are working on the Forge Master, and that is yet another boss, like many in the Grim Batol, that have a very big health bar. We put Tyrannical onto this key as well. So there is a lot that is going on there, and they're just trying to make the most of it. You can see them kind of tag back, add another pack in, play that with the boss, then tag back, add another pack in, and so on, which I think is really kind of making the most out of a boss fight that takes as long as this one.
Yeah, definitely. They are being as efficient as they possibly can be, already up to 46% enemy forces, and of course a lot more adding up here before that boss does go down. We do see another Molten Flurry come through as everyone does drop a little bit low, and the Molten Giant, of course, also adding on to that damage onto the group. But they did a good job finishing off the boss. Molten Giant left. They also do have an emissary spawn here, unfortunately, at the very, very end. Looks like they are still dealing with it. So at the very end, they could technically just move on and just kind of like let it sit there. But they did finish it off. Of course, the buff from the affixes has been buffed some time ago, which means that it actually lasts for 30 seconds now, which is really long, and they can actually drag it into the next pull. We do see a Bob coming through on We Awaked as well, that Havoc Demon Hunter at the start of this pull, making sure he doesn't go down to...
Listen. I need to seize this moment, Nagora. Look at the damage that the Havoc Demon Hunter is doing. Take a mental note of that, chat, and the next time Make Stage is queuing into your pucks, please invite. I have to do this, okay? People, just don't give Havoc a lot of credit. It's not a bad MDI or Mythic Plus class right now. It's just that Vengeance in so many places is just better, and you don't really want to run to the Demon Hunters. But in terms of what Demon Hunter can provide as burst damage, it's actually quite good. You Nagura?
I'm just... No. Are you done?
I was waiting for you to agree. Come on. Don't leave me hanging like that. How
Havoc
dare.
advertising.
I have to. I don't think we'll see another one outside of CASP'S Angels.
To be fair, I do think Havoc Demon Hunters did have it a little. Like, they did have a little bit of a bad time in the last few seasons. Didn't get invited as much. So I do think you're right. They should be invited more. I 100% agree with you. Invite your local Havoc Demon Hunters. Invite them to your groups more often. Yes, CASP'S Angels.
You'll receive payment after this cast.
They are moving on, dealing with some more of these destroyers, using the line of sight mechanic here to make sure that they're not getting hit by those wings from the destroyers, which can be a little bit annoying. Does AoE damage, but of course also knocks you back, which can cause all sorts of issues, especially with that huge hole in the middle of the room. You could fall in there sometimes. Of course, never happened to me.
You're speaking from experience?
No. I told you.
Okay.
So, CASP'S Angels is now dealing with the lava benders. They can, of course, again, cause lots of issues. But at this point, I do think that CASP'S Angels is definitely going a little bit slower than what we've seen them in this dungeon before, right? They did play this dungeon yesterday, and I think they are definitely going a bit slower because of the fact of what happened to Brain on cooldown. So I think they are aware of what happened to them for sure. But I like it, right? Even though, of course, this is, a slower run for them, I think it's the correct decision because, again, this is the lower bracket game and elimination round as well. And they're the last seed. They're the number 8 seed, right? So if they can move on here, if they can win this map, this Grim Patrol, and just play super, super safe, that's all they have to do. And I respect the decision.
So keep in mind, 3 teams out of this weekend are moving on, and if you're not getting eliminated in day 1, your chances to be one of these 3 teams actually rise significantly. So that is what they're trying to do. Of course, there is another series coming after this for whoever wins this that they will also need to beat to stay in for tomorrow, but that is your game plan if you're in these elimination series here right now. And for CASP'S Angels, they've done it once already. They're looking to do it again, and they're now in fight with Valiona, and that is a boss that can cause a lot of chaos. So we're going to take a look on whether or not they succeed. Whereas Brain on cooldown, they're basically doing the opposite, right? You were saying how CASP'S Angels are playing a little bit safer. Brain on cooldown is trying to go as big as they practiced, as big as they can, to maybe catch up just a little bit onto CASP'S Angels here and offset the 7 death penalty that they have.
Yeah, they do have Bloodlust coming back up for them now, and they immediately are pressing it, making sure they get that extra damage out. But yeah, as you said, they do have to catch up so much time, not only just the time in the dungeon they're behind, but also that 1 minute 45 seconds death penalty that they have on the board from those 7 deaths. With that Challenger's Peril affix, it's of course incredibly costly for them in this MDI format. But we do have CASP'S Angels now already dealing with phase 2 of that 3rd boss, dealing with Valiona here. Of course, the boss does die early, as they also deal with those ads, just passively cleaving them down, putting some more trash onto the boss as well, getting extra enemy forces up to 89% at this point, which means that they're going to be done very soon after this boss, only having to deal with some of those mandatory mobs that they can't really, or are very difficult to skip moving forward. Brain on cooldown now also done with that first phase of the boss, and they slowly but surely are catching up in the dungeon. Again, still, of course, a huge death penalty timer they have to overcome technically, but they are catching up a little bit because of the faster route that they're playing right now.
Yeah, absolutely right. Now we're dealing with this emissary here because we don't want to have it into the next pack that we're doing. CASP'S Angels lining up to go into yet another big pull before that final boss. Let's see how big they're actually planning to go here. We're still running down those stairs. I would assume we stop here, not risk anything too much, and that's exactly what's on the menu here. One of these corruptors for them. And the second one in the back is now coming in as well, focusing the first one, making sure that dies quickly and they don't have to deal with the double tick damage. And then the second one is going to be focused as they are moving down. CASP'S Angels just playing this down cleanly.
And doing a good job. These corruptors can be incredibly dangerous to deal with, as that corrupt cast, of course, not disruptible, can do so much damage, especially with that shadow damage increase debuff that you get from killing off those small ats that you have to deal with eventually. But now they are done with that Corruptor, and they're going to be moving on to the last two Corruptors they can still deal with. We did see some teams pull the Corruptors onto the boss, which I don't think KASP'S Angels should be doing. Like, they're so close to winning this second dungeon here against Rain on Cooldown, so they shouldn't be risking anything, as Ludis does drop really low, unfortunately, from the Corruptor Fixate. Does look like... There we go. We did manage to finally recover. A bubble also coming out from Castle here in that Red Paladin, making sure they use all of the defensives to survive this one, as all of the ads are dead now. They have to survive that debuff, that extra damage increase. You can see Blitzo taking so much damage from that Corrupt Cast. One more Corrupt Cast coming through, and Ludis with the debuff up. And there we go. Now the debuffs are dropped, and the Corrupt is not going to be doing as much damage anymore. They do have Bloodlust available as well, which they are going to be saving for that boss. And there we go. We are going to be pulling the boss, and KASP'S Angels is looking so good. 0 deaths to the board. And this might be it, Makes. They are closing in. The last boss is the only thing that is left between KASP'S Angels and moving on to that next series. And Rain on Cooldown, unfortunately, just not having the best run here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It looks like a clean 2-0 sweep if they can only beat this final boss. Bloodlust is running. They have 2 battle rushes available, although that cheat death on Lottie did proc due to the 2 Corruptors, and they're now needing to deal with everything here on to Aerodux. But I think that's just a huge surprise as Lottie does go down from the Shadow Gale here on the boss fight. They will need to use that battle rush. Do they have it ready is the question. Can they find him and pick back up to finish out this boss cleanly? But even with the extra 15 seconds, there's still such a huge disparity between KASP'S Angels and Brain on Cooldown, as Brain on Cooldown is entering the final boss room as well. Just too much of a death differential between the two teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not having the best day here in Brain on Cooldown side. They did do so well yesterday, but today just some unfortunate stuff happening, and maybe also just a little bit of the pressure getting to them being in that lower bracket. Of course, means that losing game, you're out of the tournament, and yeah, just too much pressure, not being able to perform as well as they wanted to. But KASP'S Angels, 27% left on the boss. They did get that battle rush onto Ludis in, and yeah, I mean, 20% left. I think at this point they still have 1 battle rush in case something does go wrong, but I think they can do it with no more deaths on the boards. And
you're just trying to jinx it, Nagler.
I'm not. They're doing great.
All right.
They got this. 8% left on the boss. Come on, KASP'S Angels, you can do it. 4,
One
3,
more time,
2,
that Shadow Gale cast
1.
wants to finish channeling, but Aerodux has been defeated by KASP'S Angels in a clean 2-0 in our lower bracket. Wow.
Wow, I mean, it was a miraculous win against many of our predictions, but KASP'S Angels has truly earned their wings, claiming victory here 2-0 and moving on in the lower bracket, while we will be saying goodbye to Brain on Cooldown, at least for this MDI. You know, well done from everyone with these new teams coming in. It's great to see this new blood that's, you know, in here fighting it out. And KASP'S Angels, I mean, really impressive here with these clean runs that they did, all things considered. You know, we talked a bit about the sort of changes, particularly with Peril, right, with the MDI here and that added death penalty with the timer. You know, Makes, as we kind of look at this, how does this seem like it's sort of affecting these runs or the strategies or adjustments in these runs as we go? And a little bonus question. This is the first season we're going to have MDI and TGP, both in Season 1. So how do you think it'll also affect things differently between those two?
So interestingly enough, I think Challenger's Peril is not that different from previous seasons in the MDI. Usually if you have a full team wipe of that caliber, like we've been seeing in the Necrotic Wake earlier, even that Grim Battle and that City of Threats earlier on in this series, it usually puts you behind because you're losing CDs, you're losing momentum, your route maybe doesn't work anymore because you sent everything into that pool and now you cannot do it again because that bloodlust is wasted. So I think for the MDI, the change is actually not that big. Now for the TGP, the recent change to Challenger's Peril is actually going to come in and make those key timers longer, so you can basically have +6 deaths that don't count. Anything above that is going to play into that, but knowing our teams in the TTP, they will still aim for those 0 death runs and then try to use the key timer to the max, and I assume we're just going to see a lot of more redoing once it actually comes to our Season 1 TTP, which I'm of course looking forward to. For right now though, Challenger's Peril and Death in general are claiming a lot of these runs.
They are. I mean, we saw it there with Brain. When you have that wipe early on and you're kind of looking at it going, like we've been saying this whole time, well, I hope the other team has a wipe too, because otherwise there's no way we can overcome this. And yet it does kind of affect things in an interesting way. KASP'S able to take their time there more, really focus on just getting through with as few deaths as possible, and then that pressure kind of going on. Now we'll look a little more here as Dratnos takes us into the details of the map we just saw.
Yeah, exactly. The point on Challenger's Peril is definitely an interesting one because, I mean, there has already been a game in our weekend that would have gone the other way than it did without that Challenger's Peril affix being active. So I think it is definitely something that matters. It's definitely true that if you full wipe, you know, the problem, it's not just that you're losing all the extra timer from the Challenger's Peril. All the running back, the loss of CDs is definitely catastrophic. Challenger's Peril adds an extra minute and a half though of damage to that effect though, and it means that the other team can now afford, they can play slow, right? KASP'S Angels here, they can just play safely. They know that they are in the lead by several minutes at this point, and if they can just avoid wiping, there's very little that Brain on cooldown are going to be able to do to come back into this one, which is definitely an important variable that the Challenger's Peril has, because you know when you're playing an MDI, you can watch the stream, right? As there's a bit of a delay, but once you find out that the other team has wiped, you can adjust your strategies as a result. Or if you realize that you're behind, you can instead do some kind of massive pull to try and catch back up. This area is an interesting one as well. These Molten Giants are super deadly. They do get stunned by the mobs that are kind of subjugating them. And while they are stunned, they take 20% extra damage. So if you can try and pull them right as that stun comes out, you can get a bunch of free damage into those giants. So sometimes that just works out nicely. You often don't want to wait too long to make that happen. And then pulling the boss onto them as well when the boss is going to be in these sort of less dangerous axe, sword forging stage, rather than when you're hiding it away from the mace and your tank won't be able to keep the mobs, under the boss as easily, is a nice way to get some extra trash onto boss as well, that we saw KASP'S Angels doing. Again, they're playing a pretty different comp than we've seen a lot of teams using in this dungeon as well, with that Ret Pally, that Havoc Demon Hunter, 2 specs that are both very good, especially in big AoE. The Havoc Demon Hunter...
Thank you, Dratnos. Thank you.
It's big.
Go on, please.
The big AoE is really good. Basically the way that it works is that when they hit meta, they get 5 massive Demon Surge explosions, and they actually do slightly increase damage if they're only hitting one target, but their big strength is big AoE. If you get them in a nice huge pull, they will do massive damage with those Demon Surges. So very cool spec to see here.
Love seeing it, again, getting to see some specs just shine a little bit or have their moment in the spotlight. But, of course, KASP'S Angel also having their moment in the spotlight as they continue on here. They will be facing off against Team Name. So those two going head-to-head to see if KASP'S Angels can continue this miraculous streak or if Team Name can earn back some of that surprise victory that they claimed early on. But we're going to be moving on after this to our next matchup, which will be This Is Almost Fine and Polish Mountain. Polish Mountain, a team that we really expected to see perform a lot more than we did yesterday. I mean, Nagura, do you think we're going to see them really bust it out here and kind of reclaim that position moving forward?
Yeah, so I definitely think that Polish Mountains are the favorites to win that series against This Is Almost Fine. Them, of course, being that number 3 seed in this tournament here in this weekend. But, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure I trust my own predictions anymore, as I've been wrong quite a lot of times. But I do think this the lower part of the lower bracket here is very difficult. I mean, look at this. This Is Almost Fine versus Polish Mountain. And then whichever wins the series has to play against Direwolves, right? To not be eliminated today. So I do think whichever team wins here, they're still going to have a hard time in that second match either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a fierce battle, whoever moves on to face the Wolves. But, you know, I think you're not alone, Nagura. Many of us have had our predictions usurped. Chat even. Only 17% of chat said that KASP'S Angels was going to win that one, and the Angels proved us all wrong. So, you know, we're doing the best we can with the knowledge that we have, but these teams are continually bringing something to the table that is surprising and a lot of fun here in this season. Now, before we head to a break to set up the next series, we do have a little game for everybody. We're going to play a little bit more of Whose Spell Is It Anyway? This is a game where all of us, chat included, will try to decipher the spell based on what we're able to see on the screen. So it could be from anything, abilities, talents, items, and dungeons, but we'll just get a fragment of the text here, and then we'll see if we can guess what it is. Now, we've got Dratnos on the desk, so I mean, Dratnos, what do you think looking at this right off the bat?
All right. So we have a target thing. This is a damage dealing spell on a 15-second CD, right? Because there's nothing with a 15-minute CD. It roots for 1.5 seconds.
A very short route.
And then does something else for another 6 seconds. So probably tick damage.
Yeah, that sounds
Some sort
reasonable.
of charge, maybe?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
could be. What's a 15-second CD chart? I mean,
It's
it
a
could.
wild charge. But
Yeah.
that doesn't
This could be
do
bare
anything
wild
with attack
charge.
power? What's the attack power for, though?
Well, so it's probably like charges the target, dealing a number of damage, and then parentheses 100% of attack power or whatever.
Yeah, it's like the scaling.
Yeah, exactly. And then rooting them in place.
Though.
Okay, so it can't be Fellblade. Fellblade doesn't charge, so it's got to just be.
So the hunt is not
it
15
might not
seconds.
be a
It's not the
charge.
hunt. It's not the hunt.
It's not the hunt
Could
because
also
of
just
the
be something
time.
else.
Fellblade is also...
It doesn't
is
root.
Fellblade- I think Fellblade...
Okay,
Yeah.
we
Fellblade
talk
doesn't
about a
root, so it
charge
can't be
here
that.
but it's not
Charge.
necessarily a charge, right?
Yeah, but
I'm
it has
just
to be
saying,
something
it
that
could-
roots them.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
true.
hunt and Fellblade are out.
Yeah.
no,
It could be
those are not
charge or clash.
Yeah, so
I think
clash
maybe
is a
charge.
monk thing that like it's you and the target kind of rush at each other and meet in the middle. Yeah, okay, what's the 6 second thing at the
Some kind
bottom?
of, yeah, effect.
What's that gonna
Plus
be?
Wait,
damage
does charge
against that
slow?
target. Slow.
I don't think charge slows, maybe clash does.
Clash
I'm
might
locking
slow.
in charge.
I'm locking in clash. That sounds fun.
But what
seems
about
cool.
attack power with clash? Isn't that...
Yeah, maybe it does some
Okay,
damage.
I'm going with
something.
charge.
Okay.
Sure, I'm gonna go with charge.
All right.
I'm going charge. I'm also going charge.
I'm team clash.
You're gonna prove us all wrong. Just watch. I'm just waiting. Yeah, charge. Let's see what it might end up being, and chat. We'll see what you all think too. I feel pretty good about charge, though.
Oh, it's the hunt.
Uh-oh.
They what?
It was 1.5
15.
minutes. We got pranked.
Oh
there was-
my gosh.
Whoa!
No. We didn't see.
That's
Yeah,
actually
we
illegal.
removed the dot.
They
That is
removed the
actually
dot?
so mean.
That's that's illegal.
They didn't
actually.
even put a
That's
box
against the
over
terms of
it.
service.
Yeah,
I don't
this
like
is, I mean, this is just all funny business now, right? Like,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
we're just
yeah.
going to show a tooltip and then change things about it, it's like, oh, this could actually be Moonfire. All the words were different, but it was Moonfire. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
We can just
all right.
delete whole
Look
point.
at
Okay.
this.
Oh,
Nah, come on.
All right. Sure. Fine.
And then we had the rest of
Nah,
the text
that
in
is
small
not
text at the
visible.
bottom. Yeah.
That is not visible.
Who's gonna see that? Huh?
At the
Visible.
bottom. Yeah.
That is not visible.
Who's gonna see that? Huh?
No,
Wait,
no,
but- and
no,
when it
no,
came
You
no.
up,
are
there was a
making
bigger
a
space.
fool out of your self-production.
There was a bigger space between. Put it side by side. Put it side by side of the, or go back.
Put
to the
it
full
side by
one.
side. Yeah.
Look,
Put it
there's a
side
bigger
by
space
side.
there.
I dare you.
There is a
I
bigger
dare
space.
you. Nope.
Kerning.
Nope.
I'm over
There
it.
is no space.
Okay. Sure. All right. Well, let's look at these
Moving on
pictures.
now.
Okay.
I'm not playing your silly games anymore.
Well, I see
For all we
mostly a
know, none
difference.
of these are correct.
This isn't even the icon.
You should.
Well, you can't buy her like this.
You know,
I'm
although
just
our
gonna go with
trust has
B.
been broken. Yeah, I'm saying
I
B.
think
I'm
it's
over
me
it.
too.
Actually,
Yeah.
B.
B. But maybe we just deleted parts of it out. Who knows?
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
It's an E option.
Oh,
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. All right. Well, prankery aside, thanks production. Chat, we all knew there was no way it could have been the hunt, and we all stand by that still. Okay, popping up the makes again. No, we are very excited regardless of, the betrayals that have happened recently. We're very excited for everything that lies ahead. Up next, we will have This Is Almost Fine versus Polish Mountain, and much like the moments there could be some big upsets with this one, as Polish Mountain has a lot to prove, and This Is Almost Fine really wants to get in there and show that they can make it absolutely great and more than just fine. They'll be pushing ahead to see who can stay in and who is going to be eliminated. So sit tight. We will see you all soon as the action continues to ramp up here in the lower brackets. Well, we've been conferring with admin behind the scenes, and they still insist that the pixels were there and were correct for that last 2 spells. And anyway, chat, we'll keep the suspicions alive, but I think it's ruled fair. Now, we have a good matchup ourselves coming up that will absolutely be a fair fight between 2 very good teams here. This is Almost Fine and Polish Mountain. Now, Polish Mountain really strong coming in and ranked really high after the time trials, right? But falling a little bit short yesterday, while This Is Almost Fine has shown that they had, I think, a little bit more to offer than we even knew coming in as we kind of got familiar with them and the team. So, I mean, Zyro, as we take a look at this, let us know what you're thinking about these teams right now coming in.
I think Polish Mountain has something to prove today. They did not play their best yesterday, and even in the dungeons where they looked like they were playing clean, the clip at which they moved through the dungeon, their pace was just off, and they had these just random spot deaths kind of everywhere in both of their dungeon runs. So I expect that we'll see this team clean up their play and play a lot better today. If they play to where their potential should be, they should be able to just absolutely destroy this series.
They should. I mean, fingers crossed. Polish Mountain over here, I mean, really strong, like we've said in chat. As you are looking at the chat yourselves, feel free to get your predictions in here. I mean, Polish Mountain seems favored. They seem like they should be able to do it, but as we've seen today, there are teams that, in a moment you have a mistake, deaths add up, or you just struggle to really find your groove in something like this, which could be an opportunity that This Is Fine could take advantage of. I mean, Makes, you've been cheering for the Polish teams. I tried to just combine Polish and Makes, just Pakes, the new mascot of all of our
Great.
You've been really kind of cheering them on. But Polish Mountain, I mean, what do you think are their greatest strengths, and how are they going to be trying to shine here?
So I was talking to them a little bit, and they said specifically that they didn't have a whole lot of time to practice, and I think you can kind of see it, that in the time trials they had the option to redo a key when it didn't go their way, whereas in the MDI it is one and done. And so if you don't have that whole lot of experience, it is going to maybe come back to bite you. However, they have shown that they can do it, so they're kind of hoping on having these clean runs and hopefully not having too many mishaps happen to them. I will say though, this is the first time we are seeing Siege of Borealis, and that dungeon is promising to be an absolute menace. I'm curious on how that's going to go, because it could just go either way if you ask me.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Borealis is one that we've seen banned out left and right. And I mean, we've talked a bit here about Polish Mountain, but from This Is Fine side, Tettles, how are they kind of strategizing, do you think, to approach this Borealis as we see it for the first time in the MDI?
Yeah, I think that this Borealis, I don't know if this Borealis is necessarily something that you're looking at specifically. I do think that the Borealis, while it is the first time we're seeing that, I think if This Is Almost Fine, your strategy is kind of like what we saw yesterday. This Is Almost Fine, for the viewers, is a team that is made up of MDI veterans who have played on different teams at various points. I don't think that any of them individually have insane MDI success, but I do think that they have good MDI experience, and so they kind of know how to what a broadcast day looks like, what that format ends up looking like. And I think if they can kind of continue the momentum that they had from yesterday, where they're making sure to play clean and being consistent with the strategies that they built at the very beginning of this week, I think that's going to help them a lot. Because Polish Mountain yesterday just beat themselves. They're the 5th seed. They ended up losing to a much lower seeded team. For This Is Almost Fine, This Is Almost Fine is a 13th seeded team, so Polish Mountain should be heavily favored, but This Is Almost Fine needs to play their game plan and continue to have 0 deaths.
They're going to need to, and we'll have to see here if they're able to pull this off on either side. They say you can make a mountain out of a molehill, but can This Is Almost Fine make a molehill out of a Polish mountain?
Lamau.
I guess we'll have to find. We'll have to see. But we'll go ahead and pass this over. Let's see how this turns out for both of these teams.
Well, on Polish Mountain site, we're already going big, while a little bit of trouble is hitting This Is Almost Fine. If you were watching attentively, you could see that they first shroud skipped a bunch of trash and then ran on to grab everything that's in that previous area into the boss arena, as they're now already dealing with Chopper. That is a lot that they have to do at the same time, and Bloodlust is going to be used here, whereas on the left-hand side, the second death has come in Tettles, and Siege of Borealis claims its first death.
Yeah, Timmy and Mickey going down there. That's very unfortunate. And like you were saying, that pull from Polish Mountain is like incredibly scary because you have these Irontide Raiders on top of Chopper Red Hook. Right there, as we saw on the right side of the screen, Polish Mountain, the Disc Priest just getting gripped in. That can happen at just an ill-opportune time. Then you end up getting meleeed to death by Chopper Red Hook as he is the only eligible pursuit target, being the only ranged in this composition. That is a very dangerous pull. It's basically on a timer. Polish Mountain, they kind of failed the check, but they didn't end up getting punished too terribly much. They do end up committing that battle res, but with this being a +9, I suspect that Polish Mountain is going to be able to hopefully keep themselves alive. They're going to be doing some insanely large pulls here moving forward, though.
So something that's very difficult about Siege of Baralos is that the grip in from the Raider actually is a little bit random. So it never happens at exactly the same time. Even if you pull like 10 times, you're going to get it at different times. So you cannot pre-plan for it. You need to react to it. And that can cause a little bit of chaos for these teams here. But Polish Mountain are dealing with that next pull after the boss. For me, the big question is, where are you going to get all of the percentage that you need on the enemy forces with having skipped as much as they did? So I'm going to be watching on where they can get that, whereas This Is Almost Found is now also using that bloodlust, saying, yeah, it is worthwhile to send it on Chopper. This is where we want to utilize the most of it.
I'm surprised that Polish Mountain isn't necessarily pulling bigger here. They're basically kind of doing like a live route for some of this additional trash. I'm kind of interested in seeing, are they just like kind of waiting for their Breath of Sindragosa to come up? They're waiting for their Ascendants to come up. And I suspect that we're going to take all of this trash into the next boss. That's what it looks like we're posturing for on the side of Polish Mountain.
Dominant Mind is going to come in to help a little bit here on the side of Yichit from that priest.
Ooh, Wave Shaper maybe?
Yeah, I think so. So trying to have one less interruptible cast as you are already running that Disc Priest seems like a logical conclusion to me here. And we're going to do exactly what you said, Tattles, and pull all of this into boss. Hopefully it walks there rather quickly, because then you can get better damage onto it. But you can see just how big that damage can be as Yichit gets shot twice there from the Molten Slugs.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty obnoxious because there is the powder shot and the snipers that are in both of those pulls, and so it can be a little bit dangerous, especially if you get double charged by the commanders. The best case scenario here is that the Death Knight gets targeted over and over again by a bunch of these mechanics. The DK is virtually immune, probably just as tanky as this Vengeance Demon Hunter right now. And so you ideally want a bunch of those Azerite charges to go onto him. As the trash is dealt with, it looked like the Cannoneer from the boss is also dealt with, and Polish Mountain have already gotten into the next phase, and they have basically all of the trash that they need to is already dealt with. This is crazy from Polish Mountain with how fast they've been going into this second area.
So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm very, very excited for what is waiting after this boss, because notably you can go pretty big there, but there's also a lot of difficulty to it. So my question is, if we have cooldowns, is the sky the limit? Where are we going to be stopping the next massive pull?
So we're going to have Pillar in 20, and we have Breath of Sindragosa in 45. We should probably have Shaman Ascendants in about that 40-second mark as well. That's about the time that it's going to take you to like run and gather a pretty large pull. There's also some kind of interesting skips that you can potentially do here as well. Polish Mountain has the opportunity to shroud a bunch of different mobs in this Monkey Town area. It really just kind of is up for question as to how much are they going to need and what are they going to gather here. I suspect that it's going to be a large portion of mobs, though. Okay, so we don't... I always get taken out by the sniping range. I hate this. This is the worst possible spot.
They're on their way. So you can see that the first cooldown is already running out of Yichit, getting everybody a little bit of bigger shields to make sure that they can survive what is yet to come. But the team is starting to drop one of the Demolishers, two of the Demolishers, three of the Demolishers. Can we add any more into this pack? Looks like this is where we're going to be stopping this pull for Polish Mountain.
This pull is really scary. So it has a bunch of pillagers in it those are required one melee interrupt. Additionally, the Tempest likes to cast a lot of bolts onto players. Typically, you put like 3 interrupts on it. The only cast that's actually required from it is the Choking Waters cast. So Polish Mountain is basically on a timer with a pull like this. Bolts going off at the same time as those crushing slams from the triple demolisher, like you were talking about, can absolutely wipe you. Their tank actually ends up getting feared at the very end of this. Like I was saying, like that pull is on a timer. They were maybe a little bit slower than they had been in practice, so that costs them a few seconds from the tank fear. But overall, you know, they make a great use of the silent sigil. The sigils of misery. They use the double cap totem as well, and then the pull. They have about 30 seconds, and then either it dies or we die.
Yeah, especially because you are running the triple melee comp.
Yeah.
I feel like the Demolishers get so much more gnarly, where you have to drop out, then you're not doing damage, and it's just kind of painful all throughout.
You tremor those.
So, yeah. Well, you only have so many setups for that, but it did work out here for Polish Mountain. Now, on the left-hand side, we're going to be seeing whether or not This Is Almost Fine can go as big as we just saw from Polish Mountain, of course. Both teams now have a little bit of a death timer against them, 15 seconds differential between the two of them, and Wolf actually did get the cast onto him. Has to be dispelled there, will survive, and it's only 2 Demolishers that This Is Almost Fine is doing, so being a little bit slower even still here.
Yeah. Right now on the right side of your screen, while This Is Almost Fine is trying to catch up, Polish Mountain is just going to kind of play this a little bit slow. So they see this Irontide Raider. This is the mob that's probably the most dangerous mob in the entire dungeon. It grips players in, and it does an insane amount of damage on that grip in. And so they are waiting for their Breath of Syndragosa. They're waiting for their Ascendants to come back up. Those are the cooldowns that we are, again, looking at in each and every single run. Every single opportunity that those cooldowns are synced, you see Polish Mountain pull like an absolute massive amount. They are just chipping away at that Irontide Raider. The moment that those cooldowns come up, we pull all the trash on top of the boss, and watch Hadal's Dark Fathom's HP. This boss is just completely melting. All of the subsequent trash that followed Hadal Dark Fathom is also melting. They only have these 2 remaining commanders, which are basically just a melee interrupt, and so you can put the DK and the Enhancement Shaman on it permanently, especially since the fact that they have like a ranged kick. That should allow them to always be able to get the interrupts on those mobs. Now, they do need a little bit more count. This pack in the corner is very scary, though. It's double sniper and an Irontide Raider. I feel like a lot of times on live, if you end up pulling this pack, you're going to have people just die to it naturally. So making sure that you have good CC on those snipers as the Irontide Raider does that grip in is very, very important.
Yeah, so it comes a little bit back to what I was saying earlier. You cannot pre-plan for it. There can be very unfortunate overlaps, but it looks to be working out for Polish Mountain as the boss does go down. They're still finishing it out. They do have a little bit of extra time until the doors open, so that works out beautifully in their favor.
Right on time.
Now, Vigoth has opened the pathway, and they're on their way to make, well, a very quick fried squid out of this boss.
Dude, also, funnily enough, something that you probably want to know as like a viewer, if you ever fight those sniper mobs, they only shoot in the direction of where your tank is actually facing whenever they are tanking those mobs. And so the best thing to do is to put your melee DPS in 180 degrees behind where those mobs are shooting. They can shoot you if you're off to either side of either flank of the mob, but if you're standing directly behind them, you can never get shot by them. So really just make sure that you're tanking them in a way that allows your DPS to not get shot.
Yeah, that is good tech. You should remember that. And here's another good tip for this dungeon specifically that you can see the melee players do beautifully here. So actually our Enhance, our DK, and our Tank are spreading around the Terror, but because there's not so much space on this Terror to pre-spread with 4 melee characters, Much has actually already gone over to the gripping terror, making sure that they have more space to dispel without knocking each other over. And it's going to be Yitte who will send that cannon into the boss while the rest of the team has moved on. That has the benefit of whether Yitte gets that debuff, can actually dispel himself and then make headway to the rest of the team. Doesn't happen here, so good timing for them. And once again, you're going to see that nice little spread between the melees to just make sure everybody has enough space.
In addition to that, like, this isn't necessarily something that you'd want to do on live. I think that this is a feature of the +9 level as well, where in theory you want to have the demolishing terror be killed off as fast as possible. More slams is just like an insane amount of damage, especially whenever it's combined with the putrid waters. But on this +9 level, Yitte on the disc priest is going to be able to shield players up way more than they need to be to not like actually be in danger of the putrid waters. As you saw on screen right there, he ends up getting hit with the putrid waters, and it only chips him down to about 80% HP. So he was never in any danger of dying. For Polish Mountain, look at this. The Bloodlust has come back up right as they fire the cannon to activate the final platform. They have to be able to kill off both the Demolishing and the Gripping Terror. If they only end up killing off the Gripping Terror, that cool Terran that activates the cannon and goes, let me get this cannon working, that guy's going to be feared. And so you have to kill off both of the tentacles. But I think the way that they're splitting up, like you're talking about, Mix, is a great strategy.
Yeah, I just think more people should maybe use it in their keys because it can get really, really cluttered with all of these melees. You can see those debuffs come out depending on where they are. Of course, This Is Almost Fine has also arrived at the boss, but it seems to be too little too late as the terrors have been killed off. We're just waiting for that RP as Polish Mountain take the first map here in our Blower Round 1 series.
Don't let this beast eat me.
Polish Mountain claiming victory here in our first Siege of Morales, this Mythic Dungeon International. This was much more of the gameplay, I think, that we were expecting from them, and they really showed that they can set the pace when they really get into it and find their groove. I mean, Polish Mountain here, they really did, I think, bring it a lot more. They seem to have pulled some things together. They had that death, but, you know, it didn't slow them down too much. So as we look over it, Tettles, I mean, would you say that Polish Mountain played a bit more here, like they're ready to take on those top teams like we anticipated?
I see something on my second screen. Apparently This Is Almost Fine also missed count. I think that they didn't end up pulling one of the Curse Blades or the Gutters that they were going to need to be able to actually get to 100% enemy forces. It looked like they were at 99.8%. Where on the side of Polish Mountain, you know, I think that this is the gameplay, like you talked about, Rook. I think this is the gameplay that you absolutely have to see to be able to contend. I think that Polish Mountain, at least for me, was a potential team to be able to make it to the global finals. So them getting sent down into the lower bracket was incredibly surprising. But I think this is the gameplay that you have to see. They had one death. It's fine. We get over it. We B-res those and we move on. They just have to be consistent.
They do, and you know, we'll look closer at both their gameplay and This Is Almost Fine as Zyronic provides his perspective over here. Zyronic, you want to take us through some replays?
Yeah, let's get that replay package rolling. Let's start it off right from the start of the dungeon here. It's our first time seeing Siege of Morales, and potentially our last time this weekend, as most teams tend to want to ban it out, but this routing difference really seemed like a team that put in a lot of prep for this dungeon versus a team that potentially just didn't want to play it at all and didn't think that they would have to. This is kind of harkens back to the old BFA days. This strategy is what we saw from most teams back then, where you would just shroud past almost every bit of trash before you got to the first boss area, and then just pop all of your lust, all of your cooldowns, potions, everything goes into this very first pull on top of the boss. And of course, with the boss taking double damage when it goes into one of those bombs, the boss just kind of melts. This entire pull, once the boss was engaged, took like 35 to 40 seconds. The damage potential of this comp is insane. The power infusion from the priest, not to mention just the damage they can output on their own, chunks the boss. Look how low Chopper Red Hook dies in this first bomb. Below 30% in the first 25 seconds of the pull. I mean, it's just insane how much burst damage these classes can pump out. Now, it is only a +9, so the HP levels of the pack aren't necessarily that high. Ooh. But this is the style of MDI pull that we want to see. Now, unfortunately, Yene gets pulled like 4 times in a row. And that last pull was from the Raider, not the boss, which is why he actually dies. You know, if you get pulled from the boss, they added an immunity to the players. That prevents you from dying to that frontal, but unfortunately, it was the Raider pull that ended up finishing him off, not the boss pull. So, little unfortunate, but it was kind of going to happen to somebody with the timings they had. Maybe they would do more damage to the Raiders there, but more tech for pulls here. They actually minded the Wave Shaper here in order to make sure it wouldn't just sit in the back and cast the entire time, so they can get it into this pull on top of the boss a little bit more cleanly. And then once, of course, it's in the pull, can release that Dominate Mind, and you'll be good to go for the AoE. They still do have the spotter out, but that's not too big of a deal. It doesn't do that much damage to the group. And then more Disc Priest tech. Let's throw a Pain Sup on the tank when he runs in. And then he can also use that Pain Sup to gather up the pull without having to pop any of his major personals as well. As he just runs through everything. Not necessarily tech, but you know, it's a pretty good external too. It was the Disc Priest in this key.
That's fair.
I will say, I really liked how they were using Rapture to kind of set up these massive polls and say okay, so while you're running out, just Rapture everybody, make them a little bit very, very good use of that class.
And then also, Mike and I were wondering, are they going to be able to pull this trash into the boss? And the answer was absolutely, yes. And also, it was just aided by the Zalatas Bargain affix that we have active in this key, that Oblivion affix. People kind of think, okay, these are damage buff cooldowns, right? Whenever you get those orbs, whenever you pop any of the affixes, you get a major damage buff. Yes, you do get a lot of mastery, but with the Oblivion one in particular, you also gain Leech, which helps a ton in pulls like this where there's unavoidable damage. It helps the players individually top their own health bars off so that your priest can just sit there and blast the boss and do as much damage as possible. And once again, the initial burst, the first 25 seconds of the boss, he's already down below 30% again. So they really had this dungeon completely mathed out. This was something they clearly put a lot of practice into, and it showed.
I have a question for you, Zyro. So it seemed to me like they were more limited about like when their Breath of Syndragosa and when their Ascendance was coming up. Like,
yeah,
like what even does a faster run of Siege of Borealis even look like from a different team? Because I felt like they were more cooldown limited than they were necessarily. Like it was more like, how do we even get more mobs whenever our CDs are available? And I feel like they couldn't.
I don't know if you can, and I think that might just be a limiting factor in this key. I mean, they really had it planned out perfectly around the 2 minutes every single time they wanted to do a big bowl. The 2 minutes are ready. I don't know if you can go any faster in a 9 than that. You might have to, like, I don't know, offset your cooldowns a little bit, but that would be a little bit weird. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if you can go faster than that. Maybe just a little bit more damage on the last boss, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, great pull from them, great dungeon. And yeah, when you see somebody or a team just optimizing so much and setting that bar for that particular run, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing to witness and just to be able to go like, oh, hey, wow, look at how well they did this. And now can anybody else meet this? Or if we have this pop up again, will they be able to even replicate it? But Polish Mountain felt really solid there. It seemed like, as everybody was pointing out, they really had things perfectly down with all of their cooldowns. And now our next dungeon up is going to be Dawnbreaker between these two. And again, this is a quicker one. That pacing, that timing of the Bloodlust is sort of key, and figuring out how you're going to path or route through the sort of city section too. But I mean, Dawnbreaker we have seen from Polish Mountain yesterday, whereas we haven't seen This Is Almost Fine in Dawnbreaker yet. I mean, as they look ahead to this, what do you think that they might be sort of scheming to see if they can stay in this competition titles?
I think that, okay, basically Polish Mountain ran it down yesterday in Dawnbreaker. I'm going to be honest with you guys. They were kind of running it. I think that they need to make sure that they have like 0 deaths in here again. It's about consistency. That Zaltath's Challenger's Peril debuff that you get is incredibly brutal. Basically for Polish Mountain, they have to continue to play as well as they did in that Siege of Borealis. You cannot afford any mistakes. And for This Is Almost Fine, it's kind of like, just stick to your game plan. Make sure that you're the most consistent version of yourself. Those are the kind of 2 key takeaways that I would be looking at for both of these teams.
I mean, you're saying it already, Tettles. Dawnbreaker is like a redemption dungeon for them, right? They lost by 0.28 seconds. Just to kind of heart that down one more time, how close it got between the 2 teams. And Polish Mountain had 15 seconds on the death timer as well. So they would have had that dungeon if they were only less than a second faster or didn't have that death. And they definitely want to prove to themselves and everybody here that they can absolutely do that, right?
Something I saw yesterday was that Polish Mountain played the Resto Druid in this dungeon. I'm not really sure what the reason for that is. I'd like to see the Disc Priest, and there it is. He did swap. That's definitely, in my opinion, a better pick in this key.
Yeah, just looking at it a little bit, Polish Mountain did have 3 deaths in here yesterday whenever they were running this Dawnbreaker. So yeah, it's one of the situations that they can't afford to have 3 deaths. 45 seconds worth of death penalty is just... It's so hard to come back from that much.
I mistook the timers with the Arakari. You're right. It was the Dawnbreaker that was a little bit further between the 2 teams. Thank you, Tettles. But of course, I'm really excited to see Yitta here once again on that Disc Priest, and just a little bit of a Polish lesson for everybody here. I did look up Motz's name. So Moc Papież actually means the power of the Pope. So they have that going for them as well, apparently. I don't really know why that is the name, but that is what Polish Mountain has decided to name their rogue.
That is the Pope, the Giga Chad guy on their logo.
Yeah, oh, you mean the Polska Górą guy? I don't know.
That's
my Polish does not go that far.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, I think that This Is Almost Fine. They actually swapped back to that Prot Paladin. So this is what they played all day yesterday in their keys. I think that swapping back to the Prot Paladin is something that we see pretty commonly on live keys. The Prot Paladin is very, very strong, especially since you have that bubble on a very short cooldown. I want to say it ends up probably being about 1.5 minutes. I think it's like 3 minutes baseline, but you get a lot of CDR on it. And so I think that there's some opportunities that Prot Paladin is going to allow you to do. That spec is like a DPS with the amount of damage that it also does during wings.
Yeah, that's just so nice to see. But kind of to come back to this dungeon and what teams need to do to remind everyone, a lot of the speed is in the first part here, where you kind of have to just play one pack after another because that is how it is laid out. And that is exactly what these teams are trying to do as they are going from ship to ship. Polish Mountain takes a little bit of a lead here as they're already onto that third platform, so to say, before they can engage this boss. And then it is going to come down whether or not the damage that they have will be enough. Both teams notably holding that Bloodlust. I suspect we're going to be seeing it used on that penultimate boss one more time with the extra trash added into that, just because it is such a fast dungeon, right?
I think it's one of those situations that, like, the courtyard trash into the boss, I think it seems like it's a better lust than potentially getting a second lust in this dungeon. From the strats that we've been seeing here, I thought that whenever we watched this dungeon earlier from Perplexed, I thought it made a lot of sense whenever you were just like taking that lust and throwing it straight into the boss. It just allows your enhancement shaman to just like really tee off on the fight. And both of these teams, they end up pulling the boss about the same time, Migs.
It is going to be very close. I mean, this dungeon is just so fast as well. I'm really curious on how the pull after this one is going to look for both of the teams. We, of course, would like to have all of our cooldowns available for that. They've just been sent on the side of Polish Mountain. And then on the left-hand side, we are holding on to it for presence. It looks like should be sent in a couple of seconds as well there.
Dude, this is so cursed. Both of these teams are only playing one ranged in this run. So how the puddle drops work is it prioritizes ranged, but you need a minimum of 2 ranged to actually be able to get those puddles dropped off in a non-random fashion. If you're playing 4 melee DPS or like, 3 melee and a tank, and then like a 1 ranged healer, what it does is it'll pick like one of the random melee DPS. And so they're stacking up as 5 and having to move for those collapsing night puddles every single time, which lowers the amount of damage and uptime that you can possibly have on the boss. In addition to that, you need to make sure that you're over moving the boss. These obsidian beams can become problematic depending on which way they end up rotating. If they force you into one of those puddles, that can make you lose a lot of boss damage.
Yeah, it absolutely can, and it's also very dangerous as that can tick very hard and maybe knock you out as well. But
this
teams
is almost
are
fine.
getting closer to killing off the boss. This is almost fine. 6% to go one more time. They're going to need to dance with the beams here. The same thing happening on the left-hand side, but with a little bit of an edge. This is almost fine. Are going to be able to kill it off first, and just a little bit of tech for you guys that maybe not everybody knows just yet, because I keep seeing people wait up there in the air. You can start flying as soon as a cast does come in, and you can leave. You don't need to wait for the boss to officially die.
Yeah. In addition to that as well, all of the trash down on the ground doesn't spawn until about 10 seconds after the boss is done doing the final blow up RP on the Dawnbreaker boat itself. That allows... So you see on like the left side of the screen there, This Is Almost Fine was like pre-positioned in order to be able to grab the trash. They grab that mini boss, and they're able to do just an insanely large pull and gather it easily because of pre-placing and pre-positioning of where they're going to stand. On the right side of your screen, we see Polish Mountain with a very similar situation of how they were getting all of the mobs pulled. Now, they were playing outside in this courtyard area, where This Is Almost Fine is grabbing a lot of the trash from the inside and those right and left wings. I think that Polish Mountain is maybe supposed to have a little bit more count after all of this trash dies, but I think we're going to have to wait and see, because This Is Almost Fine is going to have a couple of more mobs dying off here. So yeah, they're at 53.26, and Polish Mountain, after killing this off, I think is going to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, 55.4 is where that is going to clock in. And now we're going to go to how you like to call it, Grandma's house for both of these teams.
This is Grandma's house.
Just making sure the tank is there first.
Oh my god.
Roughly is taken out here by actually falling damage?
Nah. Wait, he honked instead. You didn't see that. That didn't happen.
Everybody forget what you have just seen.
I want a refund on the 15 seconds worth of deaths. That didn't happen.
That's actually, I mean, it definitely happened, and they definitely have a 15-second death timer. Shady actually dropping really low for This Is Almost Fine on the left-hand side, and they are making quick headway through that pole here. The Ascendant has been killed off, whereas Polish Mountain once again just a little bit behind. We'll see whether or not their enemy forces are going to equalize here, what the plans are, but looks like this is almost fine. Actually, will line up here to play this Ascendant next.
Yeah, so basically everybody has to kill off this third mini-boss. You might notice that both teams' Lust are still up. We know this.
Yep.
Basically, what's going to happen is you kill this third mini-boss, and you take as much courtyard trash that you can possibly tank into the boss. Then you pop your Bloodlust and all of your offensive CDs on top of that, and you kind of try to down it as fast as possible. For Polish Mountain, they actually shoot an orb into the close wall, and they have multiple deaths happen because of that. I think that's 4 deaths now, so a full minute worth of death time due to that Challenger's Peril makes... I don't even know if they're going to be able to recover from this. This is almost fine as getting ready to pull the boss here with their Lust.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you were saying as we were going into this dungeon that they need to avoid. They have quick speed, but they need to clean it up, and this, by any means, is not looking clean. Chi Death now also proccing on Moss, as this is almost fine, is into the boss fight. A noob has been pulled, the extra trash is in there. Now, don't be mistaken, even with Bloodlust, this pull is actually quite lethal, and there's a lot of control that needs to be done to the extra trash to make sure you survive it. And of course, you still need to direct the orbs in the correct direction. Wolf was getting some extra help from that Bloodlust to top the group back up, but they say we're not stopping here, and they're tagging in the next pack as well as they're chewing away at the boss's HP.
So funnily enough, I don't actually think it's the DPS that are actually in danger of dying here. I think the Shadow Walkers and the Tactician damage on the tank is the scary part. You saw Shady from This Is Almost Fine pop that bubble taunt relatively early to make sure that he was going to be able to live those Shadow Walker auto attacks. In addition to that, the Tacticians, they enrage themselves, also just doing an insane amount of damage to the tank. But This Is Almost Fine. They play this a little bit slower. They play this courtyard area a bit slower than other teams. I think that whenever we saw Perplexed in here earlier, they just grabbed all of the trash at once and nuked it down with all of their cooldowns, whereas This Is Almost Fine. I think that they can afford to play it a little bit slower because of the issues that Polish Mountain has had with all 4 of those deaths. This Is Almost Fine basically needs to stay alive. If they're able to stay alive throughout from here to the end of Roshanon, they should be able to win this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, what a showing from This Is Almost Fine after that Siege of Boralos that just didn't go their way due to not pulling as big as what Polish Mountain has shown. But like you said, they're now going to work on the Architect here. That will be your prio target to make sure that you can spawn the RP on the boss and then pull the rest of the trash that is spawning in now into the boss. So trying to make sure you have a little bit of funnel, and then they're also going to try to do as much boss DPS as they can, maybe go a little bit slower in some of these bombs to knock it down as low as possible before it phases over, so that then they have a really, really fast phase at the end of it.
I feel like at this key level in a 10, it's actually kind of hard for the DPS to be looking to die to this Nightfall Architect. Whenever you're doing a hierarchy of this, the Tormenting Eruption damage is insanely difficult, but the key point that you need to know is that it alternates players, and so it will actually shift between the 2 DPS and the healer. Potentially can throw the tank into the mix, but more often than not, you're not going to have somebody be picked twice in a row by that debuff, and so it allows you to make sure that you have a defensive pre-pressed every single time. And so This Is Almost Fine. They're able to deal with that trash. They end up getting the Ascension Orbs dealt with as well, and now they have 20% haste as they are hitting and pulling Roshanon. They need to get this boss down to 60% HP. Throwing barrels into the boss is going to do and get the boss to about 65.2%. And so you have that 5.2% of HP that you need to actually deal to Roshanon over the course of this phase and phase 2.
Yeah, and just to explain it a little bit more detailed, what we were saying earlier, once you have thrown 5 of these bombardments down,
6.
the boss is going to flee, and 6, and that is when you're going to be going over to the next phase, but the boss fight does end at like 61.99 or something, like around the 62 point, and that is what you want to try to get as close as possible to before you throw that very last bombardment onto the boss. So that is what they're working on right now.
Yeah, and they're actually kind of waiting a second. So they have those Ascension Orbs that are going to be available to them, and these are kind of unlucky timing on the Ascension Orbs. So what we saw earlier for Perplexed is now they actually... Sometimes they can fly down into the town. They can build up things such as combo points and Tempest. Get also a little bit more Maelstrom as well. It kind of depends on which player is actually we're watching. So some people are going to show up to this boss a little bit later. Actually, it looks like this is almost fine as even going for that. They're just like, they just say, we don't need that. We just need to make sure that we stay alive. And on the side of Polish Mountain, it looked like they had another death on the Disc Priest as well. So a minute and 15 seconds worth of death penalty. I think that, this is almost fine, barring an absolute catastrophe and a wipe here. I think that they should be able to win this one pretty convincingly.
Yeah, absolutely right. Another death there coming in for Polish Mountain on that platform. On Yitte, we're able to recover the death, but once again, the timer is just too big. Rafley here trying to get a little bit of extra Maelstrom stacks before he flies back to the team, but this is almost fine. Are basically already finished with this fight. The boss is dropping lower and lower and should be finished any second now. Just waiting for it to port out, as they are saying, no, you cannot get that clean 2-0. We are going to fight back, and we are still in it to maybe move on to the next series, as we do have at 1-1 with This Is Almost Fine taking the second map.
There it is. This is almost fine. Showing that they are here, they are doing it, and you know what? This is getting finer by the second. I mean, it was great to see them play through here and actually be able to get a little bit of a foothold against Polish Mountain. But, of course, Polish Mountain, we watched there as the deaths kind of racked up. There were some that were not as ideal as you would hope, like just dying from falling damage or things like that, which is one of the risks in this dungeon with those flight sections, right? But as we kind of compare both of them, when we look at this quick run through Dawnbreaker, I mean, Makes, what do you think really made all the difference here between these two teams as they sort of matched up, bringing it 1-1?
I think it goes back to what Tels was saying earlier, where you need to be clean with it. And Polish Mountain did show in that Siege of Borealis that they have the tech. They can pull it off. They can have these really clean, impressive runs. But once things go awry, it just continues to do so for them. They don't have a great way of recovering things, and while that first death was already quite unfortunate, having that orb go into the wall and just nuking the rest of the team definitely was kind of the point where you had to look at it and you went, okay, I think this just lost it.
I think it's very difficult to tell where that orb is actually facing a lot of the times, especially whenever you have that many mobs like stacked on top of all of the players. And so I think it's really easy to have it happen. It's just very unfortunate for Polish Mountain. And I feel like that's a mistake that you can't make if you're looking to try to be one of these teams that's qualifying to global finals.
Yeah, Polish Mountain, they have such high highs and then these kind of middle, I don't want to say lows, but these kind of, middle performances that just set them under. But when they are able to nail what they want to land, they really excel and they really could be up there. So finding that consistency, I think, is going to be big for them. And we'll look here a little bit closer at both of the gameplays as we see kind of what made the difference as we were examining. But Zyronic, what do you think sort of made the difference between the two teams?
I don't really know what to think about this. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and chalk up Dawnbreaker to being the kryptonite for Polish Mountain, because 2 times now they've come into this key, and 2 times now they've had the same just weird errors. I mean, things that you wouldn't expect a team in the MDI, especially a 3 seed for the weekend, make, right? They've got all of the MDI-style ideas down, right? They're milking extra time for resources to make sure they do more single target damage. They're going for the big pulls. They're pulling them off most of the time, but then we have silly little personal mistakes like dismounting when you're too high in the air and then you die to falling damage. I think the play might have been, was he trying to feral lunge into the mob to gain a little bit of extra time from midair and just missed the timing of it? I'm not quite sure what the issue was, but the death into the quick on so quick you might have missed it. As a matter of fact, if we didn't have the little death weak aura pop up in the middle of the screen,
I would have known.
I might have just completely missed it. That was an insta-onk from Raf when it happened. But they have the big pulls down for the most part, but then this particular pull was what plagued them yesterday as well. They threw a few deaths here as well, and it's just cascading off, man. Nightbolts going off on players, maybe a beam going off, maybe the orb being baited in an incorrect place.
Close.
Like that, 8 million damage onto Yitte there, and then extra Nightbolts going off in the meantime. I mean, just small, tiny mistakes end up adding up over the course of the key, and with that Challenger's Peril affix in play, when you have 4 deaths in a dungeon, that's a minute of time. In that amounts up to like 10% of the total time you're in the keys in the MDI. You cannot afford for that to happen. So when you go up against a team like, This Is Almost Fine, who is going for not the fastest strats, but clean strats, you're going to lose when you have these deaths appear. Even this death from Shady at the end didn't end up mattering because they could just battle res him up and keep going, finish off the last 2% of the boss. So, going into this third game, hopefully the Stone Vault that Polish Mountain has prepared is more along the lines of their, their Arakaras or their Sieges that we saw, and not necessarily the Dawnbreakers, because we saw Stone Vault from This Is Almost Fine yesterday, and they looked okay. They just happened to run into a team in Miscount that had an absolutely insane strategy. Remember, Miscount had that strategy where they pulled, like, the entire Skarmorak wing into the boss and just nuked it down in, like, 40 seconds. Polish Mountain, they got their backs to the wall here in this last game.
They do, and I think it's going to all come down to consistency here as we head into, the next dungeon here, which we're going to see will be the Stone Vault here at the end, the Stone Vault. So, I mean, the pressure is on for Polish Mountain. It was interesting even just peeking at our, projections down at the bottom, our predictions. We were all over the place on this one because it could have swung, I think, a lot of different ways. And as we were just kind of commenting on, I mean, Polish Mountain, I think they have what they need to pull off the MDI strats, right? But landing it is the big thing, not having those little mistakes. Whereas This Is Fine, or This Is Almost Fine, has a really good synergy. They're very steady. They, once they kind of get into it, they've been playing together for a while. They're used to, pushing keys live. So adapting some of those things that maybe aren't quite as MDI pushing themselves, I think gives them an advantage. But if they just perform solidly and Polish Mountain misses something they're trying to achieve, then it's an opportunity for them to just continue on. Either way, both of these teams, this is it. This is going to be what determines who moves forward and who is eliminated. This is Almost Fine versus Polish Mountain. We have big MDI strats versus the more steady, solid players who have that good synergy. And who's going to be able to see it through to the finish line is going to be, I think, anybody's guess here. But, I mean, we'll have to just wait and see. I'm still rooting Polish Mountain, I think. I don't know about you, Megs.
Well, I'm very curious to see who of these teams can actually maybe bring that unholy back that we saw from Miscount yesterday. I think this dungeon is so unholy DK coded. It is actually unbelievable, and I'm very happy that Tettles, you and I are both here to maybe see it one more time, as you're one of the few believers on this broadcast into the red-green class. And what do you think? Are we going to see it?
So I think that This Is Almost Fine. Almost certainly not going to play it. I suspect that they're going to do exactly what we saw from them yesterday, which is not playing on only DK.
You think they're going to play Warlock again?
Come on, red class!
Yes, I do think they're going to play Warlock again.
And both of them are Frost. How dare. Okay. Azari, you want to take this one? There's no unholy DK here. I'm out.
You want to swap spots?
No, I mean, you can.
No. I'm joking. But we are seeing that bloodlust from both teams as we are underway into the final map of this series between This Is Almost Fine and Polish Mountain. Now, you already called it out, Tettles. What do you think about the differences in team and class choices here?
I actually don't think the Warlock is too bad. So for This Is Almost Fine, the big thing that you want to know about Timmy is that he actually ends up, he's like a warrior main, like a DPS warrior main.
Yeah.
And so for him to swap to this Destro Warlock, it's not that he doesn't know how to play it. This guy's played in BDG, played it in pieces as well. Very, very strong multi-class gamer. It's more just like, I think that they've been sticking to the classes and the specializations that they're super comfortable with. And I think that they figured out a way that they can make this Warlock work. And you saw him do 10.5 million DPS that first pull. That Infernal coming out, just an insane amount of Rain of Fires. I don't think that the Warlock... I think that the Warlock comp falls short in a couple of areas. Particularly, I think the healer damage from the Restoration Shaman is a little bit worse than the Discipline Priest, but I don't think it's like the Warlock is going to be holding them back in any way.
I think you kind of had to bring one shaman, so if you don't want to lose out on the rogue or the warlock, you kind of have to play that resto shaman to make sure the Wind Fury is available to that Frosticate, to that rogue, who just benefit greatly off of it. So I think it makes sense to go for that here, even if it is a little bit lower in healer damage. But we'll see how they do once they have finished off Edna, because this dungeon is pretty straightforward, but what you can do is use the Shroud to skip some of the trash, and since you get the minecart once you've finished off a boss, you can just get to skip it all together. So I'm curious on what side they decide to go to, and whether or not they're going to play trash or skip it and then play it into the boss. Quite curious.
Yeah, I also think Poison Cleansing Totem is very valuable versus Devour. I think that you know, just being able to, even though it is on a longer cooldown now with the anniversary patch, I think that being able to get Devour removed from your entire party, you know, you really want a shaman here. I think that Enhance is probably the premier character of the patch.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Enhance is absolutely insane. So I think that anytime that you can actually get one of those in your composition, you probably want them. Like look at Polish Mountain's DPS. That enhancement shaman is still at 1.1 million DPS. But something I also want to highlight: the Disc Priest was almost doing twice as much damage as the Restoration Shaman just on this single target fight. On Edna by itself, doing almost twice the amount of damage as another specialization is something that like you shouldn't overlook. On top of that, they didn't even use the power infusion on this boss, and so that's something you have to factor in as well whenever you think about Disc Priest damage. It's not just about the individual damage contribution, because that is higher, but it's also the power infusion.
So Polish Mountain is going to go big here because cooldowns are available. Pillar is going to come up in 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Breath is already there. That is where I assume that PI is also going to get used. As soon as they have all of that ready, we're going to go into a big pull and just blasted fresh breath being sent here. And that is exactly where everything is going to line up for them. Whereas This Is Almost Fine has already finished off a smaller pull and is now going into a pretty big one as they're still running to gather up the rest of the trash here.
So This Is Almost Fine ended up killing off the first boss a little bit faster, 10 seconds faster than Polish Mountain, but they notably committed things like their Breath of Sindragosa to the end of the fight, where Polish Mountain instead ended up doing a much larger first trash pull. What we saw from This Is Almost Fine is they did something kind of similar to like a live pull, where you're combining that Skarmarak wing with the Master Machinist wing worth of trash, in making sure that you're allowing your offensive CDs to come back up prior to going into this Master Machinist swing. And so it's just a little bit of difference of strategy. We're not going to be able to tell like who's faster until we finish out this wing, and then we see what happens at the very beginning of the Skarmarak area. But look, dude, look at the right side of your screen here. Polish Mountain, their tank is actually in a lot of danger here. A lot of these 4chans, these are non-elite mobs, but they stack up an infinitely stacking tank damage taken increase buff. And so if he has too many, it's like that anvil buff that you can see on his frame. And if you end up having too many of those, you can die pretty easily. So they're making sure to CC chain the mobs a bunch. They also slow them with things like the Earthbind Totem, and then he's just going to have to kite around.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing. You could see Tankier stay a little bit away from the group there for a while just to make sure they drop off as they're now going into the next
boss
attack.
here.
Same thing happening on the left-hand side. Can they actually pull all of this into the boss? It looks like Polish Mountain says, yes, we can. Will This Is Almost Fine do the same thing? No Bloodlust available. The answer is yes. You're going to do that. Warlock Gate comes out to speed them up just a little bit. And in comes the affix, like you're saying, on the left-hand side at least.
That's actually pretty good for This Is Almost Fine. The Devour buff showing up right on time. In addition to that, so those mobs are kind of difficult to get grouped up into this room, but whenever the wall comes up from the Master Machinist, those Menders can come all the way in pretty easily. You only need like a 2 melee kick rotation on this boss, on Speaker Brock, to make sure that you get all of the kicks, and so it's not something that you're super worried about. You can throw a bunch of interrupts into those Menders if you want. Now, once the trash ends up falling off, you're actually kind of hoping to high roll this fight. You really want the vents to be the near side vents. That way you don't have to drag the boss around a bunch. You don't lose a lot of damage because you're playing a bunch of melee DPS, but the ideal situation would be just like plant and be able to do damage. So we're hoping to high roll our positioning a little bit here.
It can even be the same one in a row, so that would be even better than just same side, but looks like the boss fight is basically already over for Polish Mountain as they're in the single digits. One more time, that lava cannon needs to be dodged. They're doing just that as the vent has come in rather close. I think you're going to be happy with this one. They just need to make sure that both of these die pretty closely. Speaker is on 1%, and it has worked out as they're on their way to the minecart.
Shroud
Left-hand
out.
side, this is almost fine. Has a little bit extra enemy forces, so 4% ahead on Polish Mountain, but I would say the delay on the boss HP does not offset that as of right now.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what This Is Almost Fine is going to do with the trash next relative to Polish Mountain. So This Is Almost Fine ended up dealing with that despoiler. They ended up already killing this mob off. Polish Mountain, let's see what they do here. So they pull this initial despoiler. I suspect that they're going to break this up into 2 separate pulls prior to pulling Skarmorak. Is that pulling that despoiler a little bit earlier going to yield 1 fewer pull for This Is Almost Fine? That is the question here. How far are This Is Almost Fine going to be able to go here? They don't have Bloodlust available. If they pull the boss here, they would end up pulling basically 2 despoilers into the boss. But if they end up getting them killed off fast enough, maybe the damage that's going to be dealt to the group as an AoE could be livable. But they're also playing this in 2 separate pulls, which means that Polish Mountain, I think, is firmly in the lead here.
So I think you kind of have to do this without having that Bloodlust available. You can see that stuns are being used here to take this pack a little bit more controlled. You're pretty fast when it comes to the damage. You can see that the spoiler highest target here, very, very quickly dead, and the speakers that you have left over, you can just drag into the next pull. Don't really need to care about that too much, as both teams side by side. Oh, it is very, very close. Skarmorak's in fight for Polish Mountain, but come running for This Is Almost Fine as well, as they are pulling the rest of the trash onto this boss.
I think Polish Mountain kills this boss much faster than This Is Almost Fine. So This Is Almost Fine, they have the Infernal available. But the notable cooldown that they don't have ready here is that Breath of Sindragosa. They do have Pillar of Frost, which is going to contribute a little bit of damage. But looking at Polish Mountain, they had the Ascendance, and they had that Breath of Sindragosa available, and they had the Power Infusion on top of that. I think that this should yield for a much faster boss kill on the side of Polish Mountain than This Is Almost Fine. Now, I don't suspect it's going to be a one phase. I think that we saw it from Mist Count yesterday. The ability to build one phase this boss before that Fortified Shell cast goes off was crazy. I think that you have to have like a Lust and like an Unholy DK in here to be able to do that. But Polish Mountain get the boss to 32% before that shield happens, and This Is Almost Fine get the boss to 42%. So they're 10% ahead just on this boss right here, and now they're going to be able to deal with Skarmorak before the second shell cast on both sides. And Polish Mountain, I think, is starting to pull ahead even further.
So notably, on that shell cast, This Is Almost Fine had like triple the shell that Polish Mountain had, so neglecting some of the crystals, putting them behind here as well.
Yeah.
Of course, they were able to finish it off, but it is going to take you longer to get through that boss fight with that extra shield on there. Polish Mountain now finishing off, and they have pulled equal in the enemy forces. This is a clean lead that they have right now, that This Is Almost Fine is trying to follow. And now the big question is, how big can we go here? What is the plan with this pack? How can we skip maybe some of these guards? And we've seen it from the Direwolves yesterday. You can kind of pull them to the side and then shadow melt them off, and that's exactly what is happening here for Polish Mountain. At least on the first 2, they say this is not valuable count. Instead, we'll pull everything that's in here, and that is exactly what the pull looks like right here. On the left-hand side, I think more of the same.
Yeah, it looks like a very similar situation. I think they're actually end up pulling those dash mobs into this. I think those are like honor guards or something like that. I said their lust is up. Apparently, if you get in the minecart, it appears as if your lust is up, even though that's not necessarily
that's
true.
Fake, fake information.
Yeah, it was made up. So the Lust is going to be coming up in 5 seconds for both of these teams. This Is Almost Fine and Polish Mountain. I think the expectation here is after this Rock Smasher dies on both of these sides, they're going to wait for their debuff to expire, and they're going to try to pull every single mob that remains in the dungeon into the boss. That is going to be a very dangerous pull. You can have a lot of damage coming out from the Smash Rock cast from these Rock Smashers. But I think that Polish Mountain are in a great position here. They have that Breath of Sindragosa up. They have that Ascendance available. You know, This Is Almost Fine. They don't have that Breath of Sindragosa. They just have that Infernal from the Warlock. So I think that Polish Mountain is going to be able to deal with this boss faster. Now, the huge thing that you have to watch out for is any death here, making sure that you get the totems. Both of those things are like the things that you have to watch out for both sides. I think one death here can completely change the fortune of both of these teams.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Now, there is a totem at least in play for Polish Mountain. They were able to finish it off. The left-hand side, we're seeing the same thing. As the Rock Smasher does go down, that's a lot of extra AoE onto your team that you now have gotten rid of. There's a second one that they will need to finish, and they are ahead on the boss's HP. Bloodlust is pumping for both of them, but of course, they also have to make sure that they're not taking any additional damage. With that many melees, it can sometimes be annoying to try and play into the portals to make sure you do get dispelled. So you'll see them run a little bit more perhaps when they're saying, okay, I don't have a defense here that I can maybe use to try and get rid of it. Jura running out there as well, as they have gotten sub 25% and are on the way to take this Syrians for themselves. 16-15, it is ticking down, and Polish Mountain seems, despite that Dawnbreaker that has been causing them a lot of agony today and yesterday, to claim this series for themselves, eliminate This Is Almost Fine, and take the series home.
Woo. Ooh, there it is. The game is running just a bit longer here. We'll see as they continue going through. I mean, of course, This Is Almost Fine, still burning that boss there. But, I mean, impressive performance from Polish Mountain. Those boss burns were amazing, and their towering heights couldn't be scaled as they've reached a new peak, winning against This Is Almost Fine, who will be eliminated from the competition. Polish Mountain, I think, really showed us what we were hoping to see from them from several of these, minus that strange kryptonite that is the Dawnbreaker to them. But, I mean, Breath of Sindragosa, Ascendance, Power Infusion, right? There were a lot of things that, you know, as Heddles was pointing out, kind of contributed to Polish Mountain's coordination and DPS boss burns. But, you know, Heddles, do you think that ultimately that's what bought them the most time this run, that coordinated effort?
I think it's a little bit due to the composition. I think that they're just a bit quicker on the trigger. I think that pull that This Is Almost Fine did after Edna, where they pulled both of those despoiler with the right side pack on the Master Machinist area, I think that was the big losing point for This Is Almost Fine. I think they ended up doing about one more pull. They ended up desyncing their CDs a little bit, which it looked fine, but they just never really recovered. I mean, look at the charts here. I think pretty infrequently do we look at the damage done charts, but right after Edna, you see that This Is Almost Fine has that very small purple graph into the larger one, where Polish Mountain just like runs straight down the Master Machinist area and then maintains that 15-second-ish lead for the remainder of the dungeon.
They definitely just kept it. Once they kind of gained it, right, like you're pointing out, they just really kept it and kept pushing it further and further as they went through, which just, I mean, again, it was like a snowball effect almost. We saw that time just pick up more and more momentum as they continued. You know, we'll be looking at some replays here in a second, but talking about kind of the trash management or the packs, the pulls, right? That's a big thing in the MDI. How you sort of pace out those pulls, we saw some time lost over there with This Is Almost Fine, what do you think kind of goes into the considerations? You know, we can use Stone Vault as an example, but what goes into the considerations of how you pace out your pulls for MDI speedrunning?
Well, you always want to plan around your cooldowns, right? Like your 2 minutes for most of these classes nowadays. There's very rarely a 3-minute class still around. And you just want to make sure that you have a big pull set up for that. And then once that pull runs out, you should probably have your cooldowns available again. If that is not the case, you need to do one smaller pull and then go into the next big pull where those cooldowns are available again. I just really quickly want to shout out the Disc Priest damage in that dungeon. In comparison to the rest of that we saw, it was more than twice of the other healer, which is very, very much.
I mean, we had noticed before, even yesterday, right, that Disc Priest, bringing that in, just gives you that additional damage straight up. And that in some of these considerations, when you're looking at it, you're like, hey, we can, you know, handle the healing, we've got other things, we've got our cooldowns. That additional damage does make a big difference, so completely agree. And, you know, we're going to get a little bit more into the minutia here with this victory that Polish Mountain took, but also in This Is Almost Fine's gameplay. Zeronic, let us know your insights.
Again, the Warlock looks like it's a pretty powerful pick in this key. The AoE damage it's capable of doing is pretty insane. It's up there with some of the best classes in the game. But on the single target aspect, it just seems like it falls a little bit short of what I'd like to have in that extra class. I mean, you're kind of comparing it to the Enhanced Shaman, right? Whenever you're looking at the swap here. And the Enhanced Shaman, while it doesn't necessarily burst as much on full-on AoE, the priority damage that it brings is just way too powerful, and that's kind of one of the things that sped them up in these intermittent packs when they didn't have their cooldowns active. And even on the bosses, the boss damage was just slightly better for Polish Mountain throughout the key. But like you were mentioning, Tettles and Makes, the biggest thing in this key wasn't necessarily the pull execution, because both teams are doing a pretty similar job of cleanly dealing with the packs while not taking too much damage, making sure they're getting interrupts off on most of the casts using AoE CCs like we just saw here from Polish Mountain to make sure piercing whales don't go off and people don't get silenced by the censoring gears. It was just the time spent in between pulls, and you know, even just finishing off pulls. At the very end of the dungeon, both teams had this awkward moment where they were finishing off the last couple of stone guards, and had either of the teams just said, you know what, we need to go, they'll come with us, we'll finish them off, just have to dodge the charge, they could have easily taken this map. Just a little bit of hesitance in the movement from pole to pole for both of the teams here. In Polish Mountain, it did barely eke out the victory here, but I'm a little bit scared for their upcoming matchup. They're not done for the day, right? They still have another lower brown matchup. It's going to be against Direwolves, who are going to be looking for a little bit of a revenge game here after being knocked down to the lower bracket earlier today.
Yeah, so while Polish Mountain ended up winning, they ended up winning within one death, right? Like, if they had one death, then This Is Almost Fine would have been able to win that map. I think they were 14 seconds ahead, and it just proves, again, the Challenger's Peril is probably the most important thing, and you cannot afford deaths in any single situation.
No, I mean, that extra timer, right, it applies this different pressure to kind of the dynamic here, where it's not something where one death means it's the end, right, as we've talked about. There are plenty of opportunities for mistakes to be made, or to make up some time, or even to have unbelievable runs like that missed count run through Stone Vault that had the 2 deaths, right? You can still overcome it, but it is a significant disadvantage, and when they rack up, it really does put that pressure on. Now, the pressure is also on for our teams who are down here in the elimination bracket. We have team name in KASP'S Angels, as well as that matchup we were talking about, Direwolves versus Polish Mountain, that will be happening here. And as we've been saying, these are going to be more eliminations. You know, we're looking ahead to the finals tomorrow, and the teams that will be selected are going to have to really just put it all on the line. Even tomorrow we will have an elimination, as only the top 3 teams will be moving on this time to the global finals. So these lower teams are going to have to really put it all out there, give it their best, and see what they can achieve. But, you know, before we pop in, as we look ahead to these final matchups of the day, I mean, Makes, what are you thinking with these last 2 series? How are you feeling?
Well, you know, I always have a little bit of a bias towards the OS team. I just want to see them do well, as it's the only team we have out of that region, even if somehow the composition of the players always seems to be changing every single time that we see it. So I'm curious on how they're going to be doing. They're a big team of memers, so they won't take it too harsh, and I think that's definitely a series that we can look forward to. Now, I was really impressed with KASP'S Angels, which is the next series, and I'm really curious on how they're going to be doing against team name.
Yeah, I mean, KASP'S Angels, they have really, I think, continued to work their way up, and a lot of these teams have shown us things we didn't expect coming in, especially from a lot of the new players to the MDI. We'll have all of that coming up very soon, as well as the final eliminations of the day, so don't go anywhere, everybody, because things are just picking up even as we get into the last 2 series. thanks for hanging out while we took a quick little break here, and we are coming in now for the last 2 series of the day. We'll be starting things with Team Name versus KASP'S Angels, which, these 2 teams, I think we've seen very kind of opposing performances from them today. Now, chat, if you've been here, feel free to get your thoughts in that poll as well. Give your predictions. But hey, if you're just jumping in, we'll give you some info and our thoughts about both the teams right now. I mean, Team Name really struggled with deaths earlier today. That was something that really penalized them, while KASP'S had a slower but steadier performance today where they kind of focused on minimizing those deaths to make sure they could get an advantage. I mean, Zyronic, between these 2, are you leaning more towards one or the other? Do you think it's going to be pretty similar?
We've kind of got a tortoise versus the hare situation going on here, right? Because KASP'S Angels has been a team that's been consistent with their runs. They haven't necessarily been the fastest runs, but they've been consistent and clean for the most part. Whereas Team Name looked great yesterday up against Polish Mountain, but today against Miscount, they kind of flopped over a little bit, to put it nicely. So I think a lot of this series kind of depends on which team name we see. KASP'S Angels will probably have a relatively clean run, with not the fastest time we've ever seen in the dungeons they're running. And it's kind of on team name to either put together one of those MDI style runs or throw 20 deaths at the key.
Both really valid options. And, I think one might give you a little bit more of an advantage in the competition, but it's up to them what they want to do. And I mean, as we think a little bit and we focus in on Team Name here, we do have a player to watch. Dratnos, would you like to introduce us to one of the Team Name members, Tara?
Yeah, so he's actually playing tank kind of for the first time here. He is a healer main, primarily, but playing tank here for Team Name, and has played and rated at a pretty high level for a long time, including with Method in the past. So apparently he's been doing a good job of adapting to that tanking role, which is a pretty tough role to pick up in a short time frame. But stuff like chaining pulls, keeping the tempo of the run are things that his teammates praise him for. There is, of course, the added difficulty level of, if the tank dies, it's game over, and that's something that is, I think, all tanks know a little bit too well, that feeling of, if somebody else dies, we res them. If I die, it's a wipe. So that's something that we'll have to keep a watch on for Team Name here. That's going to, I think, be, it's almost always the most crucial position in an M+ team, right? Is your tank going to live all these pulls, and are they going to be consistently doing that? And if the answer to that is no, then that's how you get those 22 death runs more often than you'd like in this sort of setting.
We might have seen a little bit of that inexperience coming in there, or that new experience to tanking coming in there with some of those deaths. But you're right, props to all our tanks out there. Thank you all for what you do. I do appreciate you, and as a healer, especially appreciate you. So good tanks, you cannot replace them. Now we're looking at the maps that are going to be coming up for these teams, and hopefully Tara will be anchoring it down for Team Name. But of course, KASP'S really coming off of a roll earlier with some of their victories. So Eric Hara is going to be our first. And we'll have this one coming in here for both the teams. I mean, this one we've seen a bit of different routing, a bit of different polls earlier today. So Nagura, as they look ahead to Arakara, how do you think these 2 are going to perform?
So I personally think that Team Name is gonna do well again in this matchup. So Syra obviously pointed out that they were having a little bit of an issue earlier against Miscount, but I do think the main reason why that happened is that Team Name maybe didn't really expect to win their first game against Polish Mountain. And that was kind of a surprise to them, maybe not necessarily having prepared those upper bracket matches as much, and being thrown off guard, having to do that necrotic wake that they maybe didn't practice, or maybe they planned on banning it out in the other series while they were not able to in the upper bracket because it was that first map. So I do think that maybe has thrown them off a little bit, and I do think that they are going to be prepared for this lower game. And Arakara, in fact, I think they still have the fastest run overall from all of the teams this weekend. So Arakara actually being a very strong dungeon for Team Name.
I mean, that's definitely an advantage, right? When you've put up some of the best numbers and you feel comfortable in it, this is one where we've seen that, it seems like things can just really trip teams up. You lose a bit of time, you mess up a little bit of routing, you don't get exactly what you need, or you accidentally pull more than you meant to, especially early on, as we saw earlier today. It can cause a lot of problems, but, I mean, Team Name are going to be going in here. They are going up against KASP'S, Angels, Chat, hopefully we'll see how your predictions pan out compared to ours, but with these two teams, I really think either one could shine. So as we hop into it here, Dratnos, let's see who's the one that shines the most.
Yes, and I will now pass that to Zyra and Nagura to cast this game. Go ahead, enjoy, Zyra.
Thank you, Dratty, from
You're
the
welcome.
streets. Into the Arakawa we go here. Neither of the teams adapting that strategy we saw earlier today from Perplexed. Not too surprised by that one. That's a pretty crazy strategy to pull off, only killing off the one spider. But both teams using the Bloodlust here as well, not saving that for some big middle of the dungeon pull, which means we're going to be dragging a lot of trash around this area. Lots of poison debuffs going out that they're going to have to heal through, potentially dispel with the poison cleansing totem from the shaman, but that's a 2-minute cooldown now after the nerfs, so not going to be able to do that too often. But onto the second spider with the lust still active for Team Name, so going at a pretty good pace here.
Yeah, looking very good for them as Team Name still dealing, or actually lower on that mini boss. They're all, of course, focusing all of their damage onto that one because those mini bosses have to go down to spawn that boss. And we've seen some really interesting strategies earlier today. Not going to be adapted for either of those teams just yet, but maybe we see that tomorrow for that final day, as we did see that tag team of the rogue and the healer moving on to that other mini boss, which I thought was one of the only things you can really do in this area to really speed up that route, because you can only pull as oh, Blitzo actually does go down. Unfortunately, one of the web bolts there at the very, very end from that tendant did immediately use that Ankh to get back up, but of course that 15 seconds death penalty is gonna potentially matter later on.
Yeah, that'll definitely come into play if Team Name starts slowing down or having any issues, but for the time being, that just puts KASP'S Angels even further behind. And while their comp isn't necessarily going to be the issue for them, I think the lack of particularly the enhanced shaman is going to be a problem, right? That brings so much focused damage, so much single target damage on the priority targets, which is a huge portion of this dungeon, especially for this first section before the first boss. Being able to instantly burst down these lieutenants as quickly as possible to get to the boss is a huge part of the gameplay here. And as you can see, Team Name already engaging Avanox, while KASP'S Angels just now finishing off the third lieutenant. And look at Team Name here. Tons of trash on top of the boss, just amping up the efficiency, getting that trash count down while getting those cooldowns into the boss. Exactly what you want to see from teams in the MDI.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Avanox also engaged for KASP'S Angels now as they're gathering up some more trash as well to hopefully even it out with the enemy forces of Team Name, and they are pulling it to the side. Some of the flyers being added as well. See that first AoE coming through with just a lot of damage on top of all of the trash that they have to deal with at the same time, but they have that emissary buff to help them out a little bit from, of course, that affix that we have added in this key. Plus 11 as well, so obviously this one of the highest, is the highest key level actually that we're playing this weekend. So a little bit of the more dangerous dungeons that we have to deal with. Team Name, on the other hand, already really, really low on the boss and about to finish it off as well. And that next area after Avanox, we've seen so many teams struggle with that area, mainly because of the Blood Guards, applying that damage reduction on all of the other mobs. So many Casa going out as well. Some teams even pulling 2 Blood Guards at the same time, which means that, of course, you're getting so much damage reduction on those packs.
Little unfortunate timing for the Void Emissary for Team Name here, spawning right as they finish off the boss, so they stay in combat and need to finish it off on its own before they move on to the next section. And because there's so much travel time here, they're really not going to get that much value out of the versatility buff. That's a 20% versatility buff for 30 seconds. It's a pretty big damage bonus, and they're not really going to be able to use a lot of it. It's already down to only 10 seconds left as they start to gather up this first pull, and they're not really going to get any damage buttons in while it's active. So, little unfortunate. Does the same thing happen for KASP'S Angels here? Boss goes down 38 seconds after Team Name, in addition to the 15-second death timer. They're almost an entire minute behind at the first boss here, so they're going to have to kick it into high gear here. Have we seen what their particular pull routing is in this section of the dungeon? Because like you mentioned, we've seen a ton of different strategies in this section of the dungeon over the course of the weekend. We've seen single blood card pulls like we just saw for Team Name. We saw Polish Mountain go for a triple blood card pull yesterday, which was insane. Earlier today we saw a double. We've even seen Shrouds to get through most of the trash here and just pulling extra at the end of the dungeon. So what does KASP'S Angels have in store for us? Starting it off with this first blood guard, do we chain this into the next pack? No, it looks like they're just going to be finishing this off on its own.
Yeah, I was wondering about KASP'S Angels' strategy here, because they have banned this dungeon in their first match against Perplexed. Could also just be because they're scared of this dungeon against, or they think that Perplexed is something crazy that they practice, or that KASP'S Angels does have maybe some risky strategy that they don't necessarily want to pull off against like a team like Perplexed. So we'll see if KASP'S Angels does have something interesting going on, but so far it does look pretty tame in this area, as they now gathered up the second blood guard and still going for some slower pulls here. We do have an emissary spawning for them as well, so they're gonna get that versatility buff in just a moment moving forward. Team Name though 20% ahead on enemy forces. Apex goes down to that extraction strike. He does use that Ankh, so both shamans going down for both the teams, meaning that their death penalties now being equal and the timer equaling out as well.
Yep, the death timer is now equal, but still progression in the favor of Team Name here. A lot more trash percentage, and they're already more than halfway through the current pull that they're on. Afterwards, they're just going to have the 3-pack before the boss. Are they going to interrupt this alarm show in the background? No, when Bloodguard spawns, that's not something I would have wanted to go off on purpose. That's an AoE damage reduction buff on the remainder of this trash pack here, and this is another hulking beetle that they're going to have to chew through with no cooldowns active. The only thing, I mean, they could pop the breath here. I guess they did just now pop the Ascendance too, but that would have been something you would have liked to save for the boss, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, definitely.
And now the emissary
spawns. Just have an emissary spawn. Yeah. Again, really bad timing for that emissary. They're dragging it along a little bit, it looks like, but yeah, just not ideal for them as they have to finish off those smaller ads here before they can move on. The KASP'S Angels did use their shrouds on the right side of the screen to get past some of the trash, and they're now dealing with the same trash mobs as Team Name is on, but with significantly less enemy forces. So KASP'S Angels does have to make up that trash percentage somewhere later on. We'll see where they're going to be doing that, as they're just dragging this blood guard through this area. You can see the area of the Nile from the Impale causing lots of issues, as Ludus this proc the cheat death on that one. Team Name now did engage the boss though on their side.
It looked like Apex went off and tagged a couple of the blood workers too. Yep, you can see them just now snapping down to the boss, so net them a little bit of extra trash count here. And you can see the trash count difference as they engage with a Noobsect here is quite substantial, right? 10% extra trash count for Team Name, plus the trash that they have pulled on top of the boss for a little bit of extra funnel, is going to be really nice for them. They don't have to worry about nearly as much trash in the final section of the dungeon, and they might just be able to pull everything they need on top of the final boss. We've also seen a lot of deviating strats in that section as well, such as the one earlier today that I think was pretty effective when we saw the tailoring stun being used on the very first Overseer in the final section of the dungeon.
Yeah.
Then the rest of the team Shroud skipped past, and then they melted off the aggro from the Overseer, so that was one less Venom Volley cast that they had to worry about for the duration of that pull into the boss. There's a lot of room for interpretation here, and I'd like to see if Team Name has copied any of the strats that we saw from yesterday or earlier today, or if they're just sticking to their guns from yesterday. We'll have to see. Still have 40% of the boss HP to chew through here, and KASP'S Angels, credit to them. They're keeping it close, only 15% behind on the boss right now.
Yeah, they're not actually too far behind. Again, of course, the enemy forces they have to catch up on, but if they have some good strategy where they're pulling more trash maybe into the last boss, and efficiently just cleaving it down, then that could not mean much on their side. Tweak on Team Name's side, the rogue also proccing the cheat death just now, so neither of the rogues having that the safety net available to them any longer, as the boss does drop lower for Team Name, but their damage definitely slowed down a little bit on their side. KASP'S Angels definitely catching up on that single target damage, but yeah, Team Name slowly but surely finishing off that boss and moving on to that next trash area. We'll see how they deal with that one. We've seen some skip fails for the Overseers as well, where the tank was the one pulling it away and trying to shadow melt off the aggro, but didn't quite manage to get it through. So we'll see what Team Name is doing here. Looks like they're just dealing with it. Okay, so they are just dragging that Overseer along, having to deal with that extra interrupt. and the rest of Druid pulling the rest of the trash backwards.
Okay, are they also going to engage the hulking beetle as well? No, looks like Kakuleaf was just going forward to pull the winged carriers down. We do have a death from melee to one of those carriers as it gets gripped in, though. DK goes down, they'll have to expend their battle res. They'll have another one active in a few seconds here, so they're not in the mud if they have another death, but still, you'd like to have an extra one in the back pocket just in case, and that is an extra 15 seconds on the board as well that they'll have to take into consideration, because CASP'S Angels, they're keeping it close. They do have a lot of extra trash count that they have to get. We've been over that a couple times, but it's important to mention these death timers can rack up quickly, and if Team Name gets a couple more deaths, it could be a lot closer than it needs to be for them. Now, with only 5% left needed, I'm pretty sure the last thing they need for count is those final 2 Overseers, so we're going to get a Shroud coming out from Tweak here, with a Distract on top of the Beetle as well, and we're just going to get the 2 Overseers. Okay, so that Beetle is skippable without the Tailoring Stun. Very useful information to know. Got to get the 2 Venom Volley kicks in the back, and we're on to the boss with the 2 Overseers. Bloodlust is popped. 2 minutes are available for just the Enhancement Shaman right now. Just the Ascendant's going to be popped. Neither the Deathmark or the Breath of Cinderghost are available. Just the Kingsbane from the Rogue here. So, not the best burst damage going to be coming out from Team Name, but with the lead that they've accrued for themselves, I feel like they just need to play it safe. Just burn down the Overseers so you only have to worry about the boss and you can take the dungeon victory here.
Yeah, we have seen a full team wipe here previously in this boss, so stuff like that can still happen, but it does look good for Team. As Apex does go down to the Cosmic Singularity, actually, they do have a Battle Res, so they can get him back up, but of course, losing a little bit of damage here with the Bloodlust that had been running, so not ideal. The Dwarf Ratio being used by some players as Kaku does go down. They don't have a Battle Res available for their healer here, so they're going to have to somehow do this without their healer, which is going to be incredibly difficult, as this boss still has so much HP, and this boss notably does so much damage. They do have the Overseers alive still as well. They might be able to still do this, but it's going to be very hard.
It's going to be tough. I don't know if you can do this. Maybe you have Poison Cleansing Totem for 2 of them, ideally, if you do have that Totem Reset talent for Apex. I think he just did use Poison Cleansing Totem, so if he does have that talent, they can maybe clear 1 more set of them, and then maybe the Cloak of Shadows for the Rogue will come back, but this is going to be tough. It's not going to be easy. They can do it, but the amount of time they'll spend keeping themselves alive is going to allow CASP'S Angels to rocket back towards them, and look at the boss HP percentage here. Team Name had the boss at 50%. When CASP'S Angels engaged the boss, CASP'S Angels have caught up. They're only 10% behind right now, and with a further death on the Rogue here, Team Name might not be able to finish off this boss. CASP'S Angels very well might come back in this dungeon. In addition to all of that, the 4 extra deaths for Team Name mean that CASP'S Angels have an entire extra minute to finish off their boss in Team Name. It's just going to be a wipe, I fear. Another Onk comes out from Apex here, but I think it's just going to be a slow death.
Go down.
Can't speak too fast. That's a death on the side of CASP'S Angels. They have a battle res, and they have another one in the back pocket still. Another death for the healer here for Blitzo, but Blitzo is a shaman. He can just onk. Oh, no. Another death as well. What is happening?
Oh my god. Disaster for CASP'S Angels, as they also have a full wipe. Team Name still alive though. They can maybe finish off the boss. We are now completely equal again on deaths, which means that if Team Name manages to finish off the boss, they're actually the one winning this dungeon, even though they had so many problems, and they somehow managed to finish off the boss with their healer dead for 60 or 70% of that boss. Absolutely insane. CASP'S Angels were so close to still managing to win this one, but that's it. Team Name does finish off that last boss and wins that first dungeon, and what a close run there at the very end. Wow.
The additional time. Sorry, apologies. Make sure that broadcast can hear me. Is everyone can you hear? Okay, all right, we're good. You know, we had to, try and maybe see if we could, hush it up a little bit there, because the deaths at the end were just so unfortunate when it looked like it was so good. I wish we didn't have to say it. But we did have some deaths there towards the end that, like we've been saying, in those timers, even if you have a full party wipe, it's not over. And we definitely saw that here ourselves as well. Death's still kind of plaguing Team Name, but CASP'S kind of fell apart at the end. Zyronic, what do you think sort of contributed to things falling apart there?
I'm kind of a little in shock. Both teams got to the final boss with the option to just walk it in and finish off the key, and neither of them were really able to do it. The comp difference, though, was kind of the main factor here. Team Name with that DK. DKs are live lords, man. They can stay alive forever if they just spend all of their RP on death strikes and, AMS and keeping themselves alive. They can live through that boss for a long time. And Shamans on the tournament realm, they can onk a lot. The cooldown of onk is significantly lower on the tournament realm, has been that way for a long time, so it can kind of just stay alive through a lot of things using that onk. And also, things like Poison Cleansing Totem really help them out, but they were able to finish off the boss with just 3 players alive, and that was the difference.
Honestly, I loved seeing it there. You never want to have the healer go down, obviously, but they just fought it out to the bitter end, and it worked out for them. Now, Dratnos, as we think back through and as we look for highlights here, what were some of the things that you noticed with this map for both the teams?
Yeah, so in case anybody missed it, the end of this map was really where the most important stuff happened in this particular one. Where, of course, we had all of the lion's share of the 12 deaths in the series happening on that last boss for both of our teams. So it was really quite close up until there. There were a few little, I would say, 10, 15-second time trades early in the dungeon, but a lot of it came down to the end of the dungeon. It came down to coming into the last boss with as many B-reses as possible, always a really important resource in this sort of situation. But here we can see some of these problems coming in is if you get gripped into the Cosmic Singularity. Now, you'd think that that's an ability that the teams are really prepped for, but it's actually been causing a lot of teams problems. The Cosmic Singularity is just, it's hard to be consistent because the position of those pools is not always consistent, and there's so much other things going on this boss. So even without trash in here, it's pretty nasty. When you add in those extra Overseers casting those webs as well, that can add much more danger to it as well. So soloing this boss or doing this boss without a healer, the Cultivated Poisons dot is actually really nasty. So once you run out of defensives for that, you are going to die eventually, and so that was why Team Name ended up having to just have 3 players alive as they got through the end of that one. But here was the KASP'S Angels catastrophe that we can look at, because they were in position to win if this didn't happen to them. You can see already getting low, a lot of players already expending defensives, and then a Cultivated Poisons mishap as the expiration during the grip-in or right before this grip-in, and then that grip-in because we were over fighting these mobs over on the side here because there was a Void Emissary there that we wanted to kill. We were all fighting those off to the side, and the grip just ended up claiming more lives, and that very quickly spiraled into a full wipe. I'm not sure what the answer is for that, but neither is chat, it looks like. We just had a very slight...
How?
How did we? What?
I love that. Thanks.
So good. I love it. It looks like it was pretty divided here, right? Pretty even. Team Name a little bit less favored to win it. KASP'S Angels a little bit more by chat. And, we ourselves, I think, have been kind of on the fence about it, as both of these teams, they have, certain strengths, but we've also seen that when things kind of just absolutely fall apart, they sort of compile, right? They have a little bit of trouble with that recovery on either side, and I love seeing both of them. Again, it just goes to show you have to just keep playing. Just keep playing, because even as you have a full team wipe and you're going, there's no way, you might end up winning once the whole match kind of pans out. And KASP'S, they were steady, they were going through in that sort of way that we've seen them, where they don't go too big with things, but they kind of methodically make it through. But they're at the end, just having those deaths after such a solid run was really unfortunate. But of course, that did mean that Team Name, because they persevered, were able to actually land it there. Now, both of these teams, I think, having made it through this somehow, I think are going to be looking ahead to their next maps. And as they do, Nagura, what do you think between these two is going to kind of make the difference in who can get this next win?
Yeah, so Street of Threats is going to be interesting. We've seen both of those teams play this dungeon. Team Name did lose earlier to Missed Count, but they had a mistake with their Shroud at this very start, so their strategy didn't quite work out the way they wanted to. And of course, it was also Missed Count, which is, of course, a very good team. And then KASP'S Angels, they lost to Perplexed. So that's also like a team that, it's okay to lose to, and then they won their run against Brain on cooldown. So I do think that both teams have a chance of winning this one. I think both of their strategies are good, but there we go. We already are in the game as both shrouds are coming out for both the teams. We'll see if this time around they manage to do it without pulling anything that they don't want to, and it looks like they did. Both teams picking up that buff as well and moving on to gather up a bunch of trash here on top of the first boss.
Yeah, and this is an interesting dungeon because KASP'S Angels played this map twice already this weekend, and they didn't necessarily look that slow in it. They were only a minute behind Perplexed in their run earlier yesterday, so we know they can play this dungeon relatively fast. It was one of the time trial keys, so they do have a little more practice on this than the other keys, so Team Name's going to have the work cut out for them if they want to potentially 2-0 this series and move on to tomorrow quickly. But as we get into the first boss pull here, you can already see KASP'S Angels keeping it very, very close here as both bosses breach the 50% mark at almost the exact same time. I feel like a lot of the difference in this dungeon is not necessarily going to be in the single target or AoE damage that the teams can put out, but it's more than likely going to be the strategies that they use in order to figure out that Eyes of the Queen section of the dungeon. We saw a couple of differing strategies there once again yesterday. We saw Perplexed doing the whole 3 Eyes of the Queen together at the very start of the RP, and then a couple other teams pulling them together after the first one, kind of line-of-sighting themselves into a back room and AoEing them down together in there. So we'll see if either of these teams have something interesting planned out, or if they're just going to do it the old-fashioned way, one at a time. Team Name is going to be the first to show off their strategy as the first boss goes down for them. KASP'S Angels, though, keeping it close as their boss will die about 10 seconds afterwards.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what their strategies here is, if it changed at all. I do personally like the whole strategy that we see. I believe it was Miscount that was using the row, using the tricks, making sure to de-aggro, and then actually purposefully walking into the detection area to be ported back to the entrance where everyone else was waiting for the eyes to come together. But would be a little bit close of a time frame for them to adapt to that strategy. Maybe we'll see tomorrow, but let's take a look. Blitzo on KASP'S Angels, already off to the side, making his way to one of the eyes, uncovering them, and then probably walking back to the rest of the team, while Team Name has their rogue move to the side as well on their side.
Yeah, they're going for the triple at the start here. I like the strategy from them. Let's see if it pays off. Rogue is going to take a little bit... Oh, never mind. Doesn't even have to worry about the very first Void Rush from his. And here we go. 3 Eyes as the Queen pulled together. That third one will be coming in from the Rogue spawn in just a second here with a Null Slam. And we should be good to go to AoE them down. Those Null Slams also kind of do a nice job of making everything get nice and stacked together. Waiting on the third one still. Took a while for it to get there. But they'll be able to focus that one down with a little bit of passive AoE cleave. You want to beat the second Null Slam. You don't want them to teleport away a second time. Looks like they're going to be good on that first one. How about this final one? They can be able to cleave that one down quickly here. It's going to be the next cast. Can they beat the Null Slam? I think they did just barely. It Void Rushed instead, so they're good to go. That is going to be all 3 of the first queens down for KASP'S Angels. Team Name, they do have a few pulled together as well. I'm not sure if these are the final ones. We'll have to see if they'll be able to start the RP. I think if this was the final one, we'd already see their healer running off. Although, Calculeaf did just start running off towards that final one, so I think we'll be good to go here. Team Name is just going to be getting a little bit extra trash count here from the Ravaged Old War Beetle. I forget what the exact name is, but it gives them extra 2.5% count or so nice for extra count here. KASP'S Angels is low on count, by the way. I don't know if you mentioned if we mentioned that. They do still have 1 Eye of the Queen to go kill, so they're doing this a lot slower.
Yeah, so what Team Name did is actually very interesting. So Team Name did actually pull all 4 eyes. So what they did was that everyone except the Rogue was pulling the 3 eyes, while the Rogue went all the way over to go to that 4th spawn, had tricks in the tank, presumably, then used Shadow Melt, get that last eye tricked to the group, while then using Shadow Melt to de-aggro and walked into the detection area to get ported back. So that was a very, very cool strategy by Team Name, and they went through this maze super fast. So even though it looked like they were slow initially because the rogue was just running, and that's the only thing we saw, but the rest of the team was dealing with the other 3 eyes in the meantime. So they are missing the rogue damage, but still getting that 4th eye into the group so quickly is such a big advantage. I really, really like their strategy here on Team Name side. This was very cool, and they're already on that 2nd boss. So yeah, that looked slow, but that was really, really fast. I think that saved them quite a bit of time. KASP'S Angels now did also deal with all of the eyes now, and is trying to get that last enemy forces done here before going to the 2nd boss. But yeah, a little bit further behind here compared to Team Name. Very cool stuff.
I mean, they're actually very far behind now. Team Name pulled the boss at 4:45 on the total dungeon timer here. KASP'S Angels, their boss is only just now spawning at 5:27, so KASP'S Angels lost 40 seconds in this section of the dungeon due to not doing the quad Eyes of the Queen pull. Team Name might have found something very powerful that they can use moving forward if they do end up finishing off this series. However, if this was something that wasn't in the back pocket for our other top teams, you can almost guarantee that they will try to incorporate this into their strategies for the rest of the weekend if this map does pop back up in their dungeon pools. KASP'S Angels having a death from one of those echoing shades the boss spawns, unfortunately, onto their rogue. Proc the cheat death and instantly one-shot him as well, so that's going to be their one and only battle res available. Not going to be another one available for another 4 minutes for them, so they have another thing hampering their progression here. Any further mistakes are just going to be a player down for the rest of the poll, or they'll have to release and run back to the group. Not something you want to have happen to when you're already so far behind.
Yeah, definitely not something you like to see. One thing that is a little bit positive for KASP'S Angels, though, is that they have slightly more enemy forces that they dealt with earlier. So that means Team Name has to pull something extra somewhere to make up for that count that they are missing compared to them. But now Team Name is down with that boss. 4:57 is the boss split, and they have to wait a little bit for their RP. Let's see how much they're pulling here. Actually, we do see a Shroud coming out, which we see a lot of teams using because they only want to pull the mobs from a better position, right? They just want to pull them once they're already up the stairs because there's so much that they're pulling that they want to make sure that they're line of sight and all of the mobs are immediately gathering up and walking towards them, because that's the main issue with this pull, just a gathering of the mobs. They, of course, are focusing the Venom Shell here, which is the highest HP target, and then, of course, the second highest priority target would be the casters in this pull.
Very good gather, but unfortunate orb spawn timing from the group here. They need to go down to the bottom of the stairs and stack those up, but unfortunately 8 stacks of the buff went into these mobs. That means they're doing 80% increased damage, and individual knife throws can finish off your players, takes out their healer here. That is their battle res down. They were able to get the healer back up here, and hopefully they're able to finish off these mobs before they kill off anyone else. That damage buff is still active on them for a few more seconds here, but now it is gone, and the danger is mostly gone. Just want to make sure you finish off the healers now, and I think they've already done just that, but a bit of a scary moment for Team Name on the gather. They're able to get away with just the one death. Now, what is the healer up to here? What are we going to be grabbing? Is it going to be just a little bit of extra trash? I believe so. It looks like they're getting ready to tag those mobs, and yep, we'll be running away to rejoin the group here. Must have been a missed pack on the gather there. KASP'S Angels now dealing with a massive pull of their own. They've already got the Beetle dead, and without the buff going on these mobs, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to chew through, and actually the damage buff might help them get through it a little bit faster and catch up, but Team Name being able to deal with that nasty overlap is definitely going to help out a lot. They get to keep that lead moving into the third boss.
Yeah, and because Team Name had the issue there at the very end with the buff, they also had to finish off most of the trash there before they were moving on. While KASP'S Angels, they just finished off the casters and the Venom Shell, and were able to just carry the rest of the mobs, the rest of the pursuers that don't do much, into the next room, which means that they caught up a little bit now. Of course, the death penalties are now equal, as we did have that death on Team Name on their healer. So no battle rests for both of the teams for another 45 seconds, which shouldn't be too much of an issue, but the Proclamation now being engaged by Team Name. So they did manage to finish off those blobs that are spawning the boss a little bit quicker than KASP'S Angels, but it's so close now as they now also engage the boss. And again, Team Name slightly behind in enemy forces, unless they made up that percentage now by pulling that extra pack that we just saw the Arrested Droid pull.
Yeah, CASP'S Angels did a very good job of moving ahead and dealing with those blobs early on, so that they actually ended up engaging the boss at almost the same time. They're also getting a nice damage buff at the start of the pull here. Does this overlap with any of their cooldowns? It might catch the end of the rogue cooldowns. I think the well, there's no ascendance because the healer's the ascending one, unfortunately. It does hit the metamorphosis a little bit on Reawaked as well, so they'll get a decent amount of usage out of that damage cooldown, but the single target damage coming out from Team Name is just impressive here. Staying 30% ahead on the boss, even though CASP'S Angels got a nice orb spawn from the Xal'atath's Bargain Affix. Team Name, they've got a lead, and they're holding on to it. Now, we do have the most dangerous trash mobs in the dungeon coming up here, and we've seen almost every single team that runs this dungeon have at least one death on this pull, so we'll have to do a good job of keeping it clean there, but if they're able to do that, it could take this series quickly, Nagura.
They definitely could, but it is very, very close. Team Name now finishing off the boss, and they're going to be moving on to the last boss area. And as you mentioned, lots of issues can happen here as they are just carrying that test subject towards those mini bosses that they have to wait to spawn. No way of speeding up that RP, unfortunately, as they wait for that Shade Weaver to spawn, and then the next mini boss as well. We've also seen a lot of teams pull some extra trash after those two mini bosses are dead. They pull extra trash onto the last boss, which can for sure cause issues. So we'll see if that's something that Team Name is doing as well. CASP'S Angels now also done with their side of the boss, and they are moving on. Both teams have Bloodlust available, and they do, again, have a different comp that they're running. So depending on what their damage profile is and what their cooldowns are looking like, they might somehow be able to catch up here, but it's going to be very difficult for CASP'S Angels unless Team Name maybe has a death, which again could swing it. The 15 seconds is maybe all that CASP'S Angels need here.
The bad damage overlap from the Hulking Warshell has already happened. They already got the Swarms plus the Slam combo. One final Slam might go off here, but I think that, well, they get the damage, but without anything overlapping with that damage is not going to be too big of an issue. They did get the Orb Spawns here. This is going to be insanely good for Team Name. They're going to be able to get that 10 stack with their Lust, with their cooldowns. Look at the cooldowns here for Team Name. Ascendance off cooldown. Deathmark Kingsbane off cooldown. Breath of Cinder Ghost of Pillar of Frost off cooldown. And they're going to be able to use this 10 stack damage buff and burn it into the boss with Bloodlust. These are the Grand Splicer. You are not long for this world, and CASP'S Angels are still dealing with the trash.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ladis did go down to a melee swing, so unfortunately that means another 15 seconds death penalty, and that Battle Rest had to be used on their rogue there, so they're gonna have to do even more catch-up as Team Name is now done with enemy forces, 100% on the board, and only that last boss left. Bloodlust is running, all of their offensive cooldowns is running, and they're looking so strong as the boss is already down to 38%.
Just melting this boss. Could be dead within a minute if the damage keeps, but as the damage cooldowns run out, they're going to slow to a bit of a halt here, unfortunately. But with the trash dead, it's just a single target boss. That being said, we did start our series off with a bunch of deaths to a boss that you shouldn't have any deaths on, so we'll have to see if Team Name can keep it clean, but with the boss now dropping below 10% and the only thing left in the boss's playbook is that tank buster process of elimination, it does look like Team Name is going to be the team that moves on towards tomorrow as they knock out CASP'S Angels 2-0.
Team Name fought to the bitter end despite deaths in the first map and despite being on a roll in the second. I mean, they absolutely showed us some amazing tech there, pulling all 4 of those eyes as we had sort of been hoping or debating about seeing earlier, and securing their victory here, moving ahead in the lower bracket. Of course, this does mean that we will be saying goodbye to CASP'S Angels, and although they have flown this far, we will be sad to see them go. But again, come back, keep participating. Honestly, it's amazing to see how far everybody has come in the competition, even just here in the first weekend. So Team Name taking this, I mean, we talked about it, and we talked about it a little bit there as well during the actual map itself, but Nagura, they did it. They pulled all 4 of them, and it seems like it did save them time. I mean, we were kind of debating it earlier, would it or wouldn't it, but do you think that that's a strat that is going to be something the other teams are going to be looking at doing?
I personally like it. I mean, it was hard to see exactly how they did it because we saw only what the rogue was doing. So I don't really know what the rest of the team was doing, but it looked like it was worth it. So as soon as the rogue came back with that last eye and walked into that area of detection, I think the healer walked off and immediately started pulling that RP mob into like the next area. And I think that seemed like one of the fastest strategies we've seen so far. But then at the same time, the rogue was gone for so long. So I wonder if it is faster. Like, I definitely, I'm not sure. It looked really cool, but not sure.
Well, we might be able to get a little bit more of a perspective on it over with Dratnost on the analyst desk. So, Dratnost, what was the analysis of this map?
So they're still about a minute slower than Perplexed and Miscount in here, but there was a death. One thing as well you can see here, look at this part of the first skip that they were trying to execute here. You got to be careful with how you hug the wall there. You see the DK actually got in combat there, but a beautiful fast reaction Shadow Meld kept that from actually pulling that pack. So really good play there to prevent that from turning into a problem. As they did, try and skip all of that trash at the starting area of the dungeon. And then, pulling all four of the spies at once, it's a cool strategy. It's tough to say because there was also a death in this run, and we're comparing it to deathless runs, but it is still about a minute slower than the Perplex and Miscount runs, which does make me think that maybe overall, I mean, it's hard to say. Maybe this part of the strat is faster, and then the rest of the dungeon was where they lost time relative to those, of course, first and second seeded teams of our weekend, right? So it's tough to be super confident about that. But yeah, overall, I mean, it was a good run. It was a clean run. It was what we need to see out of them, right? Keeping that death counter, keeping the wipes to a 0 and the deaths to a minimum is a really important thing, especially because you have this affix. Anytime you're setting up really big pulls like this with mobs coming in from different areas, you can see you have all these orbs coming in. This is a great spot, a great example of one of these times where this affix is actually super lethal. You have orbs coming in through the terrain because you've got mobs being pulled in a weird way. 8 stacks of these orbs now on this whole pack. Look at the party damage here. Those knife throws are doing 80% more damage than usual, and so that actually is how we have this death coming out in this area. If it weren't for those 8 stacks on those mobs, I guarantee you that death would not have happened. And then also look at this pretty cool hero play here, the old Tiger's Dash, run around and soaking affix orbs and boss orbs all at once. That was not sped up footage at all. That was just the Tiger Dash, so cool little maneuver there. And overall, a very well played dungeon, I believe.
I mean, yeah, as you pointed out, it was a good, clean run. They tried some things that I think, overall kind of pushed at least our understanding of, hey, is this possible? Should it be done? Should we experiment with it in the MDI? But of course, as you were pointing out, Dratnos, it is still theoretically slower than some of those top competitors. So while Team Name will be moving on and pushing forward here in the bracket, they are going to be having to peek up at those who are going to come down to face them, or that they might encounter on their rise up if they continue to progress through. And of course, we will have up next Direwolves and Polish Mountain. And Polish Mountain alone, if they perform at peak as we've seen, they can be a huge contender. Direwolves as well, a strong presence to be expected to do well. As ironic, looking at the bracket, what are you sort of expecting from the Direwolves versus Polish Mountain matchup?
Well, we were asked to put our predictions in, and, I think Direwolves have been the better looking team this weekend. But also part of me thinks that it'd be fun to see a Polish Mountain Team Name rematch to see who gets to go to Global Finals, too. So, honestly, I'd be totally okay with either of the teams winning. Realistically, though, I do think Direwolves is the slightly stronger team from the play this weekend.
I mean, they definitely have, a longer history being involved in the MDI. I think although they've had, perhaps some things that have sent them down here to the lower bracket, they are a team that they're more experienced. They have more understanding of a lot of how the MDI kind of operates, and I think that they have probably been watching a lot of these other teams with the sort of predatory hunger that the Direwolves might sort of invoke. But we'll have to see if they're able to actually really pull it off alongside many of these other contenders that have been performing really well, right? Now, before we let you all go for a break and head towards our last series of the day, we do have one more. Whose spell is it anyway? For all of us to participate in. Now, if any of you have not actually participated in this before, it's basically a guessing game that we'll do here in chat. You can jump in as well, and we'll be trying to decide what a particular tip that's going to appear on the screen might be referring to in the game. Here you can get a little more information about it as well. These tooltips can be from any abilities, talents, or items usable in the dungeon. And I mean, we've had some today that, you know, I don't know, have been a little questionable.
Listen,
Let's see what this one is.
Lock in, Dranos Nagura. We need this right now. We can't lose.
Is this still
Heals you
renewal?
for 30%.
It's renewal, right?
Yeah.
It's just immediately renewal.
It's gotta be, yeah.
Did production go easy on us after stuff earlier today? Okay, alright.
Yeah, so there's a couple things that do stuff like this, right? There's Exhilaration, but I don't think that's a 1.5 minute CD. There's Renewal. There's like Victory Rush, but that's a 20-second CD. Because, yeah, healing you instantly for a percentage of your health, I think it's Renewal. That's the Druid ability. Druids, you could be forgiven for not knowing about this, because if you check the healing meters after doing a key with a Moonkin, for example, you're not going to see this on their healing breakdown at all, because they refuse to press this button, but it does exist.
Oh, you're mistaken. We press this button on cooldown.
I don't know.
Weird. They'll spin to global doing this, but they won't go bear form ever.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's why we press it on cooldown, so we don't have to go bear form.
Yeah, I feel like, Nagura, you had a bit of advantage on this one, you know? It's right in your wheelhouse.
I hope it's
Wow.
correct now.
We did it.
Oh, we got it.
Hey!
I didn't want
You just nailed it. Okay. Didn't even have to
get the
show us
option.
the options.
Exil was one of them, though. Similar effect. Desperate Prayer and
Exil's a
Empowered
longer
Health
cooldown.
Stone.
Yeah, Exil and Desperate Prayer are different cooldowns, so
Cool.
makes sense.
Alright, renewal. Let's see. I mean, Nagura,
not
if you're
D.
gonna lead the charge.
It's not the green one.
Is it the green? Or,
Oh,
So what are the
God.
differences in
So
the
A is like a little bit
What's the-
darker.
What's A and C?
Is
Difference?
it
A is like a
actually?
little-
Hold on. Is it a little
No, 'cause,
darker?
like,
Yeah, a little
B
bit.
has like
It's the
an
same
extra
color.
leaf. You see this?
Yeah, it
B has an
does.
extra
Yeah.
leaf.
So it's not
Yeah,
that
that
leaf.
leaf
C
looks-
has like a vein is missing. You see on C? There's like one
Yeah.
vein that is less
Yeah.
prominent.
Yeah, the
Oh,
top
so
the
I think
top fish
it's-
vein is weird.
So
it
it's
can't
either
be
A
C.
or
I think it's
C.
A.
It's
it's
I think
A.
it's A as well. Yeah.
I think
Okay, I'm gonna hedge our bets and say C, so at least we have a chance that somebody is right on the desk.
If it's
I'm
not
gonna hedge our bets and say C, so at least we have a chance that somebody is right on the desk.
if it's not A,
Love
it's
that.
B. I think. But yeah, I'm here for A.
It could also be B. Yeah, I think A or B, but I'm gonna go with A.
Okay.
It does kind of look like A has an area smudged out where that extra line would be, but I don't know.
You think that's smudgy? Yeah, I guess maybe
Maybe
is
a
that
little
color
smudgy.
too monochrome where the vein would have been? I don't know.
I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna stick with A.
I think it's A.
Let's go. Show us the
A.
answer.
It's not A.
Oh yeah,
it
it's
is
B.
C.
What?
It's C.
No, it's
Okay.
A.
Listen, I will say I
Really?
didn't actually know
Okay,
if it
who's
was
that
C.
C?
I was just legitimately hedging our bets, so one of us would be right. Good job,
No,
casters.
no,
Pat
no,
ourselves on
No,
the back.
good team
full
play,
credit.
good team
Well
play.
done.
No.
I'm so
I legitimately
sorry.
didn't
I'm
know.
so sorry.
Yes,
I'll let
ironic.
you
We will take
down.
credit for your victory here. Why don't? No, you did great. Thanks for making sure
Are
we
we
had it
sure
covered.
this was actually correct, or is production just saying it is?
Dude,
the icon.
imagine if
The
it
icon's
like
actually purple.
as that fade goes across, it just changes the icons as it fades them in and out. Ha! Tricked you.
We're also suspicious now. We're all just like waiting. We're waiting to be tricked. All right. It was C though. We got it. We got it. Chat, well done to all of you. Any other Druid mains that were out there that might have known. Now, the day is not over, although we are nearing its end. We have one more series ahead. Direwolves versus Polish Mountain. These are two teams that were strong contenders and were up there in the seed. So we're very excited to see how they fight it out when everything is on the line. One will be moving on to the finals, or moving towards our day tomorrow with the finals, and one will be eliminated. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We are back, and it is our final series of the day. Let's go! It's been a huge day. I mean, I think we've seen some of the teams. Yesterday, all the teams kind of performed, I think, in ways that we were kind of like, oh man, I thought these did even better than we thought. Here today, we've seen higher highs and lower lows and a huge mix of strategies as well. I mean, it's been an exciting day. It has me pumped for the finals for Group A tomorrow. But I mean, Zyronic, was today what you expected from the teams?
I think for the most part, it's gone mostly as expected. There have been a couple of plays that are, some head-scratching plays. Some moments are pretty interesting. That Arakara final boss, Settles and I were talking about it after the match. That was really something there, but it was cool to see a team be able to, clutch out that boss with only 3 players, and especially no healer alive. But, it's been a pretty good day so far, and I think the better teams, for the most part, have gone through, so hopefully we get to see some of those more banger matchups. And this is something that I don't think you typically expect to see in a lower bracket quarterfinals. I think we've got our 3 seed versus our 4 seed for the tournament here for not a qualification match, but for a chance to get into a qualification match tomorrow. One of the teams gets that chance, one of the teams goes home and doesn't make it to globals. So this is a big high-stakes match here for these two teams.
Dude, I thought that this was going to be like the matchup to like determine who the 3rd seed out of this series was going to be, like the 3rd seed out of this bracket to make to the globals. I thought that this was going to be the matchup, but I didn't think it was going to be at this point of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's. I think it has shocked a lot of us that they both are fighting it out here in the bottom and trying to get through tomorrow, right? But these teams, they are powerhouses. They have the capability of really pulling off some amazing things. And chat, get your guesses in as well for your predictions with Direwolves versus Polish Mountain. I mean, both of these, it's really up to either one of them. If they can just get clean, if they can have the least deaths, if they can pull off their strats, I think we'll see some really good performance and play and competition from both of them here to round out the day. But we're going to be going into Tierna Scythe first, which is an interesting one that may some of the skips, other things that can go into it. I mean, Dratnos, what are you expecting these teams are going to do as they try to see who can get a little of a head start on the lead here?
So we've seen Destruction Warlocks in Mist of Tierna Scythe so far. It works out really nicely for the gateway skip at the start. And then it's just also just a good spec overall. We've seen Destro Locks, a lot of teams just using them in other dungeons as well. But Mist has been the one where I think it's just actually the move kind of clearly to use a Destro Lock in here. So I would be surprised if we didn't see 2 Destro Locks in this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, Tettles, do you agree? You think Destro Lock is what we're going to see? Anything else? Any other wild cards?
No, I think the Warlock is probably the spec that makes the most sense. In theory, you can maybe play something like a Survival Hunter instead if you wanted to use that pet
That'd be cool.
to utilize that. I think that, Direwolves, Stapor is a Warlock main on live right now, and so, they're going to be definitely playing the Warlock. Now, there's a question as to... oh gosh, I want to call them Poland Forever, but that's definitely not the team name. Polish Mountain. There is a question as to whether or not Polish Mountain is going to be... busting out the Warlock. I kind of expect that the answer is going to be yes. I feel like Dryness is probably spot on with that.
Yeah, I mean, it just facilitates a lot in this dungeon, right? As you're trying to move between those rooms and things in the maze, or even as you're just looking at how you can kind of get those, condensed pulls sort of pulled together, it makes a lot of things possible for them. So we're going to be jumping in here. We're going to see which of these teams, are they going to be neck and neck? Is there going to be a clear divide? Direwolves versus Polish Mountain, these two seated right next to each other as they venture into the mists of Tierna Scythe. We will pass this on over. It's all you, Dratnos.
All right, we are underway. There are indeed 2 Destruction Warlocks on our screen. I guess, I don't know for sure if they're Destruction, but yeah, they are. They are Destruction indeed.
It would definitely be Destruction.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see the spec icon show up on the details damage meters that we've got going on here. We do have a little bit of divergence between the 2 team strategies, though, with the Discipline Priest for Polish Mountain and the Resto Druid for Direwolves. The Disc Priest, in theory, should be a slightly higher damage comp, I believe, especially on single target, right?
It should be, yeah. The power infusion, specifically even for the first boss, lining up with that damage amp with the 2-minute cooldowns, should be able to just absolutely destroy that first boss. And you can see on this very first pull here, the Warlock with the power infusion, just a little bit more damage, but the pull's pretty much going down at the exact same time. It looks like Raf for Polish Mountain was mainly focusing on single targeting those those trees down more specifically rather than just full-on AoEing. Rhea was able to blast a little bit more AoE damage without the power infusion on the group, but all in all, net even for the teams as they get through that pull almost at the exact same time. A tiny bit more count from Polish Mountain, but that shouldn't be too big of a difference in the long run.
Yeah, it's unlikely to matter too much. A lot of this depends on the maze section as well. So for those who haven't been watching Mists of Tunacythe and the MDI back in Shadowlands, we do randomize the maze between runs. We don't have like a set maze that you get every time, but the two teams will get the same randomized maze as each other, which is some pretty cool tech that we have for this that prevents it from being unfair or different between the two teams, but it does mean they have to be ready to react. And one of the quirks of that as well is that some mazes will give you slightly different count than the others as well. This is one of the dungeons that's therefore the most likely for teams to end up a little bit short or a little bit over on the count that they need at the end of the dungeon. We've even seen already a team have to go and pull a couple of larvae after killing the last boss to finish up their count.
Something that I would have been interested in seeing is if one of the Warlocks decided to play Diabolist Destruction instead of Hellcaller. It's a little bit better of a single target option and is better on smaller sized pulls like 4 and 5 target packs. Hellcaller really starts to pull ahead whenever you do the mass pulls we're typically used to seeing in the MDI, but outside of the first pull and maybe like the last 2 pulls of the dungeon, the entire center part of the dungeon is really just a whole bunch of 5 and 4 pack pulls unless you're able to get those big pulls, well, by pulling things through walls. But correct me if I'm wrong, but the only real efficient way the teams have of doing that is by using Warlock pets to pull through the walls, right?
There are a few spots where you can throw glaive or just use ranged abilities to pull through the walls as well, but yeah, there's a couple of them that the pets are by far the best way to do it consistently.
Well, we get our first look at what the damage up is going to look like for the teams. Less used for both teams on that very first pull. Just how low can Ingram Mallet get? Polish Mountain absolutely blasting the boss with that power infusion here. Looks like they'll be able to get the one phase off, but it's going to take them a lot of time to cleave down the boss afterwards. 16% after the damage amp. Where's the boss going to be at for Ingram Mallet here? For Dire Wolves, they get all the way to 10%, so they got a much better burn off here. Looks like we had a last-second Mad Queen's Mandate use from a couple of people there. The Warlock was definitely running one for them as well. Let's run through and see if anyone else was looking at it here. Looks like just the Warlock for now. Oh, nope, Healer had one as well. So Chaz and Staypoor popping those Mad Queen's Mandates at the very end of the damage amp there. Looks like it chunked off like 10% of the boss's HP on its own.
Yeah.
And they're able to pull it back together a little there.
So Mad Queen's Mandate deals extra damage based on the target's missing health. It will do up to 50% extra damage if the target's at like 1 health, and it's linear from that. So the lower that you can do the Mad Queen's Mandate, the better. So if you can have it be the last global into that damage amp, you can potentially have it be doing, maybe 40% more damage than if you used it on pull. We do have our first death of the series for Direwolves as a Warlock goes down to that Mistveil Bite. Very nasty ability in this section of the dungeon.
Did anyone click the seed here? If they didn't click the seed, he can't release because he'll release back at the start of the dungeon. Where is Staypoor? Is he with the group? Are the damage numbers continuing to go up? Looks like he's back with the group.
Yes.
You can see him start to do a little more damage just sitting in the background there. But that death is going to cost them 15 extra seconds on the board. And that is something that can happen when your Warlock is the one who's relegated to pulling through the wall there. You send your pet through the wall to attack them, and the only things in combat with those mobs until your tank is able to put a point of damage into them is your pet, which will probably instantly die, and then once your pet goes down, the Warlock will get the charges, the expels from the defenders, as well as the bites from the stalkers. And it looks like, unfortunately, there was an overlap of a couple of them that went out on Staypoor there and didn't use the personals necessary to stay alive. So 15 seconds of death timer on the board for Dire Wolves here. Team's keeping it close together, though, on the trash progression, though.
Yeah, so one thing I want to talk about the Destro Lock is actually in previous MDIs, and this is a mistake I made earlier today, you think of Destro Lock as like a 2-target specialist, right? Like on that first boss because of Havoc, but they actually don't play that button anymore, right? They play Mayhem instead, where they're going to randomly be proccing Havocs. It still does mean that they get a little bit of extra value in, say, a 2-target situation, because of course all those procs will go on that one extra target, but it is a different style of Destro Lock than the previous versions of the spec that you may remember from, say, Shadowlands MDIs.
Yeah, less consistent, right? You're not going to have a guaranteed button that lets you cleave every 30 seconds, but the procs can sometimes give more uptime on the Havoc, but it's harder to react to, right? You have to react to a 5-second proc rather than just knowing, okay, for the next 12 seconds, my buttons are going to cleave, and you can plan out what you want to do with that. It is a higher net uptime if you play it perfectly, but it's definitely harder to play around.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting change in the build than previous ones. A couple of new play styles as well. We've, of course, got the Assassination Rogues with that indiscriminate carnage. Very cool, where they've got these AoE garrotes and ruptures going off. And then Enhancement Shaman, which is an extremely fun spec to play right now. If you haven't played Enhancement Shaman, you should try it out. Part of the fun is that it has such a high damage potential for sure, but it's actually so skill intensive to realize that potential on this spec. So really a lot of fun options here. If you picked any of the specs on the screen right now, I think you'd have a good time playing some keys right now.
Look at the difference in progression here from Direwolves versus Polish Mountain. The Direwolves was able to get trash on top of Matriarch and use it to help them burn down the Matriarch as quickly as possible. Polish Mountain, they killed the trash so quickly that they just had to single target down the Matriarch there. And unfortunately, Raph goes down to a melee right at the start of the pull here. Instantly does Onk, but did he pre-pop cooldowns there? I'm not quite sure. I can't see
look like it.
The Ascendance on the bars there. That could have been really bad, but that does equalize our death timers here. Now, in Polish Mountain, they're still just now beginning to DPS this trash pack down, whereas Direwolves, they're finished and moving on to the next pack already. This should be the last pack right before the boss as well.
Yeah, they can pull a little bit of extra trash onto the boss as well from one of the other side rooms, potentially. But this should be their last non-boss combat, right, pull in this area. As you can see, you can kind of guess from the count how deep they are in the maze if you ever get a little bit dizzy and lose track of where we are in here. But yeah, the two teams still on a similar pace to each other. It's definitely the Wolves with the slight edge in pacing, but probably not insurmountable here. That death equalizing things on the death timer metric as well. And yeah, Polish Mountain setting up one more trash pull in here, whereas Direwolves are indeed grabbing some trash from the sides. Looks like it's going to be two side rooms are coming into the boss here with them. The rogue staying in stealth.
Right now, I wonder what the gateway was set up for. It looks like Staple had a gateway down. I'm not sure what that was used for.
Was that over in the farthest left room?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. So that might be for after the boss. I don't know if you remember this, but it's slightly faster to run out and around to the left and jump over the side rather than waiting for that wall to go down after the boss. So that might have been they were just taking the opportunity to set that gateway up while they were pulling from one of the other side rooms. Because, yeah, you're absolutely right. They have only pulled from one side room. Polish Mountain here actually have more count as well. Polish Mountain aren't going to need to pull trash into the boss. They're just going straight into the boss.
Okay, interesting. So it looks like the extra trash they got on the Matriarch was a little bit better, and they might have pulled an extra trash pack at some point in the maze to give them this advantage. They did have that 2% advantage after the very first pull, so whatever trash pack they pulled during the maze just equalized out with the trash that Direwolves got on top of the boss, and what we're looking at right now is really just the boss HP percentage difference. Maybe Direwolves can eke out a few extra seconds here by doing that skip after the fact, but if I'm not mistaken, no, that trash pack goes away once you kill the boss, so that's not going to be in the way. We'll see what they plan on doing with that gateway. That was a very deliberately placed gateway while they set up the boss pull here. Into the second intermission, now Direwolves, Polish Mountain are just now starting to deal with the first intermission, so easily a 30% advantage on the boss for them here.
Yeah, this is going to be a close finish in this series because Polish Mountain seem to be accelerating a little bit here, although Mistcaller is a tough one to estimate boss damage in. You get these very small windows where you can burn the boss, and then you have these damage reduction times where you have to go and kill the ad, right? And so depending on how you set up your cooldowns, this boss can actually take a really long time if you're not careful, if you pop a cooldown right before the boss gets that damage reduction. So we'll have to see what just the actual timer ends up being. Polish Mountain were 4 seconds faster on the first boss. They've now gained 2% enemy forces as compared to Direwolves, but it looks like they've probably lost something on the order of a minute or so. As you can see, Direwolves are taking, indeed, that gateway through the wall there to head over to the side and make it so that they can now jump off down into this area well before that wall would go down. Wow. Very cool.
That gateway actually makes this skip a lot more of a time save than it was in the past. If you ran all the way around before, instead of waiting for the mist wall to go down, it was something like a 5-second time increase. That gateway easily increases that to 15 seconds. And now, what do Direwolves have planned? We're shrouding past a ton of this trash here. Is this all going into the boss? The Bloodlust is available. The 2-minute cooldowns are all there. This might be the same pull we saw them go for yesterday with 3 or 4 packs of trash into the boss. This is going to be very dangerous. Lots of debuffs going to go out on the group. Acid Novas could easily claim a player's lives, especially if they're a little bit too happy with their damage on the boss and might push the boss into the intermission phase. A lot of overlaps could occur here, but here we go. All the trash on top of the boss, the Infernal pre-popped. There's the Bloodlust. And they've just got to blast this trash down with the cooldowns. Just how high can the damage from the Warlock go?
Yeah, defensives being pre-popped here, as we do have some raid damage, not just from the boss eventually, but we also have the Reavers, which put out nasty poison dots on people, and the Staghorn, which is the big Acid Nova AoE that kind of limits how much you can pull at once in this area. They only have one of those in, though. If you have more than one, it starts getting really, really sketchy. It looks like they've managed to burn down most of that trash. That Destro Warlock AoE is looking absolutely absurd here. Really, really impressive damage from this build. And this is a new build with this patch, and it's doing so much damage. Really, really impressive from the Direwolves. They are going to get almost all of this count taken care of as well. We'll see if this is a 100% count. Polish Mountain also are in the boss now. They have Lust going, so they might be able to catch up a little bit here, but I think it's going to just come down to the Direwolves, but the Direwolves actually having a death here. 2 deaths, 3. No, just 2. So we have a Warlock and a Rogue dead. 2 battle reses are available.
Okay.
1 comes out. Those bees need to die here. Those Reavers. There is still 1 alive. The second res does land. It looks like that bee is going to get 1 final sting before its death here. That's going to put Direwolves in a position where they can maybe kill off this boss, but now Zyro,
45
3
seconds,
deaths
wow.
is 45 seconds. I promise you we're gonna be sitting here and seeing if that 45 seconds matters, and I think it might. I think this is going to be a Challenger's Peril gap. There is still count that needs
Direwolves
to be
has to
picked
pull the
up.
trash, yeah.
Yep. Both
Polish
teams,
Mountain has
both
their
teams
trash.
are missing
I'm pretty
count.
sure.
Yes,
Polish Mountain
so
not
you're
have
right.
their count here?
Polish Mountain should get it once this trash under the boss dies, although I'm actually a little bit worried.
Oh,
I
it's
think
just
maybe
one
they're going to be at
Staghorn.
98.
No.
Yeah.
It's not enough. Just 1 Staghorn is not enough here. Polish Mountain do have to pull more trash at the very end, just like we saw Direwolves do. Direwolves have pulled the trash at a pretty opportune time here. The 2 minutes are coming back off cooldown, so the trash should melt here.
Polish Mountain are going
to
for
pull
as well.
all of it. Polish Mountain also have to burn this. 45 seconds is going to be the clock. Direwolves have to stop that clock instantly. An extra death is added 15 seconds, so it's now a minute that Polish Mountain will have to finish off here, and Direwolves might have tossed the key away at the last possible moment here. 1 final Acid Nova goes off from the Staghorn, but Direwolf still has yet to stop the clock here,
They have to
Dratnos.
stop the clock now. Even now,
Okay,
I don't
there
think
it
it'll
is.
be enough. Okay, 14:29 is the time to beat. There's 1 minute for Polish Mountain to try and take this game here. Potentially, I think there's no way they could wipe from here, right? They're just up against this trash. They still have an extra 45 seconds. I don't even think this is going to be particularly close. They just have to kill 1 more mob. That Gorger is the target. The Staghorn, not even important, can go back and reset because the dungeon is over. Polish Mountain, the tortoise, defeating the hare in this case, as they have that death timer, giving them the edge against the faster run.
Polish Mountain taking that victory for the first one of the series. I mean, Polish Mountain, we've seen them, really risk a lot in a lot of their runs and sometimes pull it off amazingly. This time around, it almost felt like they were somewhat the more conservative in the two, right? As we saw Direwolves really try to just push all these skips, go as fast as they can, get that lead, and then ultimately at the end suffer some of those deaths, those mistakes that just took it from them here. I mean, as we look at it now and we compare between Polish Mountain and Direwolves, I mean, Dratnos, how is this actually? Like, Direwolves ran this yesterday, right? And they had some big pulls there too with Turdova. How does this look compared to their run yesterday?
So the timer is slightly slower than they were yesterday. Yesterday they had a 13:44. They had 1 death in there for the Direwolves. So yeah, I mean, this was a 14:29 for them here. That 13:44 they had would have just slightly beaten Polish Mountain, but only by 3 seconds. So actually Polish Mountain here looking really good in this dungeon, looking really solid. Again, you can see just looking at that graph, right? This looks like a losing graph for Polish Mountain, but the lack of deaths is what's going to do it here. This is absolutely a Challenger's Peril gap. Challenger's Peril coming in, increasing the importance of those deaths and making that clean, consistent safety of Polish Mountain's run be worth more than the slightly faster pathing of Dire Wolves.
I mean, Polish Mountain, they did get through this. They got through it successfully here, and Tettles has some additional perspective to provide all of us. So, Tettles, as you watched this matchup, what stood out to you?
Well, right off the bat, I was going to talk about, like, how effective it is to actually pull through the maze, because I felt like there was probably an interesting discussion that we should have on the panel after this replay about, like, how efficient it really is to pull through the wall. I was kind of talking with Lamike, our replay operator, a bit about it as well, and it seemed like both of the teams were neck and neck through the first boss. It was very standard through that first boss. It was a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there. I felt like Polish Mountain ended up losing a lot of time in the maze. A lot of it ends up coming down to the fact that it takes probably like 20 seconds to send that Warlock pet through the wall and then pull the trash mobs back. But these trash packs that you're fighting on this level are only taking you 20 seconds in total to be able to deal with. And so you end up kind of like sitting here waiting for those doors to spawn. Like Polish Mountain here ends up pulling this Night Blossom. And I thought that this Night Blossom, while it does get the exact same amount of counts as an entire pack of trash, I felt like it was just like super slow. And so then, whenever Direwolves really started to accelerate here, and I thought that the pulls that they were doing, the mobs that they were doing into the mini boss and whatnot, was maybe a little bit faster. This was great. Whenever they took this into Mistcaller, the Mistcaller technology that we're going to be looking at in just a couple of seconds, they end up using the Mad Queen's Mandate trinkets. So they have 2 of those Mad Queen's Mandate trinkets on Chaz and Staypor, on that Warlock and that Druid, and utilizing that Mad Queen's Mandate trinket to be able to skip the final guessing game phase ends up saving you somewhere in the order of like 30 to 45 seconds. So it was an absolutely massive time save from Direwolves, to the point where I thought that they were going to win. But time and time again, we kept bringing it up over and over again, how much those Challenger's Peril death timers can matter. It was really Direwolves' game to lose here. Like, once this happens right here, you see Mistcaller die from 5 to 0 due to that Mad Queen's Mandate. It was the only way that they lose this possible situation is having deaths, and racking up a full minute's worth of death penalty like you guys were casting over it was unacceptable. Like, it was so bad. What did you guys think, Zyro?
I think it's important to mention that the tooltip is pretty misleading for Mad Queen's Mandate here. It says it only hits the target for like 4.2 million shadow damage. Normally, at the end of that first boss there, if it crits, it can hit for something like 40 million damage.
Yeah.
That's due to a bunch of damage modifiers from the Warlock class, in addition to the double damage that the boss is taking during the damage amp. It is an insane on-use trinket cooldown, specifically for single target. For overall damage and keys, you normally wouldn't run it, but specifically for MDI, the Warlock's already doing so much AoE damage. Having access to that trinket for a little bit of extra, like, focused single target damage is really important.
I mean, the use of the trinkets there is so interesting, right? It goes to show that your strategy, it doesn't just have to be routing, doesn't just have to be class and composition, literally going all the way down. And so what can we do, what racials, what trinkets can we kind of use to our advantage, can really buy you some extra time. Now, the 2 teams are going to be going head-to-head in the Stone Vault. This dungeon, while it's a little more linear, has those couple of optional wings that we've seen, how teams are kind of skipping their way through it or using those mine carts to avoid having to pull certain trash, or how they're navigating some of the bosses has definitely made a huge difference in this one. And with Direwolves and Polish Mountain, I mean, Polish Mountain, they just need one more win to secure their place moving forward into the finals tomorrow, to duke it out to see if they can, manage to get back into the race. Direwolves, they've got to get something on here. So as they look at this, I mean, Dratnos, what do you think Direwolves is going to be trying to do to secure this?
Here's the bad news if you're a Direwolves fan. Direwolves lost their last Stone Vault. They lost it against Brain on Cooldown, whereas Polish Mountain won their Stone Vault, and they actually won the Stone Vault with a much faster run than Brain on Cooldown beat Direwolves' Stone Vault with. So Direwolves are about a minute slower in between the 2 Stone Vaults that we've seen from these 2 teams. However, that wasn't a perfect run, but also it wasn't a minute's worth of deaths bad. It was a one death run, I believe. So I am pretty worried here. I feel like this is likely to be a good map for Polish Mountain, and I don't know if Direwolves can afford that.
Yeah, I mean, if Direwolves, they've got to prove themselves here, right? And I mean, Zyronic, as we get into it here at the start, I mean, they've got a lot they need to put out there, because it seems like they've been underperforming a little bit this go-around.
Also, it's important to mention that Direwolves have had the benefit of about, I want to say, like 3 or 4 hours of practice time before this match. They lost the first matchup of the day up against Perplexed, and there have been 4 matches in between that time and now. If there was a dungeon that they could have put time into relearning their strategy for, it could be this one. So let's see if they've got anything prepared as we get into the first pull here. Standard first pull for both teams, pulling literally every single mob together. And the cooldowns will be coming out. Only difference we can see between the teams is that typical one we've seen. It's the Resto Druid versus the Disc Priest, the Power Infusion versus the Convoke. We'll see which one is going to be slightly better on this first trash pack, but for this AoE, it's almost certainly going to be the Power Infusion.
Yeah, Power Infusion works out really well here, although Resto Druid can actually do some pretty good AoE, and you have to remember as well that adding a Druid to your group grants you Mark of the Wild, which is 3% versatility, right? So that is useful. Of course, the priest also has value with fortitude, but that's purely defensive. That only scales your health, right? Whereas the versatility is going to increase your health, or your effective health and your damage. So slightly more value potentially passively from that, especially the more that you just have to be healing, the more that passive value of the raid buff might start to matter.
Something important for Polish Mountain here, in that AoE pull, they actually managed to focus down the stone golems first, spawning Edna, so they were able to cleave down the trash with the first bit of the boss here. So that's given them a little bit more boss damage, but Direwolves are pulling it back here with a little bit more single target damage. Let's see, did they actually save any cooldowns for the boss pull? It actually looks like they did save the death mark on the rogue for the boss, so they saved that cooldown on the AoE for just a little bit more single target damage at the pull of the boss. The important thing as well, Direwolves did hold on to that bloodlust.
That is a very important detail as well. Neither of these teams are trying the Unholy Death Knight that was used yesterday to great effect by Mistcount, which Mistcount used it with Lust to just destroy Skarmorak in one phase. But the Lust alone might be enough to make that happen. It's not like the Unholy DK is required for that strat to work. That might be where Direwolves are thinking of using this Lust. I don't remember how they used it in their previous Stone Vault, but like you said, Direwolves is a team that had time to re-practice this dungeon and potentially yoink a route from somebody else if they'd seen something better, right? And that might include moving that Lust to, say, Skarmorak.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because saving that shield is actually a huge deal, right? We saw in our polls from the dungeon previously today, there were some teams that, while they were cleaving down the trash on the boss, they let 3 of those orbs go into the boss, giving the boss a massive shield. That ended up costing them easily, a death's worth of time, 15 seconds plus, so we'll have to see what their plan is for that Lust. As it stands right now, though, Polish Mountain do take out the boss a little bit earlier, probably due to that earlier pull from cleaving down the trash a little bit more perfectly at the start of the key, but Direwolves keep it close, only a 12-second time differential here. Pretty big pull for Polish Mountain. Let's see if Direwolves goes for the same here.
Yeah, it looks like both teams on a similar idea here, running towards the duo boss over here. Looks like, pretty similar pull between the two of them. Of course, Polish Mountain about 15 seconds faster in getting it started. We'll see if we can get a comparison for when this pull finishes. Just a couple of stragglers left behind here for Polish Mountain, and they have managed to execute them now. That Breath of Syndragosa coming out to very good effect on that pull. Woo. Same for Direwolves here.
12.5 million DPS for Sapor on the Frost DK here. That Despoiler coming in late gives them a nice little focus target to burst down in addition to all of the AoE going on, and it looks like Direwolves were actually able to get an extra trash pack into that pull as well compared to Polish Mountain here, so being a little bit more efficient, maybe offsetting that 15-second time advantage that Polish Mountain have garnered for themselves, but still, the big question for this run is, where is Direwolves going to be utilizing this Lust, and is it going to be the thing that catapults them ahead of Polish Mountain? Because the benefit of using that Lust on the pull of the dungeon means you'll get a second one probably when you pull the trash into the final boss, and that is a pretty value spot to use it at. So this Lust for Direwolves needs to be as big as something like just one phasing the Skarmorak for it to be worth saving.
Absolutely, right. You're not just comparing this Lust to the first Lust of the dungeon, you're comparing it to that plus the end of dungeon Lust, right? It's is this one Lust going to be better than Polish Mountain's 2? And that is a huge question mark for me as well. Polish Mountain are going to be pulling the Machinists now. A little bit of trash coming into this. Not the most trash we've ever seen pulled onto a boss, but it is starting to file in now. It's 2 pulls worth. So that Sigil of Chains groups them up. And they start now controlling them. Yes.
Okay.
That's a good number.
A little bit of a scarier pull.
Yeah, they're going to be collecting a little bit more count in this entire area of the dungeon, it looks like. Or maybe I just miscounted the number of pulls for Polish Mountain. There might be a third in there. We'll see. We'll see what the count ends up going to. Yeah, exactly.
It looks like it's just the 2 for Polish Mountain. Their count is not that high. Direwolves are going to careen ahead. No. Jack does go down here. The tank going down is a huge deal as it's going to instantly take out all the melee from the aggro. This is a full wipe for the Direwolves here. It's also their battle rails being expended as well. And this is going to be a minute and a half worth of time, or maybe Jack can get the Shadow Meld off, but it's not going to be enough. It's so bad. It's the worst possible outcome for them.
It's just so catastrophic here. Not only did you have your tank die instantly rezzed very quickly, but it doesn't matter. With that many mobs there, all of them are just going to start aggroing onto other people and killing them within a matter of seconds. Even if your tank could instantly accept a res in a situation like that, unless they have an AoE taunt, which Vengeance Demon Hunter does not, it is over, basically, at that point. Unfortunately, Jack did accept the res to try and save the pull, but that only had the effect of prolonging the despair. So not only did it cost them a res, it cost them an extra 15 seconds when he died a second time, and he tried to jump away and shadow meld to drop combat there, but that didn't work. There was too much stuff going on. Didn't end up successfully dropping that combat, and so that ended up costing a few more seconds while that was happening. All in all, it's just an absolute catastrophe for Direwolves. They've lost something on the order of 3 minutes as a result of that happening. And Zyro, these dungeons aren't that long. 3 minutes is an absurd amount of time to lose. And honestly, they probably lost more than that.
They probably lost more than that. The cooldowns are back up. The damage cooldowns, I should say, are back up. Jack is going to have to do this pull without the Metamorphosis now, though, which is a scary prospect considering he died to the pull with it last time around.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if he's going to be able to stay alive for the second go around at this. So far, so good for them, but Polish Mountain, the thing that I'm curious of is, are they going to realize how far ahead they are and tune down the pace of their pulls? Because I feel like the only way at this point for Direwolves to get back into the series is for Polish Mountain to have something similarly catastrophic happen for them.
I think you're right. I think after this pull, you can probably make that determination. This is the last big pull of the dungeon for Polish Mountain, I believe. There's, trash onto the next boss, I think, is part of their strat. But, after this, there's not, this was one of the most dangerous parts of the dungeon. And then it's just a question of, really, there's only 2 pulls left in the dungeon, and neither of them are that huge from this point. So here comes that next pull. So they go into this side trash pack, and they're looking at fighting. It looks like they're just going to be fighting this maybe for a bit. Okay, yeah, into the boss. And they're avoiding that pack over on the other side. They have 72% count already. So yeah, we'll see how they decide to handle this. You have to be a little bit careful, because one thing you don't want to do is expend brain power thinking about how to modify your route based on the fact that you now have 2 extra minutes, right? You have 2 extra minutes, but do you actually want to be thinking about, okay, can we do this in 2 pulls instead? How does that affect our cooldowns? How does that affect all of these things? Because sometimes it's actually safer to just pull everything at once with all your CDs, rather than pulling things in 2 packs and then not having CDs for the second pack, as another death actually comes out there for Direwolves on this return to the other part of the dungeon. And another death as well. So we are now up to 8 for Direwolves, I believe. And that is a huge amount of time lost. Maybe not. Maybe it was just the one, but I think it is the 8 deaths for them.
Well,
yeah,
we'll have to see.
Tough.
Polish Mountain have done a good job of dealing with that first fortified shell from the boss here. And this is kind of the danger of what you were talking about right now, right? They've dealt with that first trash pack with their damage cooldowns, but they're now engaging the second trash pack with not a single cooldown to their name. So this trash is just going to be naturally cleaved down by their damaging buttons without the augmentation of the cooldowns. Ideally, though, you want to burn down Skarmorak before his second fortified shell, and I believe they have the boss low enough to do that. I think they're on pace here, so that's going to be huge for them. The biggest danger of the dungeon is gone now. Direwolves have engaged the boss, and this is where they're using their Bloodlust, but unfortunately, I think this is going to be too little too late, even if they're able to make this pull work.
Yeah, they need this pull to work. They probably need something to go wrong for Polish Mountain, but if they can make this pull work, they might only need a medium-sized disaster for Polish Mountain rather than, multiple full wipes or something like that. The lust is still ticking here, but not for that much longer. So they are still at 48% on Skarmorak and falling. Most of the trash now dealt with. They're largely out of the woods here, but they're about to run out of lust here. The fortified shell's coming out. They're just going to plan to burst it down, right? Their plan is just, okay, the boss is going to shield,
the size of the
kill the
shield. The shield is huge.
They do have so they have the buff, though, that increases their damage dealt to shields. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, though, as now they have a rogue going down with that buff. He's going to take the res, but he doesn't have that buff when he reses. That void discharge now starting to tick up on everybody. You can see they're trying to heal and damage through this, but this can't be good, Zyra. This can't be good at all.
This is just taking them so much time. Not only did they just leave a whole bunch of those orbs up, but they didn't actually go have anybody run around and go gather up the damage orbs for the shield, so it took them forever to chew through that shield, and all of that is time spent on a shield rather than the boss's actual HP. It's just cost them so much more time that they don't have to give. And those 2 extra deaths, as Ryu also went down at the end of that debuff, also cost them another 15 seconds now. We are up to 2.5 minutes worth of death timers. And of course, at the end, to add insult to injury, Jack does go down, which is very likely going to spell another full wipe for
Is it 9% on the boss?
Maybe they can finish the boss off, but with the trash here, it's going to be difficult.
Boss. Here's that lust for Polish Mountain. They're going to be pulling the last boss with all this trash as well. So Polish Mountain, if they can avoid wiping here, somehow Direwolves without a tank were able to finish that boss off. Really well done by them. But it is all about Polish Mountain. They are working on the last boss with all this trash. Those silent sigils and capacitor totem stuns are going to help keep these stone shapers under control, as they do have to deal with this boss mechanic, dropping these debuffs off into those void rifts. Looks like they are going to be largely able to handle that. And now it is just the Void Speaker, as almost all of that trash is dead. One last elemental, but this doesn't do that much damage, just those knockbacks. They have dealt with it now. And 54% on the boss. Their lust has ran out. But as long as they can manage to deposit these Void Corruption stacks quickly, I don't think there's much else that could cause them too much problems here. Even without those CDs, even with lust having fallen off, I think they're in good shape here. This is a 0-death run for Polish Mountain as well, lest we forget. This run has been so clean and so swift from them. Their previous timer in their previous Stone Vault that we saw earlier today was an 11:59, so this is going to be slightly slower than that, but not much slower. And on a 0-death pace as well, Polish Mountain have been impressively consistent in this series, and across our entire tournament as well. They've been doing a good job, aside from losing in an upset in their very first series. But even in that, they only had 4 total deaths across 2 dungeons. So Polish Mountain looking really, really good here. And Direwolves just a complete disaster. 15 deaths. No way they can recover from that. Polish Mountain, 12-29, are going to take the game. They're going to take their series. They're going to survive through to Sunday.
Polish Mountain claiming that victory here, towering over the Direwolves and having secured their place in the lower semis tomorrow. Well done to Polish Mountain. It was a little up and down, but here at the end, they came in clutch and made their way forward. While we will be saying goodbye here to Direwolves, as always, they put on a great show. I'm sure they have a lot of things that they're going, I really wish we'd done this or this, but as with anything, you learn from it, you keep going, and we hopefully get to see you at the next MDI. Now, Polish Mountain coming in here at the end, looking at how they performed this go around, they really hung in there. They did an excellent job on this one. But if they want to go the distance, I mean, what's Polish Mountain going to have to overcome tomorrow to make it into those lower finals, Stratos?
Well, so they're going to have to beat Team Name. As long as they do that, they are going to get through the lower finals. So there's a kind of a one-step process that they need to do. But we can break down that beating down of Team Name into multiple steps. They have to win at least 2 of the 3 dungeons in that series.
Ooh.
Yeah, which so far they managed to do that.
All right.
In all but one of their series.
Well, you did deserve that. I'm going to be honest with you. You asked
okay,
that
question. It's fair. Let me elaborate more here, which is, Polish Mountain, obviously, they've had a lot of things that they have needed to polish up. No playoff of Polish.
I was trying to make a pun with that earlier, doing that in the series, yeah.
Right, because we thought they were going to be a really strong contender. So if they want to push ahead to these lower semis, other than just win match, beat Team Name, what do they kind of need to do with what we've seen from them? I mean, they seem to be in a better place here in these maps than we've seen them over the course of the weekend so far. How about that, Stratos? How was that?
Yeah, so I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried about Polish Mountain. I feel like they are slower than Team Name in a good run between, like, in any given map. But Team Name have definitely put up a couple of, they had a 22 death Necrotic Wake. Polish Mountain are also the higher seeded team. They're the team with the better time trials, so in theory, maybe they actually will be. I mean, we haven't really seen 0 death runs out of either of these teams all that often. That Stone Vault was a 0 death run for Polish Mountain, but aside from that, Polish Mountain put up a lot of 1 to 3 death runs. So I'm curious to see how that ends up going. Tettles' prediction, yeah, looking
I've got good
better
news.
than ours.
If you're a Polish Mountain fan, I've got good news for the matchup tomorrow. There's no Dawnbreaker in that series.
Good news.
Hey!
So they don't have to worry about that dungeon at all.
The real key will be whether or not, in Global Finals, if they make it that far, if it's just all Dawnbreakers, just non-stop.
The big thing as well is this should be the series that both teams have prepped the most for, right? Like if you're any of these teams and you're like, okay, we're probably not going to be beating Perplexed and Miscount in that upper bracket. We might. That could happen. Let's not, not practice those dungeons. But every single team of the like 4 that could maybe qualify in that 3rd slot out of this group would be looking at the lower semis and being like, look, this is the series we're going to have to win. Whatever our path to it is, there's a couple of different paths that could happen. There could be upsets in other spots, but almost inevitably, we're going to have to win in the lower semis. So let's make sure that this map pool is our home territory, right? We know these maps like the back of our hand.
And of course, looking at the matches here, match 11 is our upper bracket semifinals. Winner of that moves on to the grand finals. Match 12 is the one we're talking about, that lower bracket semis. That's going to be our Team Name versus Polish Mountain matchup to determine who our 3rd and final team going through to the global finals is. And it's a pretty good lineup for Polish Mountain. Their Stone Vault is really solid. And like I said, no Dawnbreaker. That Dawnbreaker has really been a thorn on their sides this weekend.
It has, and it's a funny one because it's one of those ones that I think a lot of people assumed would be of least concern to many of the teams, although of course Keystones and Affixes add that extra difficulty in. But, we'll have to see how far they can make it. I think they are looking very good tonight as for where we left them, right? But a lot of our teams as well that we've had already solidified for the upper bracket, like was mentioned there, right? This time it's a little bit different because we only have 3 spots moving ahead to the global finals. Now that China has rejoined, which we are very excited to have them in this MDI, we'll have our Group A, our Group B, 3 winners from each of those that'll move on to global finals, and then we'll have a rebroadcast, actually, of the Chinese teams as they compete, 2 of which will make it to the global finals as well. I mean, tomorrow is going to be the day where we decide it all, and the stakes are high, because as we said, only 3, so somebody is going to get eliminated. We can't wait to see how it's going to all come together, but let's take a look really quickly at the predictions that we've made here alongside chat, everybody else, over the course of the weekend and how they've panned out. Okay.
I'm so back! Oh my god, chat, I am your daddy. Oh my god, we're so here. Oh, yes!
Chat, we're in it together.
I own you, chat. I own you.
I was told that Twitch chat is always right, and you should trust them implicitly. What's going on here?
Apparently that was just the AWC here at MDI. They're still figuring it out, and I say this as somebody who's right there at the same threshold as chat.
So how does this work? Is correct predictions like the first score, and then perfect predictions and accuracy are the tiebreaker? I guess accuracy is the same as correct predictions, but is perfect predictions the tiebreaker here? So if I get like one more correct prediction than Tettles, am I going to beat him even if he has more perfect predictions than me? What's the lore on that?
Yes, I think that's correct.
So we're still in the hunt here because I'm down 2 perfect predictions. That's going to be tough to.
You know what's crazy? I got the Polish Mountain one right, but I lost the last series because I predicted that one incorrectly.
Oh,
you said 2-1.
Yeah, I mean it's got to be so hard for you right there at the top.
I said KASP'S beat team name. That was what I said. That was a mistake.
You fool. That was clearly never going to happen.
My bad.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's incredible. I think there have been a lot of things, a lot of the matchups that we've seen so far that really did go ways that we weren't expecting, and even though Tettles, you're up there with those 6 perfect predictions, Dratnos is coming for you. So keep an eye out.
He's in the hunt.
But everybody, thank you so much for being here with us today. Before we say goodbye and look ahead to finals tomorrow, are there any final thoughts here from the desk about what we've seen so far in the competition?
I think the thing that I've learned the most is that the Challenger's Peril is probably the most important thing. If I was playing in this competition or giving advice to competitors in this competition, my advice would just be to play the most consistent strategies. Say you can sacrifice 15 seconds for something that ensures that you have 0 deaths every single time. I think I'm paying that at every single point, just because I think that Challenger's Peril really makes or breaks a lot of these runs for a lot of these teams. I feel like that's like the big differentiator. Whenever we talk about Polish Mountain, they're very fast, but for some reason they just like to rack up 5 deaths in Dawnbreaker, and that can't happen if you want to actually be a great team.
Bigger mic on that guy.
Yeah, 100%, right? You gotta stay on it. You cannot have that additional time pile up because while you can maybe hope that the enemy team has some deaths of their own, you don't want to bank on it when you're competing for all of the glory and the prizes that are on the line here in the Mythic Dungeon International. With that, we will go ahead and say a final thank you to everybody here in chat, to everybody here on desk, and to our wonderful production for all that they've done. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for our Group A finals, where one team will be eliminated and the others will claim prizes and a spot in the Global Finals. Reminder, though, that our time zones are going to match up again. We've had a weird time shenanigan. It's like Bronze Dragonflight up in here. So our time zones are going to match again. So NA has their own daylight savings. Everybody else, you'll join us at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Central European for the big finish to our Group A weekend. We'll see you then.